All right, we are live. Y'all should be able to hear me. I'd like to welcome everybody to the show, whether you're catching it live right now or you're catching it after it's uploaded. Hold on. I knew I wasn't ready to start. I knew I was not ready to start. It's something I forgot. Don't worry about that. I'll fix that. Don't worry about it. I'll have to fix that. But welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, whether you're catching it live or you're catching it after it's uploaded. Make sure you hit the like button when you come on in the building. Make sure you hit the like button. And let's get ready to go. Here we go. It's almost ready. Almost ready. All right, let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
All right, what's up, y'all? What's up? I see people made it on in the building. People making it on in the building. Hit the like button. See Dark Little trademark down there. Shout out to the early bird squad. Those that make it in bright and early before we even get things started. Y'all know how I be doing things all ghetto. Still dotting I's and crossing T's. Still got one dislike. I know it's going to be some dislikes, and I know this is a tough subject. We trespassed on this territory on the last show. On the last show, we kind of stumbled into this, and it was coincidentally that Queen Q was on Brother Xavier's show, and they kind of were talking about it too. I think completely unrelated. So it's something in the air about this topic, but she said some things that I thought was really powerful, and we're gonna explore that a little more. We're gonna definitely explore that a little more. As like I said before, I'm always still trying to dot I's and cross T's as I get the show ready to go. But I got that ready to go. All right, it's 32 people in the building. Javon H in the building says, think this is interesting. Shout out to the early bird squad. Those are making it in bright and early. Drop a comment before we get things going. Body Thug in the building with I can't read emoji that well. I don't know if that's a sad face or a neutral face. I don't know what's going on with that face. Queen Q I just spoke to got the cat in the thumbnail. Get a dog, die alone. That's how she looking right there. Even though we know she married, that cat that cat got her looking real single. But Logan JJ in the building says, I strongly know for a fact that a lot of old school parents would not believe that study slash research. Absolutely. And that's why this is a tough thing. A lot of our parents were indoctrinated with the ideas. Hang on one second. Had to yell upstairs at somebody. Um, a lot of our parents was indoctrinated with these ideas, and we've been indoctrinated with it. And we grew up getting spankings too. And this goes back to shout out to Obsidian and Brother Xavier on this one with the mama. I'll be forgetting which one started. I don't know if that's Obsidian's voice, so that's Obsidian on that. But I don't know why I always think it's Xavier. It's some connection there. But yeah, it's a legitimately tough issue. We grew up getting spanked, and a lot of us say, "Hey, them spankings made me who I wouldn't be who I was today if my daddy didn't spank me." You know, so yeah, I get it. I get it. We're gonna peel that back. UFO Kamazi in the building says, if spanking lowers IQs, how is it that students overall were more productive back when school staff was allowed to spank? With three question marks. Okay, being productive does not mean higher IQ. And it's something else to that. I do know that IQs overall are higher today than what they were in years past. That is a legitimate thing. You know, if you go back 100 years, they had lower IQs, but it was more it's more information. We a kid is going to cognitively develop differently in this modern world than what he would back then. And the cognitive development of children is an important thing. And we're going to get into that. We're going to get into that because that cognitive development when they growing up, when their brain where their brain is developing, you hitting that child. I'm going to repeat this. I'm going to run this by Queen Q and see her thoughts on this when I bring her up in a little bit. While the brain is developing, you hit that child, and that's how if it does something wrong, he's been hit. While their brain is at the early stages of developing, you're teaching the kid that problems are nails to be hammered. You're teaching him to see every problem as a nail that he needs to hit with a hammer. So, but there's a lot more to that. But I do got a study on that I didn't even send to Queen Q in advance so she could read it and check it out. I probably should send that to her now so she can try to hurry up and skim it while I'm doing the intro. But she's glad to do it live. She's glad to do it live. But shout out to everybody else that made it in the building. Peoples Hernandez in the building. Shout out to you. Never spanked my kids. Daughter goes to Harvard and son plays college football. Good on you with the success of your children. Right on, right on, right on, right on. Good. That's good stuff. Little Rock 252517 in the building. Shout out to you. Violence is only answer to violins. Shout out to you. UFO, this is the last one I'll read. Says use spankings as part of his program to get his son to understand the importance of learning to read. He felt like quitting at a young age. No meds necessary. He's an excellent reader now. Shout out to you. I appreciate, shout out any dad being hard on the sons, making sure that they get where they need to get to. I applaud it, but there are other methods. But if your son succeeded and is succeeding, then I mean, I'm not gonna. It's a difficult one. It's a difficult one, and this goes back to what we always say about data in this space. It's easy to pull out the anecdotes. I drove my car my whole life without a seatbelt. I never got into an accident, and I'm just fine. I actually heard that in the country song. He said we drove cars without seatbelts. Our parents smoked in front of us, and we drove cars without seatbelts. But still, here we are. We still right here. Yeah, those of you that didn't go flying through the windshield, and those of you who didn't die from cancer are still alive. I mean, so it turns into a goofy thing when it comes to us looking at data. But get to like stuff. We got to bring up. I was about to say the man of the hour, but actually it's the woman of the hour. About to bring up Queen Q to help us address this very touchy subject. How you doing this morning?
I am doing good. I'm doing good. I want to say salute to the chat and thank you, Bernard, so much for having me up today.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, the genesis of what made me reach out to you was the conversation that y'all were having on Brother Xavier's show. Now, I know it started up when I started listening. It was I think Ramil was up there. They was talking about the R. Kelly situation, and I don't know how it got to spanking children. So, how did y'all even get into that? How did that even get started?
Um, Originally, I think it started when I said that we don't allow children to be children in the space anymore. We hold children more accountable than adults in certain situations.
Hmm.
Forgive me if I may be wrong, but that's where I remember the conversation picking up and how we started to slowly drift into that subject matter.
All right. Okay, so that's how yeah I got into it. Zero, what do you mean a troll stream? The title is kind of trolling, but not really because there's a study that actually proves it. But the title does sound kind of trolly. But but no, the topic is actually a serious topic about spanking your children and the negative effects of that, and how black people, the biggest ones who champion that cause of beating the hell out of kids when they get out of line, are the ones that are producing the worst results. That's a serious discussion. That is a very serious discussion. So no, the title is a little trolling, but I came here in a very serious tone, a very serious tone, talking about what the manosphere needs. You don't care about what the manosphere needs, Zero. Not just playing. But but no, let's get into it. I'll start right with the thing that you had mentioned, because you were talking about your son. You talked about a number of things. You talked about some group that you're in that actually deals with I think you said it was a Facebook group that has what was the name of that Facebook group that you mentioned?
It was called Black Moms United, if I remember. I think I gave the wrong name of the group, but on the show, because I was just there and I couldn't look at my phone for the exact reference. Because I joined a lot of different mommy and me pages on my Facebook and different things like that. But I want to say it was like Black Moms United, and the discussion had come up about disciplining kids, and one woman on there was like she doesn't want to spank her children. She was like, she wants to hold off on doing that. So, is there any other methods that mothers use to discipline their children? And I want to say like that post had over like, I want to say like 1.2, like 1,200 comments or so. But it was a number of things of, okay, what is the child doing? Are we talking behavior? Are you looking into therapy? Are you looking into explaining situations to them? How old are they? Different things like that. And the number one thing that stuck out to me was a lot of, I love the fact that I saw a lot of moms that were in there just like, don't worry about it. Whoop they ass and they'll
Mm.
pick it up eventually. A lot of moms were kind of like, if they're between this age and this age, depending on what they're doing, sit down and have a conversation with them because they their communication skills should be up to par to where you can explain to them what's going on and why or why not they should be doing things. And then a lot of the parents were holding other parents accountable, like, hey, if you get to the point to where a child's acting like this, at some point you have to take the ownership off the child and say, what am I doing as a parent that is causing my child to act like this? Is my parenting technique working, or do I need to change it?
Would you say that most of them was almost in the form of a knee jerk reaction, just saying no, just whoop the kid, just whoop his butt? Is that
N-
where most of them were going?
no, no, we had a couple women and they got backlash back in the group because some
Oh,
women
the
are,
majority. Hold on, I must have heard you wrong. The majority was saying don't spank them. Like what, or was it?
yes,
Okay,
yes,
good. Okay.
majority of the comment section were like, if you went to this comment section, like you know how you go into comment sections on Facebook and it's like three or two lines. No, majority of the comments under this post were like paragraphs long of parents just giving different reasoning, parents giving different levels of punishment that they could do. Could it be something where you put them in timeout? Could it be something where if they're an older kid and they're not getting it, could you make them run a mile, sitting down and talking to them? And then a lot of it was you as a parent setting up certain parameters. So if you have like a older child who's doing certain things, there's certain applications that you can put on their phone to make sure they're not doing certain things, just to help us out in the digital age. And I really liked what I saw in that post, because it lets me know that there are some mothers that are trying to shift that narrative of, I'm just going to beat my kid and do as I say and let it be.
Right. Yeah. And I went through that with, like, hey, my son, he had a situation where he actually needed, I think I talked about this on the air before, he needed his tonsils removed. We didn't know. And that may sound like nothing, but it can cause sleep apnea. Oh shoot, my bad, my bad. It can cause sleep apnea. It stop you from getting into your REM sleep, the part of your sleep where you organize things and you sort out what you need to remember, what you need to forget, and basically if you don't get into that realm of sleep, then you're going to be walking around just like he was going to school just on some other stuff. It's hard to even explain it, but he wasn't retaining anything. He was just getting into fights, all kind of stuff. It was terrible. And I was doing what I was naturally, what I was taught to do, being black. You black, you grow up, you getting whoopings. Every time he got in trouble, he did something wrong. Yes, I talked to him. Yes, I gave him all the lectures. Yes, I did all this. But I also was just spanking the hell out of him. And it wasn't working. It wasn't working. And then so I did have to ultimately come to the conclusion that, okay, if I'm spanking him and the behavior is not changing, at some point it's abuse. If you're spanking a kid and it's not actually correcting the behavior, you got to keep spanking them over and over again. Then so I figured out that something has to stop there. Now we did, he got diagnosed, the ADD, ADHD, and everything, and we even tried that for like a couple weeks, and then we was like, nope, not doing that, because it changed it changed him in a different way. So he's like, we're not doing that. But eventually the research was done and we found out it was sleep apnea. They removed his tonsils, and then he was able to get some actual sleep. And there was still some problems after that, but it changed drastically. So it was about figuring out what the problem was, but that was my eye-opening moment that, man, if I wasn't trying to take the time to figure that out. And I will credit my ex-wife for this one too. She did a lot of research figuring out what was actually wrong, because he was being misdiagnosed. But that was my eye-opening moment that, man, our knee jerk to just go and spank is probably wrong. Probably wrong, because if I didn't get that figured out, then he would have just went he would have went his own life without getting down to the whole what the actual problem was, and on top of that, just being spanked. So that was my eye-opening moment right there. So that group that you're in, if they're doing a good job, they're educating people on other methods other than just hitting a kid, then that's definitely a good thing. Shout out to little big Nate down there. Says salute to the chat. Salute Bernard Riley. I have said several times I had to put hands on my boy twice in 23 years, and the girl 7 total. Corporal punishment should be the last resort. A father's voice is, I think, what is that? Does that mean something nowadays? USU
I think he's trying to say useful enough.
useful enough. Okay, all right. I didn't know if that was an abbreviation for um something else. Okay, how people talk nowadays, type nowadays. But yeah, so yeah, that was my my moment, my eye-opening moment. Okay, usually enough. Thank you, little big Nate. Usually usually enough. It was something that you were talking about, basically, when what was it? You had mentioned how your son, how they you can teach them to reason when they're at a
when they're
certain
young.
age. Yeah, when they're
Yes.
young, you could teach them how to reason, you could teach them how to think. Yeah, I told the story about, how you was telling your kid why you didn't
Okay.
want them jumping off the couch and everything. Now, go ahead, we'll start right there. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me, for the people in the chat who don't know, I would give the example of when we don't give enough credit to children. We think that because they're children, they can't understand certain thoughts or certain processes. And I gave the story of my son. Now, my son went through a phase where, he should, keyword, as he should, he is a 4-year-old child. He's going to have energy. He's going to want to romp around the house and play. He is a little boy. So we went through a period of time where he would jump off the couch. He would take the pillows off the couch, the cushions, lay them down, and then do some WWE Randy Orton jumping off the couch onto the pillows, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I caught him, I was like, hey, I don't need you doing this. You cannot do this because you're going to get hurt. My first reaction was not to say, if you keep jumping on my couch, I'm going to beat your ass. Come here, and snatch him up and whoop him. I told him, like, hey, 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 what are you doing? What are you doing right now? And when he voiced it, he was like, nothing. And I was like, no. And I told him, I was like, come near, come here. And I sat down and I got eye level to him and I said, what were you doing just now? And he was like, you can tell he kind of knew what he was doing was wrong. He kind of like dipped his eyes and he was like jumping off the couch. And I was like, okay, are you supposed to be jumping off the couch? And he was like, no. And I was like, okay. And he was like, mommy. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, this makes me sad, because he knew he was in trouble. And I was like, I understand it makes you sad, but do you not think that mommy would be sad if you got hurt? What happens if you jump off the couch and you break your arm and I have to take you to the hospital? You don't think that mommy would be sad? And you don't think that people would be mad at mommy because you jumped off the couch and you hurt your arm? And then when you go to the doctor, mommy's going to cry because you're going to be in pain. And I'm going to have to watch you go through and get shots. And when I said shots, he was like, shots. And I was like, yeah, if you break your arm, they're going to have to give you a shot to numb your arm. They're going to use a really big needle. And I was like, and you don't think that that's going to hurt mommy, seeing you go through pain and you're going to be crying? And when I broke it down to him, he came back, like after we were done, he came back to me. I didn't even have to ask him. He came back to me and was like, mommy. And I was like, yes. And he was like, I'm sorry. And he was like, I won't jump anymore. I'm sorry. And I was like, it's okay, baby. And I was like, as long as you understand why I don't want you doing this and the outcomes, you're gonna be okay. Didn't really have to deal with him jumping off the couch anymore. Still had to deal with him dropping my cushions on the floor and rolling around on the cushions, but I don't have to deal with him jumping off the couch anymore.
Right. And so the point in there, the simple point in there is that they actually understand stuff when you talk to them. Spanking them to some degree, it negates that. It negates their understanding. It negates their development, their
It
ability
does.
to, yeah, it negates their ability to think. And this is when their brain is at the early stage of developing. And to go back to saying what I said in the beginning when you was in back chat, I don't know if you heard it. If you're hitting them to solve those problems, you're teaching them while their brain is at the early stages of development that problems are nails to be solved with a hammer. They're going to look at every problem like that. They hit it with a
Yep.
hammer instead of reasoning and thinking their way through the problem.
And I think, and as I said before, I think that too many times we underestimate what a child is capable of doing. I always say let children be children, but at the same time, don't underestimate them because they're children. Like, I have thoughtful conversations with my son, and he's only 4. There are times that he asks me questions that even pushes my mental development as a parent when I have conversations with him, because children will ask questions that you would have never thought to ask or that you never imagined being asked. So to that, I say, yes, like, we do need to change, especially when it comes to our younger children. And like I said, most people would be kind of thrown off by the fact that, like, if I do something or I tell my son something, he has no problem telling me, mommy, that made me mad. Mommy, I'm upset that you said this to me. Mommy, and I'm like, I want him to be able to voice how he feels in those situations, because even me growing up, and I don't know if this is true for a lot of people watching, but in my household, growing up, I couldn't express sadness, discomfort, or anger. Growing up in a black household, oh, you're sad? Why you sad? You ain't got nothing to be sad about. You ain't paying no bills. You're not doing any of this. You're not doing any of that. You ain't got no reason to be sad.
Mm, that's a good point. That's a good point. We definitely hear that a lot. Shout out to SKC says I don't spank my kids. It's too much work. I bought a cattle prod instead. Best investment ever. Good grades. All just a matter of right voltage. Yeah. Shout out to you, SKC. Damn you. All right. All right, we about to go over this this article really quick. About to go over this article really quick about the SKC just thrown me off bad because I could actually see that. But getting into this article, and now let me just do a little backstory here, because every now and then we will tread on the controversial data that we don't like it. It's uncomfortable. Black people have lower IQs or whatever. Listen, I'm not digging deep into that. But you look at academic performance of black people. I'm not whole hog saying everything that's they're saying is accurate as far as black people in the IQ. But when you look at academic performance, there's something there to be addressed. Let's just look at that. There's something there to be addressed. And will say, as black people, we can't afford to set ourselves back in any way, shape, or form. We need to exercise every option that could possibly give us any advantage possible. So I am a huge proponent of that. There's study that that shows that, hey, when kids grow up with their father, with both parents, when kids grow up with both parents in their life, their the IQ of kids that grow up with both parents in their life tend to be higher by just a couple points. And there's a study that shows that the IQ of kids who were spanked tends to be lower by 2 to 4 points. Again, small fluctuations, even though that's kind of a big fluctuation on the scale of IQ, but still small fluctuations, but it matters. It matters. But that's what the study more or less is saying. I'm just going to read through it really quick. A good spanking may leave a mark on a child that's worse than the red handprints. As white people, they talk about red handprints. And black people, we don't get red handprints, but
Bernard.
that's yeah, I mean, we're talking about white people here. This is white man's data, so just take it with a billion grains of salt. Now we know we can take it with a billion grains of salt just because they talking about a red handprint. I ain't never had a red mark on me, but spanking and other corporal punishment stunt children's intelligence. New research shows the IQs of 2 to 4 year olds. See, I already got it wrong. It may drop more than 5 points, but anyway, the IQs of 2 to 4 year olds who receive regular spankings from their parents dropped by more than 5 points over 4 years compared to kids who were not spanked. The practical side of this is that the pediatricians and child psychologists need to start doing what none of them do now, and say never spank under any circumstances. Now that one is controversial because even the
Yes.
people who are reaching across the aisle in the comment section are saying, "Hey, it should be a last resort. I only did it twice, and the goal
And
is to not have to do it." But what do you think about that? They say that they need to go that step further and say never spank under any circumstances.
I don't believe that. I believe in certain situations it is profitable, because when you have to realize that when you spank your child, you're putting fear. into them in some ways. And this brings back up the comment that the gentleman
Wait,
made at
hold
the
on,
first.
hold your thought real quick. I don't know why Zero's comments distract me because they're normally very intelligent or very funny. So whenever Zero types something, it's like my eyes have to look and stop what I'm doing and read it. But he says, "Who spanks a 2-year-old? 2-year-old is very common. That's what. Listen, when
I've
they
seen a two
reach
year old
for
get spanked.
no, but listen, when they reach for something, that initial reach for it, hand smack, when they reach for something they're not supposed to reach for, and they reach at the plug, when they're grabbing up at something, especially the excuse or the reason. Oh, I mean they're reaching at the knobs on the stove. You got to spank their hand so they'll know that they're not supposed to touch that. So yes, 2-year-olds get spanked all the time. It's normally in the form of smacking a hand, but no, they get spanked all the time. That's fairly regular. And yes, I have seen a 2-year-old get
A
yeah,
whooping. Yeah.
yeah.
So
I've seen it. I've seen it. It happens.
let me start off by saying that I am not one of those parents who just believes that you should not whoop your child under any circumstances. I do believe that there is times where hand to ass is needed. I'm gonna be honest. But there are also things that as parents we can do to make sure that hand to ass is not needed. Now you brought up the perfect metaphor of the 2-year-old reaching for plugs, the 2-year-old reaching for the stove knobs. Why as a parent do you not have caps in your sockets to where you don't have to worry about that? Why do you as a parent have your kitchen in open access for a 2-year-old without a baby gate? These are the things that we have to think about and start changing within our life to make sure, hey, we're not setting our child up for failure. And I think that when you
Well,
come
see, I had a different philosophy. Now, this is old me and how I used to operate. I didn't okay, when it came to the stove, like that's especially if it's a gas stove, you don't want to run no risk with that. They can get up and wander around and turn the knobs and then kill everybody in the whole house at 3 a.m. So
yep.
you don't want to run no risk with that. But when it came to, let's just say, objects on the coffee table that he wasn't supposed to touch, everybody else would just clear off the coffee table to the point to where it was nothing there. But then I used to say that means you don't have the authority to make that 1-year-old not reach for that remote or not reach for the them old, you probably, I don't know how old you are, but you probably remember them old school heavy ashtrays that you could kill somebody
I
with.
remember. I remember
You
my
remember
grandmother
those?
had
Okay, yeah.
the crystal ashtray, the ones with the
Oh
weird
yeah.
flower patterns.
That that was back for the Splash Brothers, as we call them, the generation of men that was getting them hot grits poured on them. That
Hmm.
ashtray was also a weapon against them too. all weapons formed against them was prospering. They had the hot grits, them heavy ass 35-pound
Oh, weapons
ashtrays.
were
All
prospering.
weapons formed against them was prospering back then, man. The ashtray, the grits, all that. But some people would move all of that, but my philosophy was no. I'm leaving everything right there, and I'm go ahead and reach for it. And I see that's why I be talking about myself in some of these examples. I was the hand smacking parent of the kid reaching up. Like, no, I'm
Oh
gonna
no.
leave the remote and everything right there. Go ahead and reach for it. Pow, reach for it again. Fine. Okay, now you know. Now you know not to reach for it. And he may come back if he was determined. He may come back an hour later. He may come back 2 hours later. He may come back 2 weeks later. But eventually, he got the message that no, this is grown up stuff on this table. You don't touch it. So I was that type of parent. So keep in mind, I understand the power of the spanking a kid. I get it. So that's why I'm not 100% on board with completely child proof. I mean, you want to child proof it for safety, but everything that they're not supposed to touch, there's a other school of thought that you want to, you got to teach them that they not supposed to touch it versus just having them thinking that they live in some little playland. It's so I don't know, but you were building towards the point, and I cut you off. But hold on, real quick. Now you got to hold your thought even longer because I got to acknowledge some super chats. Oh, I already saw SKC's. Um, let's see. Indigenous TV in the building. He said the kids who didn't get whooped, they formed Antifa and BLM. Get out of here with that. We know that ain't true because we showed the clip yesterday of a kid who was at the little BLM rally throwing shit and breaking stuff. I didn't even want to. Hell, we've been cussing. let's let's try not to cuss because I'm gonna do something different. Where like the interview portion, I'm gonna try to leave that up. Now that I know how to edit videos, I mean edit the YouTube video after it's posted. I think the panel when everybody start wilding out, I think I'm gonna clip that part out and make that part be only Patreon, but just keep up the interview portion of the show. I might do that. So let's try to refrain from cussing. But the yeah, we saw right there that the boy got his butt whooped on TV. Looked like he was about 16. Mama came out there and was catching him with left, right hooks and uppercuts and stuff. And while he dressed in all black at a rally, so I don't buy that the BLM. Those are the kids that didn't get whooped. That's trying to fit a narrative. He says, look at all the carnage and violence they caused last summer. I don't think. I think it's a closer correlation with kids who were not spanked that are grow up and become less violent, and there's a correlation between those who were spanked. They do tend to be more violent. They are it was like 14 out of 17 behaviors. I'll pull that study up again. That it's a correlation between those behaviors. I forgot the list of behaviors, but they named everything. And cognitive development was one of the things that was on the list of things or attributes that children are more likely to have if they were spanked. So the spanking is not a deterrent from those behaviors. I think consistent, firm parenting, regardless of your method, is the deterrent. But shout out to you, Indigenous TV. Appreciate that. And I think Sun is Hot Rock came through with a super chat. Here we go. He said white people's ideas of corporal punishment is a clip round the ear. What is a clip round the ear?
I guess
You
like a
talking
head smack, like like when they
like
pop them in the ear or pinch the ear. I don't know.
like you talking like taking your finger and like thumping them? Like I don't know what are you
Yeah, you
talking about?
know
Like
how
a
your
flick of
parents used to give you them
flick of the
hard
ear.
thumps.
Yeah, all right. He says, I wish I only got that coming up because not only do we overbeat our kids, we normalize it or own it with pride. That's the part that I don't like either, the owning it with pride. But go ahead. I cut you off, and now you had to hold your thought for 15 minutes, and probably don't know what you was talking about. But go ahead if you
I'm gonna
if
be
you
honest.
remember where we.
I'm gonna be honest. I did forget. I think I was stuck on the part that when you said like you had your was it your 2 year old or was it you
When I was talking about the 2-year-old
with the
reaching for
table?
stuff.
Yes.
Oh no, that was me. I was doing that. I was
Okay.
I was yeah, going out my way to not
So,
childproof the house, to basically just teach him right when he start walking, he gonna learn he ain't supposed to touch this stuff.
but that was and this brings up a good point. The point that I was making of he's 2. You're doing all this just for him to forget and come back. So you're repeatedly beating your child. Well, not I'm not going to say beating,
Mhm.
but thumping and
Well,
smacking
yeah,
your child's hand when he's not going to get it because he's 2. That cognitive memory resilience isn't there. He's going to feel the pain. He's going to feel the sting. He's going to walk off and he's going to get distracted by shapes and colors. And then he's going to come back and he's going to see the shiny object on the table and he's going to reach for it again versus you saying, hey, let me just take the necessary precautions and wait till he's probably about 3, where he's starting to communicate and and retain information longer to say, hey, I'm going to sit this here and I don't want you to touch it.
yeah,
And then watch him. You don't necessarily have to pop him, but even like how I think Nate said, a strong, stern voice is enough of the time to get a child not to do things.
yeah.
A strong, stern voice that, I can't do it, but dads have that like grunty, like, hey. Don't make fun of my grunty hey. My husband did it to our son. Like that was my husband's go-to word for our son.
What
My
did
son
what did,
would
what
give
did he
you
say? What did he say to his son?
hey. It was enough to startle my child and make him look at him, and my husband would be like, "Are you supposed to be touching that?" And my child will look,
If
And
he's
he'd be like,
sounding like the Jigsaw from the Saw movies, yeah, I wouldn't touch that. I wouldn't touch it either.
look, y'all get what I mean. Y'all get what I mean. But enough a lot of the time is it's that differentiation. Like I know we all know the tone. Like there's a certain way that I talk to my son normally, and then there's a certain way that I talk to my son when I'm trying to convey things, and then there's a certain tone of voice that I use with my son when I'm like, "Hey, this is an absolute no-no. Do not push the boundaries." And he understands that. And it's the same thing for my husband, but my husband's more or less he's kind of like, no, he's my husband's very stoic. He's very quiet most of the time. But when he needs to put that bass in his voice, he does. And then my son is like, okay, I know daddy is dead serious about this. I'm not gonna do it. So
Yeah. But your second impression of him, you were sounding like the
look,
guy from the Saw movie. But they got you right that first one. That hey, it sounds
leave
like
me
hey,
alone with
hey,
my
hey, hey.
look,
You had
look. Y'all better leave me alone with my hair.
low in theory. There's a difference of outcomes from physical discipline and abuse. Abuse
Yes,
results in more violent human beings. Okay, now see here's the thing with black people. I mean, we're gonna get back to that study, but see here's the thing. I shouldn't even say just with black people, cause but I had intelligent people come on my last panel and they spoke to how the intelligent structured ways that you spank a kid. And what I was hearing when I was hearing them explain that, basically they were being advocates for spanking, but with them, yes, the butt whooping is in the hands of a right person, but that butt whooping in the hands of a wrong person is horrible. So it's like they're being the front man for something really bad. If you understand what I'm saying, it's like they work in the customer service desk and handing out the nice, cute brochures and everything, and this is what it's about, and this is how you do it. At a nursing home, the
said a
brochures are
nursing
really
home.
nice. The lobby is really nice, and then when you get behind the door and you see it, but all of that is really nice, and in theory that's how it's supposed to go. But how those nurses are actually how the nurses are actually treating the elderly in there is like, ooh, it's like, so even though they're not trying to do it, it's like the more intelligent people end up being inadvertently being enablers for the ones who just be whooping the kid butt because they mad at him, or the kid. Shout out to Game Changer. The kid did something to embarrass the parent, or the kid just ticked the parent off. You know, they're spanking a kid for, let's just say, if a kid knock over a lamp or something. Now if he knocked over a lamp because he was throwing a football in the house after I told him not to, that's yeah, he was wrong.
He
But
was.
if he knock over that lamp because he just tripped, fell, bumped into it, and then he broke a really fancy $400 lamp, and now I'm mad that my $400 is shattered in 300 pieces. Now he get a whooping for that. That's wrong. He just tripped. It was an accident. But some parents, it's like the so it's
They
like
don't know
the
how to
the
differentiate between the two. Everything is straight to
yes,
an ass whooping. There is
yes.
no context. There is no, okay, is there any other way that I could get the point across? So, like for me, if my son threw a football in the house and he broke my $400 lamps, guess what you about to be doing, sir? I'm gonna take your ass out into this Alabama
There you
heat,
go. You're,
and
you're
you,
cussing. You're
oh,
cussing again.
my bad, but I'm gonna take you into this Alabama heat, and you are going to cut lawns until I get the full reimbursement and interest back for my lamp.
And that's going to be child abuse because he done passed out, dehydrated out there
Oh no, no,
in
no.
Alabama.
He's gonna have water. I'm gonna sit right there in the car, and he's going to cut those yards. Either he's gonna cut yards, he's gonna trim bushes, he's gonna clean gutters, something to get the point across that hey, when you do things, because in the reality, let's put it in the text of reality in the real world. If he was, let's say, an adult and he's in Walmart playing around and he breaks one of their lamps, we see adults in Walmart playing in the kids section, throwing footballs and stuff, and they got the pottery section right next to the kid toys. So if he as an adult does that, guess what's going to happen? He's going to have to pay for the item that he broke majority of the time. And if he doesn't have the money, he's going to put on a Walmart vest and he's going to bust carts.
Right on, right on. SKC in the building says, I'm confused. Some people say that humans are just another form of animal. If that's the case, why are beatings wrong? We beat animals all the time in submission.
Oh,
This is SK. I'll let you give your raw response to that. Even though I know why he's saying what he's saying. I know what you're
okay.
up to, SKC, but go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So for this, when we say we beat animals into submission, if you notice that the animals that are beaten into submission, they don't have confidence. Let's say I have a guard dog and I have two different people train my guard dog. You have one person that uses positive reinforcement and, of course, a shock collar for disciplinary purposes, versus the other person who uses a shock collar and, let's say, a flogger for the dog because they don't want to hit the dog with a newspaper or anything like that, but they use like something to beat the dog with. There is a clear cut difference between a dog that has been beaten into submission versus a dog that has been raised on confidence. You identify their weak and strong points, you work on building that with different methods. That guard dog that you see is attacking out of confidence versus the guard dog that you're going to have is going to snap at everybody because of fear, which is why police and police academy dogs have to be trained differently now. Back then, I want to say between the 60s and the 80s, they were beating their dogs into submission. They were training them. And what happened? The dogs didn't listen to commands. They would turn on the handlers. They would attack random people out of fear if they got too close. Hence the reason why we have the bars on the back of the cop cars now for dogs. Those were all instated because those animals were beaten into submission versus the dogs that you see now that are trained. They listen to their handler. They have eye contact with their handler. Most of them, not all of them, because we see it with some we can always, as Bernard says, we can always pull out the anomalies of dogs that don't listen when it comes to police dog work. But however, majority of the dogs listen to their handlers now and they're operating out of confidence. And that is the difference. Would you rather have your child operating out of fear or would you rather have your child operating out of confidence? That's it.
Hmm. All right, where SKC was going with that, I think he was trying to take a jab at me and his evolution versus creation debate, and I took the position that human beings evolved and we're just animals, and why does it all matter? I think that's where he was going with that. But I'm glad you gave it a completely different context response because I was going to get thrown off and get off topic if SKC would have went that route. The last dog that I had, the dog was really, really, really well trained, and I did actually spank hit the dog. I don't believe it. I mean, it was a while ago. I've changed. I've changed my whole religion when it comes to hitting in order to train. Whether we're talking dogs or children. So my philosophy is different on that. So I would do it differently now with the dog. But I effectively trained a dog through well, hmm. See, now that I think about it,
You're thinking about it
it
now.
was yeah, and I'm thinking about it now. I think it was more so just the treat training. I use treats to train it, and some people say you shouldn't even do that. But my thing is, if a dog is hungry and you have some little cut up pieces of hot dog in your hand, they're gonna listen to whatever the hell you're saying. So I was able to teach them to sit, stay. I walk away, and I could walk 30 yards away, then tell them to come, and it could be people running in between us and he would still sit there because he knew if he stayed sitting there and only came when I told him to come, he was going to get a treat afterwards. So that helped. I would say, yeah, it was I think you called it confidence. I think that's what helped him more. But as far as the potty training, or when he bit something, or when he did like when he did something wrong, it was some physical discipline that, now that I look back at it, I don't know if that was necessary. now to look back at it, but I was still operating in the same mind I operated in back when I used to spank my kids. But
Yeah.
unlike the dog, I had another kid that I raised without the spanking, and I could literally see the difference with the kids raised with spanking and the other one raised without the spanking. I can literally see the difference, and so I can say for a fact that yeah, it's well. Again, I don't want to use my own anecdote, but I can say anecdotally, based off my own experience, what I can see with my own eyes, that no, it was not. It was not necessary. It was other ways to correct the behavior.
Yes, and I just want to say too, we are talking just for that way, we also have clarification. SKC is talking about animals. There's a difference between animals and people, but that was just a decent metaphor to use. Of course, we know that there are certain animals that are bred to do guard dog work
Yeah,
and different things like that. But once again, it's a metaphor on how you can raise your children.
I mean, we've bred animals to be our food, like that. Like I mean, so yeah, it's so animals. It is a different thing, but SKC again, he trying to take a jab at our evolution versus creation debate, where human beings, biologically speaking, are essentially animals. So he's saying, what's the difference? But I'm not. But I'm not getting into that because it's a whole change of subject. How human beings, yes, I do believe we are essentially animals, but we are also different, but I'm not going to get into that right now. Not going to lie, this subject is difficult for me. It is a very difficult subject because I still have my moments where I'm like, I know I did that. I don't want to say that I was wrong. I don't want to say that my parents was wrong. I don't want to do it. So it's legitimately difficult for me. He says I have two young boys with autism. My wife always want to give them a pass when they do wrong, and I know they take advantage of that. Rarely do I give them the pootie tang. Yeah, yeah, and that's a difficult one, especially if you know they have some type of disability. Yeah, that's a difficult one. Shout out to you. Appreciate the $20 super chat. Appreciate everybody who supporting the stream. Shout out to my man before the billions in the building says I haven't sent a super chat in a while. Here's some support, Bernard. Salute. Thank you very much. Appreciate the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Also, shout out to who else we got in here? Who else we got in here? Everyday Valet says, I have a 1 year old and another on the way. When it comes to whipping, I'll try to do it without anger and explain to them why I have to whoop them. What would
A
you
lot
say
of
to
the
that?
time,
Would you say to that if you got to if explaining to them why you have to whip them, the same type of energy could be explaining to them why they're wrong, what they did was wrong, and what privileges you're taking away and why you're taking them away if they can understand the explanation of a butt whooping.
I can, but at the same time, I also understand why. Um, how do I put it? How do I put it? How do I put it? There was a situation that I got a whooping for because this shows you how my family operated. I got a whooping for something my cousin did, but my grandmother whooped me and explained to me why she was whooping me, even though I wasn't the one that did it. I got a whooping because I had knowledge that my cousin was skipping school and I did not call and tell my grandmother. I want to say I was like 12 when this happened, the first time it happened. Because I got my butt whooped because of him quite a bit. I was never really a problem child. Most of my whoopings honestly came because of him.
Hmm.
But it was like that weird phase, black pants, no snitching thing, but at the same time they want you to snitch. It was a really confusing time for me as a child. But I got a whooping because I knew my cousin skipped and I did not tell. And what ended up happening was the police picked up my cousin. Now, of course, my cousin got his ass beat for skipping school and getting picked up by the police. But when I came home, my grandmother asked me because we had classes together. So my grandmother asked me why I didn't tell like the teacher like where my cousin was, and I was like, well, I knew he wasn't in class. I just didn't know where he was. So she was like, so why didn't you call me? And I was like, I didn't think that I didn't think that I needed to. I figured like it is what it is. Like I'm not going to be held responsible for him. Well, she sat down. She explained to me the reason why I was getting a whooping was because I had information of where he was, and it could have ended much worse for him. He could have been shot. He could have been killed. He could have been kidnapped. The most that happened, yes, was that he was picked up by the police. But there's a plethora of things that could have happened to him because he skipped school.
Mm-hmm.
And because I withheld that information, I was also playing a part in putting his life in jeopardy, as she put it. I didn't understand at the time. Granted, I did not understand where she was coming from at the time. As an adult now, I understand because I have children of my own. And that if my child is skipping school and doing something that they're not supposed to do, I would expect for my his siblings, if he's an only child, um, to relay that information to me as a parent. But I can understand where they're coming from, but at the same time, there is a way that you could do it as you said. But trust me, it all comes down to context. It all comes down to context. There are going to be some things that your children don't understand until they're adults and they have children of their own. Like my family had a rule of no slumber parties. I didn't understand it why. I got to People could come to my house and sleep, but I couldn't go to their house and sleep. And it wasn't until I was an adult that I realized like what was going on at some of those slumber parties, and it came out later that some things had happened to a couple friends going to those slumber parties.
Mm. The Swoovy is in the building with a $10 super chat. He says, I'm from the era where a whooping was getting 20 to 30 licks with a belt or a switch. Yep. The harsh truth no one wants to talk about is how parents would do it when they were angry with the child. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And
That's,
those hit different. Those hits hit different when you're angry at your child.
yeah. 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 No doubt. No doubt. They yeah, that's the hard part about this. It goes back to what I said. We're about to get back into this article, but but yeah, it's the people who talk about the, I'm using air quotes here, the right way to do it are inadvertently, and it's technically not even their fault. I don't even want to charge them up, but they're inadvertently, enabling all the bad behavior. I mean, all the bad parenting that comes with it. And I think bad parenting is more of the norm. It's more reactionary butt whoopings than what it is well calculated last resort butt whoopings.
Yeah,
So,
and like I said, I'm not opposed to whooping your children. I do feel like there are times, yes, absolutely. There are times when you just need to just just lay I'm not gonna say lay it to them, but you do need to lay down that whooping. I'm not discrediting that at all. But at times you have to ask yourself, is it really necessary, or are there other ways I can get the message across without putting my hands on my kids like this? That's
all
all that
right.
we're saying with this conversation is take a step back and say, do your child necessarily needs a whooping for something that could be handled by just saying, hey, go to your room, or I'm taking away certain privileges, or I'm going to make you work to pay that back, or you're going to have to do this, that, and the third. And sometimes it may not even just be your child. As Bernard said, one of his children come out, the cause was just simple sleep apnea, something that can be fixed, and I'm glad that your wife stayed on it, because that was another part of the conversation that I wanted
X
to bring up. Your ex, excuse
X.
me, your ex was that we have to take, like, there's a lot when it comes to a parent being a parent, and taking in your child's physical health and mental health is a big thing that we neglect in the Black community too. Like, truly and honestly, ask yourself, when is the last time your child had a checkup?
Mhm. Going back to the article, I'll back up a little bit to read the part that I already read, just for those that are making it in late. It says the IQs of 2 to 4 year olds who received regular spankings from their parents dropped by more than 5 points over 4 years compared with kids who were not spanked. The practical side of this is that pediatricians and child psychologists need to start doing what none of them do now, and say never spank under any circumstances. We just dealt with that one, says Murray Strauss, a psychologist at the University of New Hampshire in Durham, who led the new study along with I'm bad with names, Mally Pascal at the Prevention Research Center in Berkeley, California. Goes on to say, no excuses. There isn't the first evidence that spanking children comes with a cost. Several previous studies have hinted at the association and resent brain. Okay, and a recent brain imaging study found that children who underwent severe, see, I hate that they put in that word severe corporal punishment, because now everybody, for some people, severe is hitting them with a lit curling iron, and some people severe is just just spanking them 20 times with a belt on the butt real hard. So I hate that they put that word severe in there and didn't describe severe. But they found that children that underwent severe corporal punishment had less brain gray matter. Damn. Which includes neurons compared with other children. Stress, anxiety, fear might explain why spanking slows cognitive development. So the biggest takeaway from that is that the science is pretty much in, is that it does negatively affect brain development. It affects cognitive development. It's something that we got to look at. Now, it's not the only reason. It's not the only reason that there's a lower or lacking academic performance in Black people. There's plenty of
Other
other
reasons.
reasons. There's plenty of other reasons. But anything that's within our hands that we can fix, God damn it, we need to fix it. So that's why I always look at the things that can be done. And we're not about to have a white supremacy debate here, but but people always want to talk about the systemic things that need to get fixed. But everything that's in our hands, we need to make sure that we doing that. And a lot of the information is right there and it's accessible. But hold on, real quick. SKC, he says, safe to say that Biden didn't spank Hunter. You don't know that. You don't know that. Gabe A says, I agree with Queen Q. Me and her agree. Why you ain't say you agree with me? Oh, woman first. Oh, woman first. Gynocratic simp ass. Okay. Anyway, shout out to Gabe A. Me and her have agreed on literally everything, but he just gonna come here. I agree with Queen Q. Oh,
Leave
God,
Gabe A alone. Hey,
God,
Gabe.
yeah.
It was he who.
All right, all right. Shout out to Gabe. I gotta quit talking. I gotta quit coming at people that super chat. They don't stop.
I've noticed that today. You've been coming at the super chatters kind of hard today. Normally you just read and let slide, or you ask a follow up question.
All right, Gabe says, I agree with Queen Q. Children and child raising is much more intricate than just saying spare the rod, spoil the child. There was a book, I think I might read it. It's called Spare the Child, is what the book is called. So I might check that book out when I was doing a little research leading into this. That was
I'm gonna have to read
that
that too because that sounds like an
yeah,
interesting topic. It really
yeah.
does. Spare the child.
All right, Gabe A says, I just got here, didn't hear much of what you said, Bernard. Is your default setting hater when it comes to you, Gabe A? Yes, absolutely. 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 All right. But all right. But no, what was I getting at? Okay, I was reading an article and it was basically just saying that the evidence is in, and the only thing is, and again, always more research needs to be done, is that they said kids that receive severe corporal punishment have it the gray matter where a lot of neurons are, it is there's less of it, or it form less, there's less going on there. That I'm not going to try to explain it all scientifically, but basically that it has a negative, excuse me, it has a negative effect on that. And basically it affects cognitive development, which ultimately affects IQ, which ultimately going to affect grades in school and test scores on standardized tests, in which the people, our people, fist in the air, our people, we we do the worst at that.
So, Bernard, if I may interject and ask a question, why do you think that? Because I remember, forgive me, I'm gonna have to call him out by name, but I think his name was like UFO. UMO.
UFO something. Go
Yes,
ahead.
when he brought up, children are getting spanked and beaten, they still performed well in school. Um, there has to be the point to where you ask, are they performing well, or is it just basic memorization? They don't actually learn how to break down the question and properly answer it.
And she's gone. Something happened.
To call me, I hung up. Um,
You on a cell
um,
phone?
yeah, I'm on my phone right now.
Damn.
My laptop's at my business, but
What kind of phone is that, man? You sound good. Some of
I
these
have
cell
an
phones.
iPhone 11 with the AirPods. So
Oh, that's the one with the Wakanda technology on it. The holograms come up. No, no.
no, no,
Okay,
no, no. I think that's like the
okay,
13.
okay.
But
Cool.
there comes a point when you ask yourself, are these children in the schools, when you brought up the corporal discipline, are they memorizing stuff, or are they actually learning how to break down the answer or break down the question and actually answer it by going through different motions of thought and processing? Because I know we've all heard this before. What is it? The age old, if Johnny had six apples and you take away two, how many apples does Johnny have? It's an on running joke in the black community of the
Hmm.
mom just repeating the question louder and louder, holding the belt over you.
Yeah, yeah. It started out real nice. If
If
Johnny had
Johnny
six
has six
apples,
apples, and then the child's like three, and then you're like, if Johnny had six apples,
then before you know it, it's almost midnight. He
and
crying.
the child's
If Johnny
crying, you
had six
frustrate.
motherfucking apples.
Yes. And at that point, when you give the answer, the child isn't actually understanding that six minus two is four. They just know Johnny has six apples. You took two away, so he has four. There's no breakdown of it. It's memorization, which is why our children do so bad because they're not actually learning how to break down the question and properly answer it. They're learning memorization. So when the question isn't the exact same on the test, guess what? They get it wrong because they've only memorized enough to remember that answer for that specific question.
Yeah, see, my thing with that is they've been trying to figure out for the longest how to fix the problems with the schools and how they're going to teach. We got to teach it this way, we got to teach it that way, or we got to do this instead of doing that. And you know, I don't think it's that simple. Like I said, it's a lot of moving parts. It's a lot of factors in the equation, and so
There is, but that, as we said before, as you said before, there's a lot of moving parts in raising a child in the situation. It comes down to the parent and holding the parent responsible and making sure that you're doing what you can do and putting your child in the best situation to where they can get the education that they need. Even if that means if you know your school is in a bad area and you know the teachers don't teach properly, why send your kid there?
yeah, yeah. I mean, those, yeah. I mean, again, that goes back to what I said. Anything that we can do, we need to do it. But there are some that's going to send them there anyway. There are some cultural things baked into the cake, and that's what I'm getting at. The culture of people triumphantly, proudly saying they're going to spank their kids. I talked about on a previous show that it was a girl or woman or whatever. She didn't even have kids, but she was passionately talking about how her kids getting their butt whooped. First sign of trouble. And I was like, so really what she was truly trying to say though, what she was truly trying to say is I'm going to be a good parent. That's the messed up part. What she was really saying is I'm going to make sure my kids don't get into any trouble. I'm going to make sure my kids are doing what they're supposed to do. And her method of doing that is I'm going to be whooping their butts. And that's what so she was just really in her mind, she was proudly saying, I'm going to be a great parent when I have kids. I can't wait. But I'm listening to it. I'm like, she's saying I can't wait to do something that's more than likely going to be counterproductive to the kids' development. You see, so that's why I say it's some cultural problems baked into the cake, and not just oh, we're teaching them wrong with the math with the Sally had five apples type of equation. And so it's some cultural things baked into the cake that do got to get weeded out. I don't think it's no way. I don't think there's no way around that one.
Hmm.
Uh, Ace in spades in the building. He says contribution for the conversation. We need discussions like this in the community. Salute Bernard. Salute to you, Ace in spades. Shout out to you for putting 5 on it. What do you think about the notion that we talking about doing other things, the timeouts, taking away privileges, all of that stuff. We're doing it. We're doing it the white way. We're trying to do it the way that white people do it. Or shout out to
This
Umar.
isn't African. That's not who we are.
What do you think about that? I'm gonna be playing that clip a lot whenever somebody says something that sounds like they saying to do it the white way. But again, in the mind of Black Americans, we're two Black people up here talking about using um uh, Eurocentric parenting standards on our children, and that's not us. That's not what's going to work. That's not how we should do things. Like, what's your general thoughts on that?
Okay, so I know I'm gonna cause probably some hellfire to rage in here.
Do it.
Um, I believe the reason why Black people don't do quote unquote the white people way is because they themselves can't be consistent in disciplining their child in that way. They give into their
Mm,
child. If you set a parameter and say, "Hey, I told you not to do this, so I'm taking this privilege away," what you have is a lot of Black parents who default on that. They may take it away for 2 or 3 days, but they don't keep it away from the length, or they don't do what they're supposed to do for the length of time. They don't stay consistent. But we consistent with beating ass because it's easy.
yeah,
I know, and I
yeah,
know a lot of parents. I'm just gonna have to say it. A lot of you are comfortable disciplining your children because it's quick, simple, and easy. It's easy to raise your hand and strike a child or whoop them or get a belt and threaten them. It's not easy to make sure that they don't get that phone back for the week. It's not easy to make sure that they you put them on punishment and ensure that they go to school to home, because that requires you to have a certain level of diligence in making sure that happens. Where white people make the time. I know plenty of white girls who, when they parents said, I've seen white girls get on punishment for 6 months, and they are on that punishment for 6 straight months. School, home. You don't do no after school things. You don't get to do this. Oh, you're a cheerleader? Okay, you go to your cheer practice, you go to your games, you come home. And guess what happens? That lesson is a long lesson, it's a long learned lesson.
mm. Indigenous TV says, Bernard, you say that in jest, but that's actually what you're doing. It's not a white way. It's embracing white. It's embracing white liberal worldview on discipline and how they are inherently anti-authority. No, because everything that we've described here, it was a lot of authority in it. Like I'll use what Queen Q said as an example. She was saying her kid do something wrong. She told him not to throw the football in the house. He kept throwing it in the house. He broke a $300 lamp. And she was talking about he gonna go and go out in that hot Alabama heat with no water. Well, she didn't say with no water. But he gonna go out in
I
that
did
hot
not say
Alabama.
with no water. But
She
he's
said
going to work. It's going to be
he's
something he
gonna go out in
feels.
that hot Alabama heat and cut some grass until he's made back that amount of money. It's a lot of authority in that, a lot of discipline in that, a lot of structure in that, a lot of understanding that you must pay back what you took away in that. It's a lot of lessons in that other than than a no authority. Like, come on, man. Like, you
In
just saying
addition,
that.
if
I'm
oh,
sorry, what?
sorry, I wanted to say this. In addition to, y'all have to realize that too. At some point, when whoopings aren't working, it's because you've made the child comfortable with getting whoopings. They become
Yep.
accustomed to that. I remember not too long ago, there was a video of a dad who had, like, I think his 7-year-old son had did something bad. He had him out in the front of his driveway doing burpees, just regular standard military burpees. That child was like, I'd rather get a whooping than to do this. That's what his child was saying. Can you please just whoop me so I can stop? Because in that child's mind, the whooping was easier than that. Because the whooping will be quick, fast, done. Yeah, I'll have some stinging pains in my butt, but I can go right on about my day afterwards.
Yeah, it's like the
But
difference of
that
it's like
muscle fatigue, that them burpees, yeah, that took a lot of that child versus the whooping.
yeah, the whooping is like just throwing up, like just go throw up and get rid of your sickness versus you know how when you're sick you can lay in the bed sick all day, or you can go make yourself throw up and just get it out of you and then you be all right. It's like the throwing up is like actually the cure a lot of the time. That's what that whooping is. It just make it go away. Okay, I did this, I got whooped real quick for 30 seconds, however long, now it's all over with, versus you
Mhm.
know
And like I
versus
said,
something that's
there's multiple ways. Like I said, you can ground a child, you can do physical workouts, any of that. You can even just communicate. There's multiple ways to set up. I would say, I don't like using the word punishment, but I know that's the word.
that's,
There's
that's
different ways you
accurate.
can administer punishment.
It says, I've heard children literally say, oh, well, they will just hit me and it's over. Basically, they still do the thing they want and be braced for the violence, but it was worth it. And the thing of, if I can get away with it, I can avoid that punishment. But anyway, Big Truck Series Review Motorsports says butt whoopings give kids a healthy fear of authority, or it can give them okay. All right. I mean, I know some people some people not moving on that one, as if there's no other way for a parent to assert authority over a 60-pound individual who only eats because you feed him. Like, I mean, is I don't understand why we're going there. We don't have to go there. The whooping is
Well,
what gives him a fear of authority. You have full authority over this human being's life in every way, shape, or form. His life could be wonderful or it could be a living hell, and it's all your choice. So I don't
Bernard, I think
understand.
that. Oh, sorry,
Go ahead.
sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think that when in context of we talk about beating children and things like this or giving them whoopings, I think that me and you are probably coming from the idea of a child between the ages of newborn to about 13, where most of these people
Hmm.
who have this conversation are talking 13 and 18, between the ages of 13 and 18. I think that's where the conversation deviates also, is that we're talking literally about children, while some of these individuals are having the conversation, and when you say children, they're thinking of 14, 15, 16-year olds.
Yeah, but see the thought process we have. Well, you got to whoop them when they're that young, so you won't have to when they 14, 15 or whatever. That's a lot of the thought process right there. You
Yeah.
whoop them then, you won't have to later. And look, I know stories of people who did get whoopings, and guess what? Them and they dad, he still ended up fighting his dad in the driveway when he was 15 or 16. They just went out there or moved some furniture or was I went out in the driveway, however it had to happen. Him and the dad went to blows out there. Like it still can happen. It still can happen. But perfect blackness in the building. Thanks for the super chat, Big Truck Series. Perfect blackness in the building. He says proper corporal punishment does work. People conflate corporal punishment with abuse, and that's due to the parenting deficit in Black America. Okay, so if we acknowledge that there's some conflating going on here, we understand that there's a good parenting deficit in Black America. I think it's beneficial for us to teach as a default to not hit the kids. I think it's beneficial to do that. Now, those who can effectively in a very precise way do it, then okay, fine. I mean, if you're doing it and you're making it work, even though the study here that we're saying is basically saying that all child psychologists are essentially going with the notion that no spanking of children, no matter what, End of. That's what they think it should be. I don't know if that's right, but when a culture says, a culture that's full of violence is saying the default is hit the kids. I don't I don't go, I can't go with it. We end up being enablers of the bad behavior. That's just where I'm at with it. But shout out to Perfect Blackness. He actually sent another one. Says too many parents are abusing their children, calling it spanking. Yes, I mean, listen, when Adrian Peterson, I don't know if you remember that, Queen Q, when Adrian Peterson, football player, running back for the Minnesota Vikings at the time, hit his kid. The kid looked to be about 3 or 4 years old. 3 or 4. Somebody in the chat, let me know how old was Adrian Peterson's son when all those pictures surfaced of him having like some of the worst kind of whips and bruises, like just open skin hits all down his legs, and I don't know if on his back too. All on his. It was, to me, that was bad. To me, that was pretty damn bad. But so many black people was more than was 50-50 on that. I mean, in fact, I think he didn't do nothing wrong crowd was the one that was had more participants. So clearly something is wrong here, to even when we start saying that, hey, it's okay if it's done right. But when people saw very big on the Jumbotron something that was clearly wrong, more than half said nothing was wrong with it. So that's
More
why
than half said let that man parent his kid the way he wants to parent.
Yes. So that's why I can't go with that. Okay, yes, okay, thank you. Because it's been a while since I've seen this. Azra the Daywalker said his son had welts on his back and legs. So yeah, you getting hit in the back like okay, I ain't about to bring up slavery, but damn, I mean, you might as well have tied him up to the damn tree like Kunta and what the made him change his name to Toby. Goddamn. How the hell he got a damn 5-year-old bleeding on the back from a whooping and people don't think nothing wrong with it?
Well, it's because it's been normalized. It's been normalized, and people don't want to face the fact that, hey, I may be doing something wrong. It's normalized. Hey, I got my ass beat to the point of bleeding, and it didn't kill me. So why can't I inflict the same trauma upon someone else?
Yeah, I turned out just fine. It's
I
like
turned out just fine. And then the funny thing is, a lot of people that say I turned out just fine, in reality, I'm not talking about your financial status or how you be or anything. I'm talking about like your trauma. You say I turned out just fine, but you can't have conversations. You can't properly convey how you feel to your partner. You have this huge authoritarian complex because you were so used to being under someone else's authority that was so negative that now that you feel like you can do it to somebody else and nobody can question you, you're repeating the same cycle. Is more to it than just, hey, I got my ass beat and I'm a six-figure CEO. Okay, but how do you function in your daily life? Can you have conversations with people without it resulting to cursing? Can you have intelligent conversations? Can you problem solve? Can you break things down without wanting to put your hands on it first or someone first? Can you have a disagreement? And I'm gonna be honest, in this space, I see a lot of men in the chat saying I got my butt whooped and all this, but when y'all come up on this panel, y'all can't have disagreements without it dissolving into yelling and going back and forth.
Easy.
I know.
Don't
I
go to
said I was
don't go
gonna
to
set
trying
the
to don't
fire.
I ain't invite you up here to attack the manosphere. Don't start that now.
No,
Don't lose
don't
your
get me wrong.
pass.
I
Don't
love
lose
the
your pass.
manosphere. I love the manosphere. I love the manosphere, and I'm not trying to do that. But I'm just trying to point out the fact that even though you say you're fine, you may not actually be as fine as you think. Even I say that from time to time. I got my weapons and I turned out fine, but then when I sit back and I actually think about, okay, I'm afraid to do this because it's been beaten into me.
Right
So
on. All right, one more thing, because this is one thing I wanted to talk about. Damn, we didn't get through this damn study. There's so much in here. We end up stopping and having to because I do want to open it up, and we're going to gradually I'll gradually while the panel talk and read parts of the study and then bring it up periodically and let the things in this study end up driving more of the conversation forward. But one last thing, and if white people was doing this, if other people of other races was doing this, I just didn't see it. So maybe it exists, but it was a thing going on. I think it died down and stopped because, I will give our people some credit. We did push back after like 6 months of it, of people when their kid would do something wrong, they would record the whooping and put it on social media. They will
Yeah.
record themselves antagonizing the kid for 2 minutes and then beating the hell out the kid for 30 seconds and posting it on their Facebook. What the hell for? I don't know. But they
Well, it was
would do
for
that shit.
that
Go
was
ahead.
that for that extra level. That was for that extra level of embarrassment. It was a way to honestly force their children into submission. Okay, me beating you isn't working, which is why in a lot of those videos, if you notice, the children, as their parents were beating them, they weren't flinching. So they had to take that extra step. They had to take that extra step of embarrassment because the child got used to the physical abuse. I saw a whole video where the mom was just wailing on her son with a belt, and that boy wasn't flinching. And she got so mad that she dropped the belt and she started laying hands on her son, and he still did not flinch. So she had to upload that as an extra level of embarrassment to say, I still have power over you. Even though when I whooped you, you didn't give me the reaction that I wanted from you. I still have this over you. And that's wrong. That is 100% wrong. I did not like seeing those at all because I'm like, this just shows the dysfunction in your household. You're thinking that you're doing this, that it's something grand and cool, and they're going to be oh so embarrassed and they're not going to do it again. No, that shows you as a parent more in a negative light. You don't have control over your household. You don't have the control that you think you have over your children, and you're a horrible parent.
Hmm. Shout out to Al Boogie. He says, "Why we keep saying parents and not women." That is a very very fair point. I've been saying I
Very
don't
fair.
actually honestly don't know what I've been saying, but if I've been saying parents, has been more so because I've been looking at myself, putting my past self on trial for a
And I think
lot
that,
of
yeah,
things.
I think that
Yeah.
comes from me too because most of the people that I hang around aren't single mothers; they're parents. But I will say this: he does Al Boogie. You do have a very good point about a lot of these single mothers out here raising their children and how they. Because I've said it before. I hate when I go and I'm at my place of work and I see mothers snatching up their kids, especially these boys. And I think that's what upsets me a lot too, because in some ways they really don't. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest from what I see. They really don't snatch up the young girls like that in public, but they quick to do it to the boys. I've seen some young girls pop up in the mouth, and I'm just like, wow, she gonna be wild. But then the second the boys do it, it's you ain't shit. You gonna be just like your daddy. And I'm like, come on, like, are you serious? Like, are you serious right now?
Yeah, the last stream we broke we broke down the data when it comes. Shout out to brother Xavier in the building. The last stream we was breaking down how the abuse occurs more when it's single parents and women are single parents the majority of the time. So yes, it's no ifs ands or buts about it. Women do it more. I mean, we having a good conversation here, but the thumbnail is the thumbnail for a reason. If you look at the thumbnail, but yeah, no, we know what it is on that. Single mothers do
Yeah.
it more, and black women are single mothers more than anybody else. So there it is, and there's that. We know what it is. We know what we see at at Walmart. Even though I like to look at the data and not use the eye test because the eye test you can fall victim to confirmation bias. But we do. I mean, listen, we see what we see and we know what we know, and it is what it is. It's yeah, things
Yes.
ain't
And
right. But now
yes.
I don't believe the things. Okay, like okay, for example, this right here says fathers don't really need to do nothing but raise our voices. That is true. That is true with my youngest son. All I need to do is raise my voice, and he understands the gravity of the situation. With my older kids, back when I was in the just whoop they butt phase, just raising my voice with them didn't hit the same with them because they grew up on butt whoopings. So when I tried to, change my religion when it came to whooping, it was almost like, damn, it's too late. They They don't respond to the sternness and firmness and loudness or of my voice the way that the youngest one do, because he didn't grow up getting whooped. So, but parents, a good father is a good, strong, firm disciplinarian. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But if in our culture, if we taught being a good, strong disciplinarian is to whoop kids' butt, then no doubt fathers are whooping kids' butt. But we do know that it's less abuse when it comes to
Fathers.
fathers, and when it comes to two-parent households.
Households.
There is
Yep.
less abuse. So yeah, we
Absolutely.
can. I mean, this is a manosphere. We ain't no stranger to charging up women. So I mean,
No,
we
no,
we
we're
we
not. We're
we
not.
ain't, we ain't pulling punches. We ain't pulling punches on women. We know what it is. We know what it is. Hell, we just did a stream yesterday with talking about women that kill the kids, not just abuse them, that kill them. So, but the link is in the chat. Yeah, single mothers belittle their son. I told the story yesterday when I was taking my son from a football game. I guess the boy was taking too long to get to the car, and she yelled through. It was like a crowd of like 100 people that she had to carry her voice through. She inside the car and was like, "Hey, I ain't happy with you right now. Come the fuck on!" Like she just screaming, like
Yep.
like
I've seen it.
sound like DMX. I was like, God dang.
It's a
Like
DMX.
I don't know
Oh,
how some women can make their voice do that. It's crazy. That shit,
I
it's
tried,
legit.
as you saw, and I failed.
Well, yeah, you tried to mimic your husband's voice. You sound like Fat Albert and Jigsaw.
I tried. I can't do that. I usually leave, and this is why I say it's so important. I will always give kudos to my husband. Always, 1000%. I will always, whenever I come up here, speak very highly of my husband, and I am very grateful to have married the man that I married, because for me, he is the epitome of a strong father. He is the epitome of being a leader. And that is something that children need in their life. I wholeheartedly believe that 1000%. And that is something that I am willing to die on. 1000%.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Hood Conservative, come on back, because I definitely do want to get your take on this one. Ace in Spades is in the building. He says, for Queen Q, she struck a chord about the men yelling and wanting to put their hands on someone. Huh? Oh, yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, when she was talking about the one stuff. No, don't super chatter for that one. She almost she almost got her pass revoked for that one. She don't encourage that. Don't encourage that. She been doing good. She been doing good. Um, but we got brother Xavier in the building.
Only from TPOT Media. Open your minds.
I don't know if you know, but this conversation is actually stemmed from something that was going on your show, because you guys were kind of talking about this when Queen Q and a few other people was on there. So that's sort of what prompted this, because I thought some good and necessary things was said, sort of like what me and you talked about it, and then I saw a little bit more of it on your stream, and I was like, hey, we want to dig deep on this a little more. We want to dig deep on this a little more, and you're definitely a resident expert when it comes to them old mamas doing what they do to the children. You are the resident expert, so it's only
that's
fitting that you join
that's
this
what
conversation.
that's what everyone says. You know. But peace, brother Bernard. Peace, lady Queen Q, who joined me a few nights ago as we talked about some things. Um, yeah, man. I have a problem with this, because people are always talking this corporal punishment works, if it's done to a certain degree. And that may be true in some instances, but I find it hard to believe. And I said this in your chat. I wrote this in your chat that we want to teach children to keep their hands to themselves while we don't keep our hands to ourselves. I mean, it's sort of like drugs. Like, oh, I smoke crack, but don't you smoke none. I smoke weed, don't you smoke none. I mean, how can we teach children to do things that we ourselves are not doing? How can we teach them principles that we ourselves are not adhering to? I mean, if we're beating a kid within an inch of his life, we can't tell him, oh, don't go out there and be fighting people, or don't go out there, don't be beating people, don't go out there and don't do this. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't. Because we talked about this the other day. Go to the prisons, right? Go to the prisons, get 3,000 people from the prison, get 3,000 people from Harvard, and ask them who's been beat. All right? Ask them who's been beat and who's not been beat. I said this the other day. You got all these ne'er-do-well miscreant Negroes running around in the streets and shooting and killing and stabbing and doing all this other kind of nonsense, right? I bet you all of them were beat. All of them were whipped until they got too big and their mama couldn't hurt them anymore. You know, it's hard to beat your 15-year-old when he's 6'5", right? I bet you all of them got beat. I bet you all of them got whooped. I bet you all of them got strangled, thrown down the steps, beaten in the supermarket. I bet you all of them did. I bet you all of them did. And where they end up? In the penitentiary and or the cemetery, right? So we can't sit up here and say, well, this is the end all be all of everything, because that doesn't fly. It does not fly. Thinking that you can whoop some kid, even if all you doing is spanking them, right? Say all you do is spank the kid, right? You spank him on his behind. This teaches him a lesson. Yeah, it teaches him a lesson that this is how he resolves conflict. When something's done that he doesn't like, he goes to his hands. He punches a person. He slaps a person. He spanks a person, per se, metaphorically. This is what you're teaching them. You're teaching them violence, man, because no matter how you slice it, there's no way getting around it. When you hitting on these children, you're committing violence. It is violence. No matter how you slice it, no matter how you try to make it seem like, you know, this is what needs to be done, this gets a kid in line, that, my Negro counterparts, is violence, Negroes.
Good stuff. Good stuff. X always coming to it, coming with it, always applying pressure to the old mamas. One thing that you said, wait, hold on real quick. Eric Ingram, yes. Whenever the link is in the chat, yeah, feel free to come on up. What was I getting at? But no, that is a good point where you said that. Shoot, you were talking about how they spanking the kid, they hitting the kid, and then when the kid get older, they can't do it no more, and then because the kid got bigger than them, and then that's finally the moment where they realize, oh, you know what? A dad would be nice, yeah. And then that's what you want to call the dad, you know, when he's 15 to come try to fix everything now.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, brother Bernard. It's like, okay, fine. You got this kid, you by yourself, okay, because you couldn't pick men right, right? So you raise him, you can't do nothing when he out in the street, he 12 years old, he's smoking weed, he drinking beer, right? And now he's 13, 14, and you want to send him to his dad's house. No, you should have sent him to his dad's house when he was 4. You don't send him when he's 14.
I was going to say 7, at least 7 at the latest. But
yes,
yeah, I'll give him 4. 4, he probably need a little mothering, but yeah, at about 7, yeah, send him to his dad all day. Drop him off on the porch. You remember what's love got to do with it?
Yeah,
she just pulled up and just dropped them kids off and left. I'm like, yes, do that.
Now what people will say is, oh well, you know, beating them gets them in line. You know, beating them makes them do this and makes them do that. But see, if you would have raised them right from the time they were like walking and talking, guess what? You wouldn't be trying to hit him with a damn a baseball bat when he's 12. You wouldn't be trying to beat him with the belt when he's 10, hitting him with the broomstick when he's 9, because you would have took the proper steps when he was 3, when he was 4. All right, because children are sort of like puppies, right? When I first got my dog, he fit in the palm of my hand, right? but his feet were the size of my fist. He had to grow into those feet, right? The children are the same way, all right? You put the big feet on them and you have them grow into it. I mean, and we got this thing where we're gonna straighten them out, and I'm in full agreement with Lady Queen Q. We do that shit because it's easy. All right. It's easy to slap a kid. It's easy to pick up a belt and hit a kid, but it's quite difficult to sit down and actually teach the kid, talk to the kid, right? Try to rationalize with the kid and change the way he thinks.
That's important.
Change his mind frame. You're not changing the way he thinks when you go across his ass with a belt. You might be changing the way he acts temporarily. Temporarily, you're changing the way he acts, but the key word is temporarily. Because after you done did that enough, the kids grow to expect it. They grow to expect the whooping. They brace themselves for it because they know it's coming. And guess what? Like I said, when he's 6'3", you ain't gonna be able to use that belt. You want to be able to use that same rationale when they 3 and they 3 feet tall that you use when they 13 and they 6 feet tall.
Right on. Silent Lamont in the building. She says she wants Furious Styles to raise the kid after she jack up. Absolutely. Ain't nothing wrong with it though. I mean, something wrong with it if you wait all the way till he's 14 to have the epiphany. But yeah, no, you should. Yeah, 7 years old, drop him off and drive off. Well, you ain't got to do that. Just restructure it. Just do 1 week on, 1 week off, something. All right, Al Boogie in the building says I call BS on that Harvard analogy. So what if we changed it to take 300 or 2,000 students at Alabama State, that's a HBCU, and 3,000 inmates, and then see which ones were whooped or spanked the most, and compare and contrast the results.
What you saying about Alabama State?
I got to take issue with that. I know I'm not next, but man, and I love Teapot and appreciate everything he does, but it was a bad analogy, man. It was bad.
I'll go ahead because I didn't think nothing was terrible with the analogy. Go ahead.
It was terrible. And again, no smoke, Xavier. You know, I
how dare you disagree with me, Nathaniel?
I absolutely appreciate and agree with 98% of what X says. The reason it's a bad analogy is because the main determinant of the children in jail and the children in Harvard is not whether they were whooped. It's if they had a mother and father, especially the children in jail. 86% of inmates do not have a father in the house. That is the ultimate determinant of whether a child goes to jail. If they had a father in the house or grew up under a single mother. 86% of inmates in correctional facilities today, both male and female, grew up with no father in the house.
So if we change the analogy to single mothers, I mean children who are raised by a single mother who ended up in prison versus children who were raised by a single mother who ended up at a prestigious university, and then compare and contrast the results of
that'll give you a much
and which one wasn't. That would make it fair.
Yes, because I guarantee you there's a lot of children of Indian descent where they routinely have corporal punishment in the Indian community, you know, people from India. Other religious sects in this country, there's plenty of Muslims in those institutions of higher learning, those Ivy League schools. In Islam, they do not spare the rod on the child. So yeah, we got to be careful with that, man.
All right, good job, good job, Nate, and good job, Al Boogie. I appreciate that. That's you helped sharpen our tools up here. Good job. I welcome that. Simon,
shout out to Xavier too, man.
Yeah, Simon Lander says spanking children is 100% abuse. Now, me and Queen Q didn't even go that far, but you know, hey.
Yeah,
it's
we didn't
amazing. Amazing how ADOS defend practices we got from slavery. Taking us back to slavery. Then blame racism for their child negative outcomes. It also causes mental illness, according to studies. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the study that break down everything that's correlated with the butt whoopings. But all right, go ahead, Freedman's Journal. I see some people in the back. I don't want to overstack the panel. I'm gonna bring y'all up. Y'all be patient. I'll bring y'all up in a little bit. But go ahead, Freedman's Journal.
Yeah, man. It's so
Oh, I'm sorry. No, today you're raising with roundhouses.
Oh my God! Is this a play from Obsidian's last night show? The poop to the chest.
So no, yeah. To Little Big Nate's point, yeah, the whole determination in the example of Harvard versus the hood. I mean, it's fathers in the home. But the other thing is, look, man, people who are advocating corporal punishment are not saying you lead with that. It's not like, oh, you dropped your bowl of cereal, here come the haymakers. It's a tool in the tool bag. And especially if the child is doing something that causes harm to them immediately, or is dangerous, because now here's the thing. I wish it was, I read this article maybe like 10 years ago. I don't have a link. Sorry, y'all. But it basically went into detail on how the difference in children playing and how the old school stuff, we used to have the jungle gyms and so forth. It actually shapes the brain differently because you are forming the way your brain works in risk assessment. When you're jumping off the jungle gym, now they have all these other new playgrounds.
If once you can see that, then it's an easy, simple next step to say that clearly a butt whooping is going to affect the way that your brain assesses things and develops, right?
Let me finish. So the outcome is adults that cannot assess risk, right? So that was the end result. You have these soft playgrounds that they're falling down and they're just fine. So as adults, they do not understand how to assess risk. So that whooping, that one or two whoopings as a small kid allows them to assess risk. It allows them to have boundaries. It's like, oh, I should not do this as an adult. Whereas you have, and I read this article, and the thing is, when I read this article, it was like 10 years ago, and it was in the context of this like backpacker that went to Turkmenistan and ended up getting, well, what do you think happened? They got kidnapped and a whole bunch of other bad stuff happened to him. He ended up deceased. And this happened to like several people all in like a 6-month period. So it's like, well, what happens? They can't assess risk. They did not have those pathways in the brain to assess risk. So, and look, we're not talking about just hauling off and whooping kids left and right. We're not talking about that. So, and then let's not use the extreme to define what we're talking about in the whole. We're just talking about a tool in the tool bag. And the studies, and this is my last point, and the studies that are going to say don't whoop your kids are going to be plentiful because there's a whole ideology behind that, right? You're not going to see, hey, whooping your kids every now and then is okay, or it has this benefit, or what I just explained about the pathways in the brain. You're not going to find that, but you're going to find 1,000,001 articles on don't touch these kids, this, that, and the other. And that's been in vogue since the 70s.
All right. Let me say this, Freedman's Journal. See, right now when I'm listening to you talk, see, you're like a lead singer in a band who hitting all the right notes, but all your background dancers, they two-stepping off beat. So it's like it's like everything you just said is fine, but in people's houses, in reality, on the ground, they just giving reckless ass whoopings. So it's
look,
whoa. Women are giving reckless ass whoopings.
Thank you.
Single mothers are giving reckless ass whoopings.
Yes.
Fathers primarily are not doing that.
No, Nate. No, brother Nate.
Yes, sir.
It ain't just.
I didn't say just.
Single. No. Hold on. It's these old mamas doing it.
Yeah, these old mamas are primarily the ones handing out these atrocious examples of abuse that they happily upload to the internet, mind you.
Oh, happily. Man, that's the worst.
Yeah, they want you to see how abusive they are. They want you to see them dragging their daughter or son down the middle of the street and beating on them, and because it earns you points in the sisterhood. You rank that much higher when you have that level of abuse. For some reason, ABWs congratulate and celebrate, extreme levels of abuse by themselves. You got to ask them why they do it. But
well, can I just ask Brother Friedman a journal a quick question? Now, when we talk about this, right, and we talk about extremes, and everybody like, oh, you guys always go to the extreme because we see extreme stuff, right? So let me ask you this: if this beating thing isn't extreme, how come we always gotta preface? Well, we're not talking about beating them with a whip and chain. We're talking about spanking. So why do we always have to preface that if the spanking is an extreme?
Look, I don't have the preface is the characterization that comes first. If I spoke first, I wouldn't be saying that. I wouldn't have to say, hey, it's this or it's that, because the conversation that comes before I speak is always, it's just a blender full of hands coming at kids 24/7.
And if I could chime in real quick, something that Brother Friedman said, these studies, now I haven't read them, and if you could put them in the back chat, I'd like to become familiar with them. I'd be willing to bet these same white liberals wrote the study saying we have to get rid of dodgeball, okay, because it's gone. We got to stop having physical education because many schools are getting rid of that. And we have to give every child a trophy. I don't know that I want to take advice from these people.
We gotta draw a line between, because I try to be careful with that, even though sometimes you can slip up. I try to be careful with saying, okay, am I looking at an actual scientific study where they actually did some real science, or am I looking at some agenda driven BS? Now, no dodgeball in the school because give everybody a trophy so nobody feelings get hurt. That's some clear BS. But if it's a study that they took kids from the time from birth to 9 in their natural environment, where some parents naturally spanked and some parents naturally didn't spank, and then they measured a lot of outcomes and took these variables into account and that variable into account, and they studied their brain, they looked at it, and they did the neurology, and they came to some conclusions. Now, yes, it could be just a liberal conspiracy. They lying to us. They just telling us some goddamn lies. I wouldn't put that past them. I wouldn't put that past them. But if I see that some science was done and they actually studying the brain development of children who were spanked versus children who weren't spanked, I mean, I think you do got to take that into consideration. We just can't write off. You can't write off everything in the data that don't fit what we believe is just
well,
okay.
That's why I said if, because I hadn't read it. Yeah, I haven't read it, so I don't know. My thing is, when did Black America ever completely write off corporal punishment? We constantly talk about how great things used to be in the early 1900s, the mid 1900s, 80% marriage rate. And we were raising, productive, competent adults and who we could pass our businesses down to and things of that nature. There was corporal punishment in those homes. There just was. So what's the big difference between then and now? The big difference is Pop was in the house 50, 70, 80 years ago, and there's no father in the house. Hell, 30, 40% of these moms don't even know who the father is. And this is how far we've devolved on the issue of family. That's my opinion,
I'd have to agree. I'd have to agree with my brother Nate.
Yeah. No, you definitely make some good points. Even though it was true that back in the 50s when there was more families, yes, it was more families, and we all know the data. If you got more families, you got more family structure, is going to be better overall outcomes. But at the same time, because when families are close knit and together like that, it do be a lot of things that's wrong that get swept under the rug. But like I always say, there's no solutions, there's only trade-offs. One of the trade-offs is, with I'm not about to get into that. I was going to say something probably too controversial, so I'm gonna pump the brakes on that. But yeah, you are right. You are right though that it's less about the spankings and more about the family structure. I will I will grant you that point. That is a legitimate point. You give some good family structure, two parents in there, whether they choose to not spank or they choose to spank. I think the kid is going to come out okay. Even if it is scientifically accurate that the spanking did affect his cognitive development in some way, because I do think that you can end up teaching a kid when his brain is developing that every problem, if you hit him, you hit him after every problem, you're teaching them that every problem is a nail to be hammered in. Like,
can I ask you a question, Bernard, real
go
quick?
ahead.
Because I've heard you talk about your children. You had the two children that you had to use corporal punishment on, and the one child you didn't, correct?
Not had to, chose to.
Chose to. Okay. Those two first children, was the time split between their mother and you as they grew? Were they with her some of the time alone and with you some
No,
of the time
we
alone?
we was married during
In
all
one
of
household.
I was married. I stopped the spanking while I was still married. So I
Still
stopped.
married. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
I was curious about that. Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
no, I understand where you're going with that. I understand where
Gotcha.
you're going with that. No, I stopped spanking. And they were born into the marriage, and it was spanking during the marriage, and somewhere along the way in the marriage, I also stopped spanking during the marriage. And then one of them, the youngest one, he was probably 7 during the divorce, and that's the one who was old enough to have never. Well, he got a spanking when he was young. I talked about the slap in the hand, and when they're reaching for stuff and all of that. And he got some spankings when he was really really young. Really, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of the oldest he was. I mean, he got some put over the knee pops on the butt. So he was, but for some reason he don't remember it. Like I asked him, do you actually remember getting a spanking? He for some reason don't remember. So he was that young because he's 13 now. So he was so young when he got spankings that he literally just never remembers getting spanked by me.
My thing is, the only way to avoid having to apply corporal punishment to a child is for there to be a father there. How many times, for the older gentleman, how many times did your mother say, "I'm gonna tell your father when he gets home"?
Yeah,
and
that was
put an
it.
end to everything.
Yeah, that was it. When she
Everything.
she said she was going to tell that silverback gorilla.
Yeah, I'm stopping whatever whatever I was doing. I'm stopping.
Yeah. Well, I have to say this. For me, it was different. Okay, because my parents divorced between my 11th and 12th birthday, but I've never heard my mother say, okay, wait till your father gets home. It wasn't like that. I think they worked things out together. But in the last panel that you had about this, Mr. Bernard Ali, I came up and I wrote in the chat that my mother put leather strap to bare ass. That's what she did. Now I know why she did it, because she was conditioned to do that. She was the eldest of 6 children, right? And her mother told her, when she left out the house, because she was the oldest, she was responsible for what went on in the household while grandma was gone. Her mama was gone. And if things were out of line, when her mama got back or things were odd, her mama went to her because she was the oldest. Okay, so this is the conditioning thing too, because grandpa was there too. You understand what I'm saying? Grandpa was working, right? My grandmother, she worked as a seamstress, okay, in her younger years, her younger adult years. Okay, but that's what the conditioning was. Me, myself, I changed the conditioning when my wife and we consummated our marriage. We had our first child, our daughter, right? My mom, my wife is a doting mother, okay? So she's soft on the children. So I had to be a little bit sterner to bring up that balance to make them understand that, okay, well, mommy's going to correct you, but if it comes down to it and I need to get into it, I'm going to be a little bit sterner, but I'm not about the spanking. I'm about to get in your face, get my eyes wide, and making sure you looking straight in my eyes when I tell you what's happening, and to stop doing what you're doing. Because then it would be a case of, okay, well, you want to go to your Auntie Paula and Isla's house in the countryside, right? And play with the hens and collect the eggs. Guess what? You're not doing that this weekend because you were out of line this week and you don't want to listen to your mother. and you don't want to listen to me, so you don't get to go there. Believe me, it worked from a very young age, though. You see what I'm saying? So that's the difference between how, my mom raised me from her conditioning and how I flipped the script. I changed the game when it came to me being a parent, along with my wife. We had the yin and yang thing going on there. And plus, because we were people of the same faith, of course, we studied about educating children as pertaining to our faith, as well as non-religious aspects of, raising children and how to deal with that situation. I spanked my son one time. I think he was like 5 years old. He was just getting out of line. And I told him, I said, listen, I told him 3 times, you keep doing that, I'm going to spank your butt. My wife looked at me after I told him that the third time. She said, you know what? You need to stop talking. You need to spank his butt. Okay? If you make that threat, you need to carry it out, or you need to not say that and find another way to deal with it. And she was right. I got to agree with her. But after that, we didn't have to spank them. We took certain privileges away from them that were important enough to them to correct their behavior. Now, when my son got older, like from 10 years old onward, okay, he's a little bigger, he's a little stronger. He had problems in school, for example. The other boys, how boys test each other, right? And so what happened was boys would test him, okay, and they get the fisticuffs, and all of a sudden now the teacher's calling my wife. And when it came to dealing with problems in school with my son, I took care of that. My wife asked me to take care of that because she said, Eric, I need you to handle this. All right, fine, I'll handle it. And I wouldn't talk with his teachers. And I told his teachers, with my son sitting right next to me, I asked him, why did you do what you did? He told me why he did what he did, right? So I told the teacher, I said, listen, okay, if my son is defending himself because he's getting thrashed by another boy or being tested by another boy, yes, I'm going to defend him. I'll take responsibility for that. But if he's just out of line and causing problems, okay, I'll correct his behavior too. That's how I did things.
All right.
But the world's not going to worry about whether he likes having hands put on him or not.
Well, the thing about it, the point I'm making.
Hold on, wait, real quick. When Lil Big, I understand what Lil Big Nate is saying when you say the world isn't going to care if he rather or not he likes having hands put on him.
Yeah.
For me, it's not about that. I'm not. I understand where you're coming from. That you got to get them ready for the world, the trials and tribulations of the world, and it's not about just shielding him and protecting him from having hurt feelings like that. That's not where I'm coming from with it. I think a lot of the times there's other ways to do it, and it can definitely get in the realm of abuse if not done properly. And based off what I could tell from the Black community, most of the people, or as I keep correcting me on, most of the mothers are not doing it rightly, doing it right. A Chow Hound Life on a Budget says spanking is not corporal punishment. A beating, yes. And shout out to Zero for pointing this out. And this goes back to fathers be whooping ass too, but I think fathers on average do it correctly. But Zero in here says he says, but the whole threat of dad was because he's gonna get home and whoop that butt.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's my ex-wife. Yeah, she used to make sure she used that threat. That was the go-to threat, and because I was the butt whooper. That so. I understand that, but the majority of people in our community, or the women, the single mothers, they doing it wrong. They doing it wrong.
Well, I ain't gonna lie.
Wait, hold on. And I look back at myself. There were some things I was doing wrong, so that's why I'm looking in the mirror on a lot of this stuff, because it was a kid I was spanking. That it was a legitimate problem. It was a reason why he was having those problems, and we got down to the bottom of it. And then I had to look in the mirror and say, all those spankings that I gave him all those years, I look back at it, had to say, yeah, that was abuse. The spankings wasn't working. I kept doing it. I was determined. I was going to correct whatever was wrong with him, And then I found out that he had sleep apnea because he needed his tonsils removed. So I gave him all those ass whoopings for something that he couldn't control.
Wow.
Like that legit broke my heart. So I don't mean to just come strictly from a place of emotion. Like there's some literal, factual, statistical, empirical reasons why whooping a kid ass is not just the go-to. But most of the people, I mean, if you're saying that it's not the go-to, it's the last resort, I get it. I'm with you. I can rock with that. I can definitely meet in the middle right there. But our automatic default to ass whooping, no matter what, that's where we get ridiculous. I do want to pass the mic back to Hood Conservative. Then I'm gonna throw it back to Queen Q because she ain't said nothing in a minute. But go ahead, Hood Conservative.
Yeah, thanks for having me up, and shout out to everybody on the panel today. Really, I wanted to ask Miss Q a question. I don't know if she's back in or not, but
yes, I'm
the
here.
thing is, okay, I know you started out this conversation, and people kind of mentioned it to you, and you didn't really run from it, so I'm not trying to beat you up on the point, but I think this conversation is intentionally framed as a we problem when it's a her problem. And I like to ask you, would you be opposed to the problem being just generally described as single women tend to be more abusive? Because we kind of get indoctrinated with this idea that men are the wholesale abusers of society. But when you look at these situations, you find out even in domestic, male to female, women are as violent as men. They're just not as proficient with it. Meaning, if I hit you, it hurts. If you hit me, I laugh. But you still hit me. And so women are going to commit acts of violence and basically get swept under the rug for the sake of them being women. And so I feel like when you say this is a parenting problem, it's almost like we're sweeping female violence under the rug. The Black manosphere has basically built a body of evidence to describe the pathologies of the single mom, and violence and abusive behavior towards the children is a main part of that pathology. So would you be opposed to this whole conversation just being reframed as why are single women the most abusive parents, period?
No, I would not be. I completely agree with you guys. Forgive me for saying we and parent. I'm just saying that just because in my household I grew up with parents. So I'm framing my word choices is because of what I grew up with and what I became accustomed with. As an adult, I do see the problems that you are mentioning. And yes, there is a problem with single mothers out here beating their kids. As I've said before, I completely 100% support that. So I don't mind you guys framing the context in that way.
Right. And that's why I said I don't want to make that a point of contention within this panel, because it seems like we're all kind of on the same page here. But I would caution anyone listening that this is probably a deeper point of contention between parties in the gender war. For example, like if men have gotten a bad reputation for, we don't love our women, we don't protect our women. Well, you can add this, we also beat our kids now. It's like you're adding things to our reputation that don't even belong to us anymore. It's one thing to own up to walking out on the family or whatever typical male slander there is. But when it comes to actual violence, men hit women, women hit kids. That's kind of the way that works.
Yeah.
In Black America, women hit men and children. I'm sorry, conservative. Yeah. I bet my life more than 50% of the domestic violence in Black America is initiated by the woman. I don't have any.
No, it's data. It's data to support that.
It just is. ABWs have no problem lashing out and hitting first. It's just how it is today. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
But isn't this a thing?
The show yesterday, we definitely drove the point that Hood Conservative is talking about home. One thing that Queen Q was talking about, and this started on Xavier's panel, where it was a Facebook group with this women. What is it called? He said Black Mothers United or something like that. Queen Q.
Mm-hmm.
That was the name of it.
Yes, yeah. It was.
So
it was
So she was in that group, and then the conversation of whooping kids came up, and it was some women in there just doing the regular run of the mill, triumphantly talking about beating the kids and being proud of it, and she talked about the pushback that was there, and she also talked about her methods. So I was like, yeah, that's something that need to get out there. This the whooping and the hitting the kids. So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with this. But you are right to point out that it is definitely more of a single mother problem, or for the Black community concerned, a Black single mother problem. I just know it does hit me personally as somebody who's always been in my kid's life who was spanking a kid, and I had to look at it given the circumstances that I just explained, where it would have to qualify as abuse, given that he had a condition that I wasn't aware of, that I was trying to spank the problem out of him, but the problem didn't get out of him until he had the surgery on his tonsil to get rid of the sleep apnea. So that's why I was framing this as parents, but y'all are right. Y'all are absolutely 100% right, and that wasn't done intentionally on purpose to try to pin more charges on Black men. It was just the way that I talk as a parent and the way that she talked as a parent. Well, I mean, just like how she explained, that's how she talked as a parent. But good catch, good acknowledgement, and we are in full agreement with that it is definitely more of a Black single mother problem when it comes to the physical abuse of children, or corporal punishment, as
These old
they call
mamas.
it. Yeah,
These-
no doubt
old
about
mamas.
that. No ifs, ands, or buts about that.
Think about it, guys. If you were beating your children in the street versus a woman beating her children in the street, who's going to go to jail faster?
Exactly. And that's another thing. You never see a black father, or a father in general, whooping a kid at Walmart. You never see that.
Yeah.
Beat
down on aisle 3. Beat down on aisle 3.
I've never done that. Now what I have done though is, when we would go to the mall over here, right? We'd be out, and my son would get lost, right, in the toys and stuff, and he'd run, he'd go around looking at everything, right? And I tell him, I said, Cedric, when we go in here, you got to stay close to us so we know where you are, so you don't get lost. And so when he gets lost, what I would do is I pick him up, I pick him up and hold on to him, right? He trying to squirm to get away. I said, no, you're not going nowhere. You don't listen. If you don't listen, I'm gonna hold you like a baby if you want to play baby. So I did that. When he was a teenager, there were some times I had to physically restrain him. But as far as whooping up on him, no, but I physically restrained him, look at him eye to eye, 10 toes down, and say, hey, listen, sit down and tell me what's going on here.
Well, Brother Bernard, I mean, we often try to distinguish a spanking with, the whole, beating down, right? But let's be honest here, man. Most of these children that are getting beaten aren't just getting a few quick, slaps across their behind, man. Most children are getting beat with objects. They're not getting put across the knee and, a few quick slaps across their behind. No, they're getting beat with objects. They're getting beat with switches and belts and closed fist. If Black society wants to do, with this beating thing, and we spoke about how, if you go back 60, 70 years, right? And Brother Big Nate spoke about how there were more families and there still was corporal punishment. I would venture to say that there was less corporal punishment back then. Okay, it probably was less because the father was in the home.
Well, I agree.
It probably was less. And like I said, if Black society, especially when you're talking about these old mamas, if they were just simply spanking the children across their behinds, I think it would be different, as opposed to whipping them with braided switches and extension cords and belts and shoes and mop handles and broomsticks and all that kind of crap, because we know that is the norm. You ask any one of these women who beat their kids, you ask them if they're just spanking them across their butt, a few quick pats on the behind. No, they're hitting them with belts. They're hitting them with closed fists, all right? They're punching them. They're choking them. They're grabbing them by the collar of their little shirts and throwing them on the floor. That's not the same thing. It's not. It's not the same thing.
And the reason a lot of that takes place, Brother Xavier, is because These women are overwhelmed and they won't admit it. They won't admit that they can't do it all by themselves. They won't admit that they made a mistake getting pregnant by the guy they met in the Walmart parking lot. And 2 hours later, he's up in them raw. They won't admit to this shit. They'd rather spend 40, 50 years miserable with a life that's nothing more than a bunch of misfortunate events than just admit, yeah, I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have had my children out of wedlock. I shouldn't have even picked the guy that I had these children with. And this just goes back to the whole idea of never being allowed to hold them accountable. There's nothing more dangerous in the life of a woman than the inability to acknowledge when you've done something wrong and you're on the wrong path, because you'll just keep doing the same thing, especially if your disgusting girlfriends are cheering you on. And then before you know it, you're ruined and there's no coming back for you. So you ladies do whatever you want to do.
Yeah. Trell Bentley says, as a single father, I'll often have to deprive myself to follow through with restrictions for my kids' behavior. I don't know if I understand what you're saying there, but thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. I think it was another. Oh shoot, yeah, okay. RBR Network IQ test measure one's graphs of white culture. It doesn't measure intelligence. And you made Little Big Nate throw dishes across the room or something. I don't know what that was, but shout out to RBR, had to come through and get us straightened out. Shout out to RBR. Who else? Talking to your kids wide eyes is emotional abuse. Yeah, I think he's talking about when the brother said that he get in close with bucked eyes and talk to him firm. That's emotional abuse. You can't be bucking your eyes at the kids like that. Shout out to
kids do scare easy, you know.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I'm like, if you never start whooping them, you don't have to start whooping them, because again, they're children. You control every aspect of their life, and they do scare easy. So you don't have to be putting your hands on the children. That's where I'm at with it. But go ahead, Game Changer. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Okay, thank you. So I didn't see much of the topic, but I'm going off the title, and I think that you all are completely wrong in this, and you're missing one key factor, and that is that high IQ children require less beating. See, you're under the impression that the children have low IQs because they are beaten. I would contest that they are beaten because they have low IQs.
Well, no, that's a good point. However, that we did look at a study that, and again, I'm going to do more reading and more research on this. A lot of times when I get done with the show, I end up, doing more research on it, because when I talk to everybody, better questions are asked from the audience or the panel that cause me to have to do more research. But I will. Damn, somebody got some background. So I will look into it more. But definitely, what the study was saying is that they saw a decrease in the IQ. They saw a decrease of certain. They did a neurological study. It was the gray matter for the kids that got whooped. It was different. It developed different. So they did try to science it. However, it is the case that yes, that there is a genetic component to IQ, and so yeah, kids who are smarter will need to get whooped less. So that's a factor in the equation. There's a lot of moving parts. Would you say
a genetic component to behavior?
Yeah.
Smarter kids, well behaved sounds like what GC is saying. Like I didn't beat you and make you stupid. You're stupid and I beat you.
Exactly. So are you saying, brother Game Changer, that black people have a tendency to have more stupid kids?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. And
all right, okay, well, hold on. See, now we're getting in that territory. Now, I don't mind talking about this, but we in some murky waters if we're talking about some of the problems with black people. dude, we about to get called all kinds of coons. If we saying some of the problems with black people are baked into the cake and that's just what they are, and ain't nothing. We could talk about 2-parent households and not beating your kids and all. That ain't gonna make a difference. Them niggas just born dumb. If you're saying that, then okay, then I need to just hit end stream. I need to just hit end. Hold on, wait, real quick. If that's the case, I need to just hit end stream, and none of the information about not spanking kids it's all irrelevant at that point.
No.
Hold on, real quick. Before
no.
Hold on, wait, real quick before I pass it. GC, mute yourself when you're not talking, because I think that's you that got the background. Just try it.
Background kind of quiet, but okay.
No, but I think I don't know, I'm picking up like an echo, like a feedback loop.
Sure.
Just try to mute yourself and let's see if that disappears. I don't want to. Okay, yeah, seeing it did go away. Yeah, I didn't want to mute you because then I don't know if you'd be able to unmute you. I rather you control your own mute, and that's all I'm saying. So like when you're ready to speak, just go ahead and unmute it, and and mute it up when you get done. You can. No, I don't want to be muting you. You control it yourself. But
that genetic piece though, you really think we're genetically stupid after we done produced some of the most intelligent black people this country has heard of? Like now we're stupid. It's not genetic in that sense. Like you can breed for stupidity, put it that way, and maybe that's what has been happening. It's called dysgenic breeding.
Here's the thing. Hold on. See, now it's a fair point that okay. If it is the case that let's just take the full Charles Murray bell curve thing, we still would produce geniuses. But also we would produce a small percentage of geniuses, but a percentage of people that are below the average of 100 in the country. A high percentage of people that are below the average of 100.
A lot of us are incest babies. We're incest babies.
All right, go ahead, GC.
I mean, because interracial marriage is a surefire way to assure that you're not an incest baby. That's why mixed people are smarter. Anyway, what I wanted to say, what I want to say to Hood Conservative, or it's not Hood Conservative, the brother in the middle. Who's that?
That would be Hood Conservative.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I recognize the logo. Okay, so yeah, what I want to say to that is, yes, there are black geniuses out there, and they were beaten properly. Here's the thing that you all must understand. Okay, every child that has a low IQ because they were beaten is the child's fault, and every child who becomes a genius and they get all the credit in the world, it's the fault of the parent because they beat them. Don't you see?
Yeah, I got you on that.
The parent is never actually wrong. If the child is beaten, it's because it's stupid and deserved it. And if it's beaten and a genius, it's because the beatings help make it become a genius.
Game changer, you're getting to a point where I normally know when you're serious and when you're not. But when you first started, I think you was on that same wavelength. Essentially, you're basically saying that, like, were you serious at the start? I get where you're going now,
but he's right, like in a sense, right?
Okay, but did you mean that when you said it's not that the kid is got beat because it was stupid? It was they beat it and made it stupid, or what did you say?
No, I was just saying that that smart kids require less beating.
Okay, and you do actually agree with that one, right?
Okay, no, I was trolling the whole time.
Okay, see, I don't know. See, we've reached a point where I don't know when GC trolling.
Well, hold on, that's the point right there. We should actually examine what.
Yeah, because I think that's actually a fair statement.
Are smart kids just more cunning?
No, smart kids are better behaved. Cunning is a part of that too. Like you don't get caught when you're smart.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. The smarter you are, the less likely you are to get caught doing wrong.
You also don't take unnecessary risk. That's also a part of being smart. So you're not going to get
calculated. Exactly.
But isn't to Brother Game Changer's point that he made? It's sort of like the NFL draft or the NBA draft, right? A guy goes to the NBA, he gets picked by a professional team. Mom takes all the credit, okay, even though she did nothing to get him there. But if he becomes a killer, drug dealer, rapist, robber, or thief, she doesn't know what's wrong with that boy. So it's the same point, right? The parent is never at fault with anything when it comes to the child. The parent only gets credit, never blame. So I mean, brother Game Changer has a point, right?
Exactly. That's my point of trolling. Like that's why I brought that up. Like, you know, we set up a perfect situation to where the parent gets all of the credit and none of the blame. And that happens far too often in the community. Like when do you, you know, with all the brothers in jail, like when do the parents come out and accept the blame? But if the kid, you know, if the kid goes to Harvard or Princeton, you know, they're waiting for the credit.
Y'all using that parent word again. It's not parent, it's mom.
Oh yeah, we keep forgetting it's not a plural.
Dog, it's not parent,
it's singular.
it's
It's not plural. Yeah, it's not plural.
Mom.
All right, number 16 in the building. Shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat. He says, can it also be single mothers that are beating their children are also highly deficient with making sure their kids are educated, not just born that way? Absolutely. I give you that. It's crazy that Game Changer was trolling, but look, Trey was like, "Hey, GC was spot on." It's bad when you're trolling, but hey, so your troll. A lot of people agree with it.
But see, Bernard, that shows that a lot of, like, not to throw shots at anybody.
Wait, hold on, JB. We do got to go to. I want to go to Zero. I want to go to Zero first because he been waiting. I'm curious to see what Zero got to say on this. I think you and Zero may be coming up to say the same thing. It's a possibility. I'm not 100% sure though. But David Johnson in the building. He says, okay, you're throwing scriptures at us. Okay, Proverbs 13:24 says, whoever refuses to spank his son hates him, but whoever loves his son disciplines him from early on. But see, that's because that word spank translated in Greek means stern talking to, and when you translate it to the Hebrew, it means time out. So you can't really just use the Bible. You got to go dig up the original.
But in Wakanda, it's knuckles. Yeah, different systems.
All right. Shout out to David Johnson and RBR sent another. Don't y'all be timing out RBR. Let them rock. He says, "Yeah, I think intelligence is innate. There's a genetic component to it. It's not 100% genetic, but there's a genetic component to it. Geniuses are born. They're not just you can't just have a baby and say I'm going to raise an Einstein. So that's why I say there's a genetic
inherent. There is a hereditary aspect to it.
Yeah.
What about guys who come out like Rain Man, the idiot savant? That's not nature. Your brain is broken in such a way that it works like a computer. That these things are genetic. You can't ignore that.
Yeah. That's
what I'm saying. Genetic, but
okay.
Nature, yeah.
But shout out to RBR. Appreciate the super chat. He says we are the sum of a total
hereditary.
Blacks aren't teaching black kids. All right. All right. Go ahead, Zero. You got the floor. You got the mic.
All right. How are their brains broken?
Yeah, by the way, hold on. Thank you, SKC, a fellow Bible thumper. I didn't think it was a word for spank in the Bible, but anyway.
Well, when
go ahead,
Zero. Guys like Rain Man, the idiot savant whole thing, like there is definitely something wrong with your mind. Broken is a clumsy word, but that's not a normal brain. Even though you can act like a calculator, it's still not normal.
Well, yeah, I mean that's probably like a genetic
there's some tism there. I mean, but I wouldn't call it broken. It's a lot of people. It's a brain chemistry thing. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna use the word parents because even if you got a 2-parent household, your kids are not exempt from growing up to be fuckheads. So I get that the odds are better, but I mean, if we keep talking about how society-wide these problems is, we can't like exempt the 2-parent household. As far as like these studies go, when you're doing studies on spankings and shit, it's just like, what are the demographics? How long was it conducted? What's the criteria, the factors? Like when GC brought up IQ, he was trolling. If IQ was a factor, how was that measured over time? What was the blind and control group? How do you separate by race and intelligence or by race and intelligence? Like there's a lot of different factors to studies like that, and it's very, very hard to sterilize that information because over time your IQ even changes. There are people who qualify for Mensa in middle school but don't qualify because as an adult you're supposed to be smarter.
Wait a minute. If you say the IQ changes over time, which it does, if a study shows that those that were spanked, their IQ at a higher percentage rate changed for the worst, then there's a correlation with the spanking. Would that not mean that?
How do you know that that's a result of spanking? Like, for instance, fluid and crystallized intelligence are two different things. Like, crystallized intelligence is everything you memorized. Fluid intelligence is things that you can figure out. I mean, what effect would spanking have on your ability to figure shit out? For example, somebody put in the chat, smarter kids figure out their boundaries or whatever. It was like, yeah, smarter kids might figure out what their limits are or listen to direct authority before, doing whatever the fuck they want to do. How do you measure that? That's a measure of fluid intelligence. I don't know if a spanking either causes problems with that or makes it better. That's just your brain and your fluid intelligence, your ability to figure things out. You get your ass whooped and then it doesn't affect you and you don't figure out your boundaries and you keep pushing buttons, or you can just go, okay, I know not to do that again.
So
Or
zero.
some people,
what if there's a subconscious effect to it? For example, you ever get an ass whooping and the parent who is who is whipping the ass use the word smart in it, like, oh, I'm gonna whoop you for being a smart mouth, or I'm gonna whoop your smart ass. Like, you hear that enough and you just like internally dumb yourself down to avoid ass whoopings. What do you say about that theory?
right? So you have some of that, like for instance, you have people, my story isn't any different than a lot of people's, where you carry books home and then people want to fight you because you know how to read and shit.
You
So
the
then you got
smarty
to
yard
memorize
nigga now.
everything. I'm sorry.
No, that was that Chris Rock joke. Oh, you the smarty yard nigga now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there's components that, but again, that's something that's going to be almost impossible to measure over time. I mean, because you get older, you might snap out of that and go, you know what? No, that doesn't make any sense. Like a lot of people do, or you might not. All I'm saying is that these are things
Well, you
that
got to be
are.
smart to come to that realization, and that smart was already beaten out of you.
I don't know if you get the smart beaten out of you or the dumb beaten out of you. I don't.
No,
you
don't.
Or dumb or dumb beat into you. How about that?
Exactly.
Right, or the dumb beat. Yeah.
Or you move from around people who think like that into a better environment.
We're talking about a kid. A kid can't move. So kid can only dodge the belt or try to catch it with his arm or something. Like,
right. So you have people. You have people. Okay, they get the dumb beaten into them until they switch environments. Some people grow up. Some people grow up mixtape niggas, and then they seem ignorant until they get rich and around other people, and all of a sudden, they're back to what they could have been. While they were growing up in the hood. Very, very intelligent, business savvy, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like,
power, peer pressure.
I'm with brother Game Changer. I'm with brother Game Changer.
The dumb beaten into you or out of you, or the smart beaten into you or out of you. I think it's a matter of what your conditions are at any given time. This is why things change in the first place. It's why you have the word growth and all the other shit. But as far as what y'all were talking about earlier with the spanking stuff, Nate had a point earlier. I think he was right. It does come down to like the male being involved in the male-female sexual dynamic. Those studies are actually more sterile because they can account for a lot of different criteria and factors over time in a way that can be solidly measured and not having to do with neurology, which is very difficult to track over time. For example, the doers in society are men. And that's not an arguable point. Nobody can debate that because that's what it is. Males who were the slaves in history, men. So and even under conditions of subjugation, the doers in society are always the examples of how society is supposed to be run, how it's supposed to be, because those are the people doing the things like creating and maintaining and building. This is why coaches are fired before players. Managers are fired before task-oriented personnel and all the other shit. Likewise,
let me get you to speak on something before you pass the mic here, because I feel like we're kind of haven't addressed a certain element that's a part of this whole conversation. Can a brain flourish properly during traumatic events, whether it's emotional trauma or physical violent trauma? Do you really expect your brain to reach, Einstein capabilities in an environment of traumatic events? Trauma does.
Well, yes, I mean,
or just slightly above average intelligent capabilities when your brain is at the early stage of development and you're dealing with trauma that we just call normal discipline. That's
black female fuckery.
That's an individual thing. Like no one can account for genius. For example, intelligence.
That's why. Hold on. But that's why I moved it to just somebody who's just slightly more intelligent than normal. If the 100 is average, okay, a simple 105. Could you flourish to that in a traumatic environment when your brain is developing at 2 years old, from 2 to 10?
Well, okay. I'm gonna let y'all get back to your IQ topic. I just want to finish up, piggybacking off what Nate was talking about earlier, as far as like the spanking shit. Like I said, as far as like men and women's relationships, even under subjugation, men are going to be the doers and the people that are going to be looked upon more favorably in society. For example, this is why when somebody mentioned, if a woman spanks you or if a woman hits you, you laugh it off. If a man spanks you, you probably gonna, go to sleep. Yeah, so that is how like a society is run. I don't want to go into a bunch of anecdotal examples, but you kind of have to. For example, there's been a few times where I've been in like a Target or Lunds and Barley's, whatever, and you see like these kids spazzing out. Now I do have a problem with black kids going, having white boy rage episodes. I do not appreciate that at all. That's not what we do. We don't act a fool on our moms in public. Now I don't know these women at all, but there's this one kid, just overpowered his mom and took the cart from her so he could, run and go real fast on it, through the aisles and fuck other people up. So I caught up to him and just gave him the, I'll beat your ass face. He got off the cart and I told him to go take it back to his mama and stay the fuck off of it. And he did.
Damn.
For the entire time. And he kept looking for me the entire time me and my son was in the grocery store. This way, like everywhere we went, he was still looking for me. But as long as I was in the grocery store, he was on his best fucking behavior. I don't know this kid. I don't know his mama. And then she thanked me, and he was still on his best behavior when they left. Scared to death. I did not touch him. All I told him to do was take that cart back to his mama and stay the fuck off of it.
I think it was
Zero. Did you alpha your way through that?
No, no. It's illustrating an example of what Nate was talking about earlier. If a male is there,
child. Yeah, you alphaed him.
Wait, Zero. Had you told me that story and not told me how it ended, you just would have stopped at the point that you stopped him and cussed him out and told him to take it back. Had you not told me the rest of the story and I had to guess what happened next, I would have thought that story would have ended with the mom cussing you out.
Nope.
That's how I thought
black mom. That's the question.
No, she was crying.
Happy tears?
No. She was when he brought the car back to her, she was like, teared up and was like, thank you. She was teared up and like, thank you. And then that little motherfucker was looking. He was looking for me the entire time he was in there. They got to the checkout line. He was still looking for me. He was scared to death.
You walking around these spots, man.
Quick, Nate, if I may, JB, if I may. I think that we're overlooking the value that that proper spanking and extreme spanking has brought to society. Like extreme spanking built the pyramids. Like extreme spanking built the
children didn't make the
pyramids. We talk bad about it, but you live in buildings that was built by extreme spanking. Like back in the day, you chew tobacco that was built on extreme spanking. Like they were eating sugar that was built on extreme spanking. There's nothing wrong with it. You like sugar, don't you? Then
the funniest part about what he's saying is that we got Hood Conservative and Trader MBD on the panel when he said that about the pyramids was built on the screen spanking. I know they didn't even flinch. They like, yeah, he's right.
He's right.
You know what?
Black slave owners got the niggas to work so hard. Why do you think had the most productive plantations in the whole South?
Yeah, I would just say Nate is right. You need a male there in order to finish off that parental presence that is necessary. And it's necessary because whether you like it or not, men are always going to be regarded as the authorities in society. And because they're always going to be regarded as the authority in society, it is mandatory that they be in a household with kids or at least be a part of their kid's life, or else for them to end up, all fucked up, criminal activity, prostitution, all the rest of that shit, the chances of that go up exponentially. And again, because the men are the examples of society, and then the reason why kids get out of line is because if they don't see that male there as the example of society, because you're being taught that your entire life, and if you don't see that person there, and the person that's raising you is not the example of authority in society, you're just gonna do whatever you want to do.
Brother Zero, you disagree with Brother Game Changer when he says your kid's just stupid.
No, that's. I mean, there are some dumbass kids. All kids are dumb. You can tell a kid that the sky is, purple and it rains grapes sometimes, and they'll believe you. They're dumb. So all kids are dumb.
All right. David Johnson back in the building. He says Proverbs 23:13. He says, "Don't hesitate to discipline children. A good spanking won't kill them." I'm pretty sure it don't say that. Also, Proverbs 3:12 says, "The Lord disciplines those he loves, as a father does the son he delights in." What about the son he doesn't delight in?
Well,
anyway, real quick. SKC says, "Ever seen a shepherd beat his sheep with a rod?" Thank you, SKC. And also, Nelly Nail in the building. He says, "Wait till your father gets home. I heard many times when you're a boy, the disapproval from your father or the butt whooping is much worse than disappointing your mother." Very good point, though. And did I read this one? Or David Johnson just quadrupling back? Deuteronomy 8:5 says, "Remember that the Lord your God corrects and punishes you just as parents discipline their children." All right, and now we're about to go to.
Matt, may I say one more thing before we go?
One more thing. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think that we focus a lot on IQ, but we need to focus more on I do. Like, spanking may lower the IQ, but it increases the I do. Like, when a person is spanked, it increases their I do whatever the fuck the spanker tells me to do. So if you want to increase a child's I do, then spanking is the way to go.
Interesting.
Yeah. All right. I still don't know if he's Game Changer serious. And I think yesterday or the last show, I think you were on the side of not spanking. So I don't even know if you're serious with the I do method.
He's trolling right now.
His troll is so precise that it'd be like a good point embedded in the troll to where you really don't know. But go ahead, JB.
Yeah, man. So I have thoughts on this topic, and I have strong thoughts on this topic. I got a lot of ass whoopings growing up. I'm Haitian American. I have a Haitian father and a Haitian mother. And I don't know if you know this, Bernard, but in Haiti, and I'm pretty sure it's the same in Jamaica, and I've heard some guys say that it's the same in certain places in Africa and Nigeria, etc. So in Haiti, there's a whole industry built on beating children. I repeat, there's an industry built on beating children. Now, Jonathan, what do you mean by that? Let me actually exhibit A here, Bernard. Let me. I don't know if you can see.
You're trying to screen share. Wait, I got to stop my screen share in order for yours. Hold on.
So, do you see what's on my screen, Bernard?
Yeah, I can now. That's a rod, like the Bible, like they say in the Bible. That's the
So in Haiti,
the unspared rod.
That's nice craftsmanship too. That's beautiful.
So in Haiti, they call that a iguaz. The name of it is iguaz. You spell that as IGWAZ. They call it an iguaz. There, if you walk throughout Haiti, there are merchants selling it on the side of the street. There's like formal businesses, boutiques you can go to buy different types of objects to beat your kids. And this is one of the most common ones. Schools in Haiti.
Whooping sticks on the street corners of Haiti is what you're telling me. Y'all sell whooping sticks.
Yes, but I'm saying it's a whole industry of. This is just one of them. This is just one of them.
Factory. So there's a factory where dudes get up in the morning at 6 o'clock to go to the whooping stick factory, and all day long, all they do is make whooping sticks.
Yes.
And the whooping stick.
I bet you those people who make the whooping sticks were whipped. So you see, it's a perpetual cycle.
So this is
hold on real quick. Where my mind go with that, if you're in the business of selling whooping sticks, that means you have a vested interest in children misbehaving. You're going to want to,
I wanted to set this up so that you understand where I'm coming from here, right? So basically,
what do they say to you when they're selling you the whooping stick, though? What is like the sales pitch for a whooping stick? Like, do they talk about?
In Haiti, kids are just
how many kids you hit at once? Like, how do you sell a whooping stick?
You show a video.
I mean, the thing is, it's such a standard. It's so normal. Like people don't like. We might be laughing about this and whatnot here, but in Haiti, I mean, you walk up and you say, "I want to eat guas." Nobody's gonna look at you sideways. Nobody's gonna think about it twice. It's just a normal fact of life.
No. What I'm saying is, let's say there are two guys selling two competing igua businesses. What distinguishes one from the other? Like, who has the better?
Okay. Hold on. JB is trying to make a serious point about
the one that hurts the most. That's the actual answer, because there's a whole bunch of different and in fact, I actually just found out you can buy this on Amazon in America, which I would hope Haitian parents are not doing this in America.
Yes. Export business. Y'all Haitians want to come in. This is your way. Start a business.
So basically, so in Haiti, there's this whole industry built on that. This is one of the more common ones. This is actually made out of cow skin. So they take the cow skin and they twist it. I mean, there's a whole process for it. And there are even schools, by the way. I'm not even joking. There's schools to teach you how to make this stuff, how to make them. So anyway, as a kid, I was in America and I was acting up, right? And I was getting in trouble a lot. This was in middle school. And my parents decided they're going to send me back to Haiti, right? They're going to send me back to Haiti. And I was with my dad in Haiti. And I got a lot of ass whippings by my dad. Now, my dad actually didn't really use most of these objects. My dad mostly used his belt. My dad was mostly a belt person. He didn't really engage with like these kind of objects. However, here's the thing with Haiti. Haiti has like the kind of community discipline kind of culture. So, for example, if your neighbor sees you misbehaving, they technically, unless your parents have explicitly stated otherwise, they have the right to beat you, right? Just like also, if you go to school, your schools beat you. Like when you go to school in Haiti, your schools will actually whip you. In fact, when I was in Haiti, when my parents sent me back, and I was in Haiti, this was in middle school. When my parents sent me back, my school that I went to actually had a guy, and his whole role was disciplinarian. Like that's all he does is basically to discipline kids and essentially whip them. And part of that process, for those who don't know, is they'll put you on your knees. Like the thing is, there's this whole thing where they put you on your knees, they make you face the wall, and typically you're putting you on your knees on some concrete, some spot where there's concrete, and you're facing the wall, and you have to wait a certain amount of time. They might have you like holding something in your hand, or if your school is religious, they'll have you reading the Bible, something. And then at some point when the time is up for you to get your whooping, they'll whip you. On top of that, your teachers in class, a lot of times, like what they'll do is, for example, your history teacher might say, here's this history book. I need you to go, and this is just regular, not like as punishment. This is how they teach, is they'll tell you, tonight I need you to go and memorize chapter 1, the entire chapter. And I mean word for word memorize it, not just understand it, but actually memorize it. And then in class, the teacher will just pick people at random to recite what they memorized, right? And so when you're up there and standing right next to the teacher, and he has this in his hand, the riguaz, he has it in his hand, and every word you miss as you recite it, you get a hit, right? And if you forget it, then you get really whipped. Right. And so I'm trying to explain to you how much of the culture is built around whipping children. Right. And yet
explain the whole Haitian migrant crisis in one conversation. Them niggas is running for their lives.
Right. It's like So if that's the case, just go back to Haiti, because the last
I'm actually getting to the point here.
out of Haiti was like the 17 fucking hundreds.
No. Zero. I'm actually in a position.
This sounds terrible, bro. I'm sorry.
I know. I'm not advocating for this. I'm trying to set the stage. What I'm saying, because I actually agree with the I'm actually not pro corporate punishment. I'm not against it either, but I'm not pro it. That I was setting the stage just so I can make it clear that I'm not coming at this as some soy boy who doesn't understand what it's like to get ass whooping. I'm saying that basically growing up, this is what I was used to this, right? Growing up, getting these ass whippings. But here's one of the biggest cons that I got from this. First of all, I love my father, but my dad used to whip me really hard. And like, I mean, at times my dad would, even with the belt, like he would leave like a mark on my arm, right? His belt would leave a mark on my arm for like at least a couple of days, right? That's how hard he would. And it's not even because he's doing this to be mean. It's just my dad's a very strong, like tall, big guy, right? And it's like just when he throws those hits, that just the fear alone is already killing you, right? So growing up on that, as much as my dad sacrificed a lot for me, I love my father, but I remember for a while in my life, I actually resented my dad, because I used to feel back then, I don't feel this way now, I used to feel like my dad abused me, right? I used to feel like that. I used to feel like
because he did. That's because let me ask, I don't mean to interrupt you, but let me ask you something, brother JB. Mm-hmm. Right? You said, you grew up with Haitian parents and they got a culture of beating people and all that kind of stuff. Do you think, as a person who got beat a lot and got beat fiercely, do you think that helped you or hurt you growing up?
I think more. I think it actually more so hurt me in some senses, but there are some ways it did help me. And that's where it's hard for me to draw like a strict line between it, because essentially what I was about to say is that one of the things is, like, when I resented my dad, is because I was looking at it purely from just the pain and how it, like, I always felt like, for me, I didn't have a real relationship with my father. My relationship with my dad was pretty much one of fear. Like, I just feared him, right? So, for example, as a teenager, there's a number of things I went through as a teenager where I couldn't even talk to my dad. I wish I could have talked to him about them, but I was so afraid of him. Our only relationship was just me not getting in trouble or me not wanting him to be upset, etc. And so I could never actually have like conversation with him because I was so afraid of him. Right. So now these days, I mean, my dad and I, we have an amazing bond. You know what I'm saying? Well, we do business together, etc. But back then we didn't have a bond at all. And so I wish back then, even though my dad was involved in my life, it's almost like he wasn't, because all I was just afraid of him. And I don't think that was good. I think that was very negative, right? Because he could have helped me in so many ways as a teenager, right? But for him, that's all he knew. And that's why for me, I can give him that grace now, because when I look at it now, I look at it from a more balanced perspective. My father, he was just basically doing the best that he knew, right? And this is why I don't like the argument these days where people are just like, well, I got hit and I came out fine, because you don't have the same excuse like that. Somebody like my dad, who that's all he knew his entire life, right? Whereas these days we have more data, we have more options that we can try, more things and people don't even want to try. They're so attached to, I just have to beat this kid's ass, I just have to beat him, that they don't even want to try something new. My dad these days, when I have these conversations with my dad now, like even my dad will admit, he's like, honestly, looking back, I don't even think it was the most effective thing. My own father will say that, right? He'll say that because he's looking at it for now, and he's looking at the data and he's looking at everything. He's like, I don't actually think it was the most productive thing, but that's all I knew. That's how I was raised.
Okay. Here's the thing. You did come out fine. So, and I don't think that you truly. Okay, I would like for you to thank the whipping stick. Like you. No, exactly. You need to thank the rod. You really do. I mean, it's disrespectful for you to not really appreciate the rod. I mean, how many brothers make what you make? How many brothers do what you do? With the investments and everything like that. Every time you make a good deal or a good investment, you need to thank the rod. You really do. You need to kiss your hand and put the two fingers that you kissed on top of the rod, because that made you the man that you are today. How dare you disrespect the rod after it has given you so much?
Absolutely. Well, how many of y'all remember
all of his kids would have been superstars, not just Michael, but he didn't have to
go buy his own.
How many of y'all remember the name Michael Fay? No. In 1994, Michael Fay, he was 18. He was from America. He was in Singapore, and he was spray painting cars in Singapore. The punishment for him was like 3 months in jail and 6 lashings in public. And his white suburban parents were screaming and crying, "Oh my God, don't do that to my son." This motherfucker was over there destroying property in a foreign country. And fucking Clinton administration tried to intervene on his behalf. Singapore said, "Fuck you." And they beat him publicly, 6 lashings. And he survived, and he came back to America, and he lives in Florida now. So, you know,
and he's smarter. And he's smarter. Like
might be.
Yep.
He'll
And
never
he-
play
and he
big
got
cards
his
in
Singapore
Singapore again.
like JB, what's your IQ, man?
Who, me?
I'm not going to say that, but I have a pretty high IQ.
It's triple digit, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're smarter now than you were before you got your first ass whooping, I'm assuming, right?
Yes.
So could I get you?
Yeah, but he got his first ass whooping when he was 18 months old.
And he's smarter now than he was at 18 months old. I mean, like, had he not gotten that ass whooping, he would be a dumb baby. So what I'm saying, JB, is I think that you need to thank Haiti and appreciate the rod. Like that stick there.
So I know GC's trolling, but so this is where even when I said earlier, like it's hard for me to draw a line because there is actually a point to be made there. As much as I don't want to make it, but there's a point to be made there because, for example, a lot of my parents sending me back to Haiti actually was extremely good for me. Right. Looking back at the time, I especially hated my mom at the time because my mom, like the moment my dad said, let's do it, my mom was on board. Right. And said, OK. And I just felt like, I didn't want to go back to Haiti. I wanted to stay in America. But looking back, I think for me, going and living back in Haiti showed me all of the things I was taking for granted in America. Right. All the things even things as simple as electricity. Right. Like as electricity, in America, you plug your phone in. It's like if it's not charging, you think something's wrong with the outlet. In Haiti, it's like you just know there's no electricity. Right. It's a whole different perspective. So everything that I do
in the dark.
It just wait
a minute. Who needs electricity when you gotta ask
stop him from doing that, and then he had a problem with it until he grew up.
Wait, hold up. Who's talking?
No, I was just saying. Who needs electricity when you have a cow skin ass whooper?
Right. Look, it sounded like to me he was a badass kid growing up. His dad wouldn't let him do whatever he wanted to do, so he felt some kind of way about it until he grew up.
And now you understand.
Yeah, we never talk about the offenses that are committed that initiate the whoopings. We never
Yeah, for sure. For sure. In fact, to your point. The worst ass whoopings, and that's actually one of the reasons why when I started thinking about it from out of my emotions, I realized I can't be mad at my dad because the times when my dad gave me the worst whoopings, like I probably deserved that and more because I did some of the worst shit. Like for example, the school that my dad put me in Haiti, it was a school that's founded by one of my dad's like longtime friends, and he runs a school in Haiti. It's a really nice school, one of the top schools in Haiti, and my dad put me in that school. And then I got, and I was upset about something, and I went and I did graffiti on the wall, of the school. I did graffiti on the wall of the school, and this is my dad's friend. And in Haiti, by the way, for those who don't know, like in America, I was getting in trouble left and right, and every time I was getting suspended. In Haiti, like the little thing will get you expelled. Like they don't play that. So in Haiti, it's like the smallest thing. It's not even, there's no suspension. We're kicking your ass out. But because my dad had this bond with this gentleman, essentially I kept getting in trouble, and he wouldn't kick me out because of his connect, literally because of my father. That's it. That's the only reason I wasn't getting kicked out. And so every time it was essentially embarrassing to my dad because that's his friend. That's his friend, his longtime friend. And he basically was doing my dad's a favor by even letting me stay in the school as much trouble I was getting into.
And like school, or you have to pay for this.
What'd you say?
So nobody really listened to this dude was a badass.
There's really no public schools in Haiti. There are like what are called, they're really what they're called. There's some lycées, they call them lycées. And they're technically public schools, but they're so full that most kids in Haiti have to go to private school. That's why a lot of kids don't actually get to go to school. It's actually a luxury to be able to go to school in Haiti, right?
This is what I mean. You his name and his money. So you deserve the ass whooping every now and then.
That's what I was saying. Like nobody listened to this dude. He's literally telling us he was a badass kid, and he jump online, get his shit off, throw his daddy under the bus.
I don't throw my dad under the bus.
Victim.
Wait, hold up.
You already got it off the chest, bro. We all heard you.
Wait, hold up. How did I throw my dad under the bus? I have nothing. I have nothing.
My dad whooped my ass, and I felt bad about it. And now
I'm explaining again. I'm giving the full picture. I'm saying
But then you
I'm
telling
giving
us
the
all
full
these
picture.
like, you know, I just wanted to do what I wanted to do, and he wouldn't let me. That's what it sounded like.
Wait, hold on. Let's make sure we get this right. Okay. Were you a badass kid, or were there just some times when you did some stuff bad? But most of the whoopings, if you look back at it and analyze it as an adult, you can say a lot of that shit was still unnecessary. Like, where are you at with that part of it?
I would say actually I was probably more of like the badass kid. I was the badass kid.
Okay, so do you think all those whoopings was necessary? Just give your adult analysis. Don't analyze it like the kid. Give your adult analysis.
So I think a good portion of them were probably. The thing about it's the word necessary here is that I don't know if there's. Okay, you know what? Actually, I'll answer this directly. Yes, I think probably most of them were necessary.
Yeah. Would your father pulling you aside and talking to you have it had any effect on your behavior?
Well, no. And so yeah, so exactly. So hold up, right? So,
hold on, but wait.
Hold on.
Thank you. Not everybody heard what I heard.
Hold on. So the reason I gave you a straight answer first because I don't want to, I don't want to kind of deflect. I don't want to deflect, but let me actually kind of add some context to that. So part of me saying just no to that is because that's actually also part of what I realized is that as much as I, back then I felt like I was resentful and I'm like, my dad used to abuse me. When I really started thinking about it from a more like balanced perspective and really trying to understand how he was feeling, I realized like a lot of times when, especially because I was being hit a lot, like I was only thinking about the times where he hit me, but I didn't realize all the times that my dad actually straight up sat with me in the car, or took a walk with me and just talked to me. Like, and I never really thought about those moments because all I was thinking about was all the whippings and how much pain I was feeling. But
wait. So you saying your father actually did the long walk talks, father to son, under
yes,
the
so yes, my dad actually did those things.
And for you because you was a young asshole. Like I remember that time in life, and that's just
conservative. He was a badass kid that wanted to do what he wanted to do, and his dad wouldn't let him do it.
Right.
All it is.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Were the whippings proportionate to what you were doing? Like,
don't say
that's what I'm getting at here. Like, we all can respect,
a
boy. We all can respect.
I asked him that.
Hold on, real quick. Yeah. I mean, we can respect that. If a boy was out of line and the dad wouldn't let him do that stuff, but all that is being discussed when we looking at a fucking cow skin rod on the goddamn screen. So I'm questioning whether or not.
Well, my dad used the belt, like I said. My dad used the belt.
You need that rod for Haitian niggas. Do you see how them niggas built? Them slave body niggas. You gotta beat them niggas.
Hold on. That's where the problem is. This goes back to what I said before. There are some people who I describe them when it comes to talking about spanking kids. They're like the lead singer in the band hitting all the right notes. However, it's a lot of background dancers two-stepping off beat. Those are the people that one of them rods in their hand is a fucking dangerous weapon that's gonna fuck a kid up. So if JB's dad has a good balance of spanking and long walks and talks and all of that, and JB as a man can look back and say, hey, my dad did the best he could with the information he had. Some of the whoopings was probably a little unnecessary, just a product of my dad's upbringing. But overall, the net positive in my dad being there and being an actual dad and raising me was good. I can respect that and walk away from it. But it's so many. If it's a goddamn 2-inch rod, cow skin rod business in Haiti, they out there fucking kids up. We can't deny that.
Okay, so
right. First time they get hit by that motherfucker, they need to calm down.
Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that. So
before you respond, can I just ask how about we just, and I'm slightly off topic, can we just give the Border Patrol rods instead of whips and everybody be happy?
Yo, relax.
They didn't whip them. So,
but here's the deal: are those the people coming across the border the ones that got this whooping rod, or the ones that got the whooping rod back there doing productive things, making Haiti again?
All of them got the whooping rod. Look, you have to beat Haitians. You see how all them niggas is built like NFL walk-on. all Haitian niggas got super thick bodies and thick skin. Them niggas is built like NFL walk-ons. You have to hit them hard.
Well, here's the deal. Do we need these rods in Chicago? Do we need these rods in Chicago? Do we need these rods in St. Louis, Baltimore?
No. You need both.
And that's a great point. That's a great point. Let's look at the crime rates of countries that have government instituted corporal punishment like Singapore. I just Googled the murder rate.
Wait a minute. We
You need a Howard.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Everybody wait. Everybody wait. We can't ask the question, do we need these rods in Chicago? Them niggas out there committing them crimes in Chicago, we know they was getting their ass whooped when they was a kid. We already know that.
Oh, really? You think Keisha was whooping those kids?
Well, that's the difference between discipline. Hold on. That's the difference between discipline and abuse.
Chicago niggas run the house at 1 year old in diapers.
Okay, wait, time out. This is why I didn't want to pack the panel. All right. Nate makes a good point. It's a difference between discipline and abuse. What JB described, it sounded like his dad was a good disciplinarian, but some of it probably walked that fine line. But overall, two parents in the household, and the dad was on him doing his job when he was messing up. We can respect that. But this goes back to Hood Conservative's point that a lot of this the single mother issue, them Negroes growing up doing all that ill shit in Chicago, we know they was getting fucked up by their mama. We know they was getting their ass whooped. So we just can't say, hey, we need more ass whoopings.
No, the quality of a woman's whipping is shit. That's the problem. Women can't.
Yeah, it's super trash. What part of JB's story sounded anything like abuse? Come on, man. I know you like JB.
Let me jump in.
Okay, so let me actually.
JB, let me back you up. JB, your story is similar to mine. Let me jump in this because normally I disagree with JB, but I'm gonna back him up here. We all know
you was a badass kid, Trey. So like,
hell yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, but here's the difference. I have no qualms with my father. Y'all know my mom was Jamaican. My dad was Mississippi, straight like traditional Mississippi ass whooping type nigga. And here's the deal. The stuff I did as a kid, I was bad. I deserved every single one of those ass whoopings. And I make no qualms about it today. I thank my dad when I was 40 years old for all those ass whoopings. Did it make me act different?
Hold on, you still was a pookie for a little while though, wouldn't you?
Yeah. And here's what happened.
They beat the pookie into you.
No, they didn't. He didn't beat the pookie into me. Here's the deal. I told you I was a cosplay pookie. I was an army brat till I was 5, and my dad decided to move us to the hood.
Okay, they beat the pookie into you, and then you went to the army and got some discipline.
Nope, wrong. The discipline came from my father, Bernard. Here's the deal. Now, living in that community, I told you, you had to fight where I lived at. You had to, if you didn't pretend, you might as well not come out the house. And not going out the house was wrong because it wasn't the iPad days. You had to go outside. You had to fight. So yeah, I became the bully. But here's the deal. Like JB, I was straight A student. I was in all the honors classes. And in 90% school, I was the only one in there with the white kids in the honors classes. So I had that time away. So with my brain intelligence, I realized, you know what? Let me stop getting caught for the stuff I'm doing. These ass whoopings ain't no fun no more. So when I was 13, I said, you know what? All right, cool. I'm going to be slick with this. My parents moved, got, do a different area, less bad. And I really got slick with it then until, when I was like 17 and everything caught up to me. But here's the difference. My parents, unlike JB's, this is the only slight difference. My parents were together up until I graduated. My parents didn't split up till I was 22. And my mother, somebody put the comment up. All she had to say was, wait till your dad gets home to me and my brothers. That was it. Yeah. When she said that, I'm telling you, the clock, all you was doing was looking at the clock on the wall. You could sit there, watch cartoons, sip on some milk. It didn't matter whether it was 5 hours, 4 hours, or 8 hours. When my dad got home, it was on. He would wake you up in the middle. He would wake you up in the middle of the night with the belt. I mean, you knew he was coming, try to put on 2 pair of pants. It didn't matter. You was getting it. And here's the deal. Me and my brothers are quite successful today. They never got into that pookie stuff. But I did, and then once, like I said, it just took getting shot by a nigga to freaking wake me up and snap me back into reality real quick. And here's the difference what I did with my kids.
Dumb beat out of you or the smart beat into you?
Nope,
as
neither.
Game Changer would ask.
Neither. I didn't get either. I just got smart and was like, you know what? Man, these ass whoopings hurt. I don't like that shit. I don't like getting the feeling of a belt.
Ass whoopings have an effect on you getting smarter?
No, I was already straight A's.
Well, see, this is actually what made my father more pissed off with me because like since a young age, I was pretty smart. Like I was like, especially in math classes and stuff like that. And so my dad would always be pissed because he'd be like, "Look at you when you do your work, you're doing so well. Like what the hell's wrong with you?" Like my dad would always be so pissed because he could tell like I was really smart. So when I actually would do the work and not get in trouble, like I would be top of my class or whatnot. But then when I start acting out, then all of a sudden then I'm not doing well or whatnot. So that's one of the things that used to really piss off my dad.
And JB,
bro,
I got
you
the
making
talks.
your daddy look like Superman right now.
Yeah, I got JB, my dad, same way. I got the talks. I got the long walks, everything. My dad was at all my events, everything right there. And I still did jacked up stuff. But here's what I did when I had kids. I said, you know what? Environment makes a difference. So my kids are not going to grow up in that environment. Even, my daughter's mom, my oldest, I made sure she wasn't, in those environments. We made a deal. And, my ex-wife, hey, I took her out the hood. And yeah, she ain't going back. But
I'm sorry, man. Y'all sound like a couple niggas that needed ass whoopings.
We did. I did. I ain't even gonna front.
Then that's the long and short of it. You niggas just needed ass whoopings. Y'all.
But here's the deal. Look at the result. Look at the result, Zero.
Zero. Here's what I'm saying, though. Here's what I'm saying, right? All I'm saying is this: is that for me, that's actually what you just said is precisely the reason why I'm not fully against it, right? But the reason why I think the big downside for me is what I said earlier is the fact that for a long time all I had was just fear. Like all it was I was just so fearful of my father for the longest that hold up. I was so fearful of him that it wasn't just okay, I'm not getting in trouble. It was like when I had things going on where my father could have been in my life, it's almost like he was there, but he wasn't because I couldn't actually discuss things with him. Like we only actually
talk to you though.
What'd you say?
But you just said he did try to talk to you. You got to own some of that.
He would try to talk to me about me getting in trouble, is what I'm saying. But for the most part, it was basically just I was fearful of him. I'm not saying that's entirely his fault. I'm just saying I was fearful.
You're supposed to be fearful of
him. There's nothing wrong with you being afraid of him.
You're supposed to be fearful of him.
But here's the problem.
Wait a minute. My 13-year-old, who technically has never got a whooping, is also fearful of me.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so maybe.
Wait, real quick. If I get in his face, if I have to yell at him, I can see the fear in his eyes, and every now and then, some tears might be in his eyes. If I have to really get on him.
Bernard, hold up, JB.
Bernard, fair enough.
Real quick, JB.
Fair enough. Here's what I mean by this. Okay, maybe it's just the word fear, whatnot. What I essentially mean is just this: is that there are things that I went through in my life. Okay, I don't want to get too deep into all of it, but fuck it. For example, I got stabbed one time. Okay, I've actually been stabbed before. Right? There are things I've been through where, like, I wish I could have. I wish I could have had the relationship with my father where I could have actually discussed things with him, and it would have saved me from experiencing certain things, going through certain things, etc. But I didn't have that relationship.
You think if your dad whipped you some more that you would not have gotten stabbed?
But here's the deal.
No. The unspoken. Wait a minute. The unspoken line is he couldn't go tell his dad that he got stabbed because he was scared his dad was gonna fucking stab him if he found out he got stabbed.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
Here's the deal. JB, let me get this.
No, that's not what I'm referring to.
JB, let me get this.
Can I chime in?
Wait, hold on. Wait, all right. Go ahead. You ain't said nothing in a while. Go ahead, ask the question. Go ahead.
I think what JB is trying to convey is the fact that because he saw his father as a fearful authority figure, he could not confide in him other things that did not require that fear. So if you if you come to see your father as just this fearful authority figure who's only there to whoop you and discipline you, you're not going to go to him typically to talk about girls. You're not going to go to him to express certain things. You're not going to go to him for certain advice because your relationship with him is he's going to take it as, well, you shouldn't have been doing this anyway. You need your ass beat for this, yada, yada, yada. So I get I'm hoping that's what he's saying.
That's precisely the point I was trying to make. Is that
can I just say something real quick?
Let me get in on this.
I won't even be 30 seconds. It sounds like JB was smart enough to recognize his behavior. He didn't want to confide in his dad about shit because he wanted to do fuck shit, and he knew it was fuck shit, and he knew his dad was gonna go to fuck off. That's what it had nothing to do with the fear. I'm talking about is the fear because he knew it was fuck shit.
You're assuming that every single thing I was doing.
You're saying this shit.
JB, I got your back, JB. JB, let me rock, JB.
You're assuming that everything I was doing in my life. hold up, Zero. You're assuming that everything I was doing
you
in
keep
my
saying
life.
I'm assuming, and I'm not assuming. You're saying
JB,
you are.
JB, let me get you back, JB.
All right, go
hold
ahead.
up.
Because you keep saying I'm assuming.
Hold up. Let me finish making my point.
As long
what
as
I'm
you
saying
keep
is
saying
you're
I'm assuming, that's wrong.
No, it's not wrong because you haven't heard what I'm saying.
You're
assuming.
saying this shit.
I'm not.
JB,
God damn,
chill
let
out
me
for a
just
second,
finish.
bro.
Let me just
JB,
make
chill
my
out,
point.
bro. Let me get in this, bro. Because JB, everything
hold
you're
up,
saying at this
damn,
point to a bunch of older men is going to come across as an excuse, JB.
Let me just make my point. What I'm saying is that Zero is assuming that my entire everything I was doing as a kid was just trouble. My point is that there's so much more of my life that my dad didn't even understand. So, for example, I've been coding since I was 12 years old. Right? I've been coding since I was 12 years old. There are people who are in my life in school and stuff like that who noticed that I was especially good at coding. I was like hacking into things and doing all this stuff. My family had no idea because I could never discuss anything in my life with my family. I didn't have that kind of relationship where I could talk about anything with my dad because I only looked at him as a fearful, somebody I should fear. So even positive things I could never talk to him about. That's my point. So my point is not just I'm not saying that he should have not done this or done that. My point is just that all the things like nowadays, my dad is so proud of me when he sees everything I'm doing with my life and where I'm at, etc. But a lot of stuff, like even my dad will say, "Damn, like I wish I noticed this," but he didn't even have the chance to notice all this other stuff because for me, everything I kind of just hid everything from him. I was kind of living my life.
JB, let me get you back with you real quick, JB, because right now you're riding your own dick, bro. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to do that, bro. Own up to it. Is all Zero is saying. You wanted to do fuck shit. I wanted to do fuck shit. And here's the deal. As a young man, you're meant to be rebellious as against your father. That's how all young male mammals are. They're rambunctious. And that's all you were.
Do not.
I've already owned up to it. That's why I don't get the point.
So here's the deal, JB. At this point, here's the thing. All this, well, I did this, all these good things I were doing. Yeah, whatever, bro. It's all good. We all did good stuff. But here's the deal.
No, actually, no.
JB, chill, bro. Chill, JB. Listen, bro.
Oh, let him finish, JB. Go ahead.
Here's the deal. You're trying to defend your actions, your bad actions, to your good actions as a youth.
I'm not
like I said, my
JB,
life is not
one-dimensional.
JB, hold on. Wait, stop. Everybody stop. JB, I won't Trey to put a full period on his sentence or paragraph, and then you respond. Because,
and if I could go after JB.
When you was talking, he kept trying to cut you off, and then I had to make him stop. I mean, so
fair enough.
Right now,
can I go after Nate speaks?
Yeah, all right. So we going Trey. Then JB's going to respond to Trey, and Trey's going to be quiet when JB is talking. Then we're going to go to Little Big Nate, and then we're going to go to Queen Q. And then then we got to see. I don't know. I think Obsidian just came to play clips. I don't even know if Obsidian got something to say. But go ahead and finish up, Trey.
All right. So, Zero is spot on when he says, yeah, we were just doing fuck shit just to be doing fuck shit. And the goal was to get away with it. Now, regardless, like I said, JB, my story is similar to yours, except that I live with both of my parents. And my dad, it was a cat and mouse game. Let me see what I could get away with. Whooping, yeah, but okay, I'm smart enough to know, okay, all right, he built a better mousetrap. My goal is to, see what I can do to go around that mousetrap. And I did it to the point where I got smart enough to where I was like, you know what? Let me stop getting snapped by these mousetraps. But it made me stop doing that? No. But here's the deal. I was able to realize, as when I got older and had kids, and, I saw somebody in the chat, well, you smart, you got shot. No, I got shot dealing with my idiot ex-wife and some dude that she was messing around with, trying to freaking cape back then. Now, going forward, I said, what I'm going to do is take my kids and I'm going to put them in an environment that was nothing like mine. And I'm going to see their behavior. And my kids' behavior at that point became all of them, to the point where all I, barely even just had to spank my kids on the butt, if they were like playing in the toilet or something, or raise my voice. That was it. My main goal, because I had a crazy ex-wife, on that strag shit, was to keep her from using her emotions to abuse the kids and threatening to have to put hands on her if she ever touched them kids like that again in my life, and letting her know I discipline these kids. My kids don't act this way. What the hell is wrong with you? You touch my kids like that again, I will put my fist through your face. I don't care what the police do. I became the opposite of my father. And my kids turned out better today for that. And I'm thankful for my dad that he showed me this. Now, that's all I got. You got it. You got it, Nate.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
Okay, go ahead, JB. You got it.
All right. Okay, so it would seem to me that Bernard, that like I think some people they were pushing from a purely one-dimensional standpoint, because I'm not looking at this one-dimensionally. Like I'm explicitly saying what Zero is saying. Yes, I was a badass kid. Let me say that as clear as possible. Yes, I was a badass kid. Okay, that is true. I'm not denying that. I've owned up to that already. Right. In fact, a lot of times I still feel bad to this day for the things that I'm like what I made my parents go through, because I'm like, damn, like my parents, for all the things they sacrificed for me, I should have not made them go through that. Okay, so we can establish that and have that common ground. I understand that. My point though is that this is an issue I've noticed a lot with, especially young Black kids. I'm not just saying this to quote unquote ride my own dick. I'm just stating a fact, which can be proven, that a lot of Black kids, right, who were excelling as young kids, especially if they had parents where they didn't have a relationship with them, their parents don't even notice all the places where they're excelling. Yes, in my case, it is a bit different because I was also just this badass kid at the same time. But my point is that, like, at 12 years old, I was already coding and building applications and doing all this stuff. And my family, I couldn't, most of my family had no idea all the things I was doing. Only my teacher in school knew that I was doing this. My teacher in school saw what I was doing and would always let me sit at the computer and do this and do that, right? But my parents, I could never even tell my parents the thing I was doing, because all they saw me for was the trouble I was getting into and all that. And just, they wanted to just be these fearful figures in my life. And so as I excelled in all these other things, and I was, and even at 15, I was already like working as a freelancer as a 15-year-old, right? Doing freelancing for software development as a 15-year-old on Elance, right? My parents didn't know that. Like my parents had no idea what I was doing, right? So my point is, all these things that I was going through in my life, where I wish my father knew. Okay, I know he sees me as a bad kid, but I wish he knew that I'm this smart, or I'm doing this, or I'm doing that, and I could never talk to him about that because we didn't have that relationship. So I'm just saying that I see as a downside, because nowadays as an engineer, when I talk to other, whether Black engineers and white engineers, I notice a pretty big difference a lot of times, where there's a lot of the kids who had a similar background to me, and they're like, yeah, like most of my family, they had no idea what I was doing, right? Whereas when I talk to the kids, like to the white kids, a lot of times, to the white men, we're not kids anymore, but to the white men, they're like, as a child, my mom noticed this, and they made me take this class, and I was doing AP computer science, and I was doing this, and I was doing that, right? Because their family was able to see all the ways they were excelling and say, okay, let me do this for you, let me do that for you, but they had a relationship with their family. I didn't. Is my point. Is that, but I'm not holding that against my father. I can look at it now and say, okay, in a holistic view, when I look at it in a holistic way, I'm like, my dad did try his best. He did his best. He did his best based on the information available to him. In fact, there's a lot of extra credit I give my dad. For example, one of the things that I never thought about it a lot of times, but looking at it now, like my father would, anytime my dad was very mad, he would never whip me when he was mad. He made that a thing where when he's angry, he'd be like, "I'm angry right now. Go, go on your knees, like, because that's the Haitian thing, is to go on your knees and wait for your parents to whip you or whatnot. Go on your knees, or go to your room and I'll call you back. I'll call you when I'm ready for you." And he'll do something like that. And in fact, a lot of times the fear of me just waiting because I know the whooping is coming was probably worse than the whooping itself. But at least I know that when he was whooping me, he was trying to not whoop me while he's in an emotional state. So to me, I can see
that was good.
That's an incredible father.
Exactly. So I can look at that.
Thank you, Nate.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So I can look at that now and say, okay, damn, like he was really trying his best based on what he knew. So I can't feel resentful and all the things that I felt in the past. I can't feel those things. And that's why part of that, us having that conversation, my dad and I went that conversation like years ago, and we've been able to build such a strong bond. I'm just presenting it as, I'm saying I understand why a lot of people say, whippings are necessary, because I was that bad kid. I get it. And I'm just saying, would it have not been? I'm just saying, would it have not been? Hold up, let me just finish. I'm just saying, would it have not been helpful as well to figure out a way? Would it have not been helpful as well to figure out a way to also be able to have some kind of relationship beyond just the fearful nature with your child? That's all I'm saying.
All right.
I think he misses ass whoopings. He needs another ass whooping for throwing his daddy under the bus online.
How did I throw my dad under the bus?
You don't get it, bro. It's an American thing.
All right, we.
So real talk, real talk. How did I throw my dad under the bus?
Come to my channel, JB.
Wait a minute. Okay, all right. No, JB, this is how you started out talking about the ass whooping industry that exists in Haiti, where they got the little the things that look like canes, look like some big thick ass canes made of cow skin that they be beating kids' ass with,
like a fraternity cane.
And then you talked about your dad whooping your ass, but now you've told the full story. Your dad wasn't that bad. Your dad would only be bad to people who are, I won't say along the lines of my thinking, because I mean, maybe this is just my anecdote. I'm looking at my youngest son right now, who I never had to spank, who I don't have to spank, and he's my most well-behaved child. So I'm just thinking There's a way to do this without all these ass whoopings that get handed out in the black community. So that's where I'm at with it. But the way that you landed the plane when you finally landed it, I do gotta say that your dad don't come off really bad at all. Only bad to somebody who just has a philosophical disagreement with whipping the kid.
Well, I guess that's what I'm saying.
Overall, I give him an A.
When did I say my dad was bad though? That's
Your
what
dad was good. You were fucked up, JB. Your dad was right.
It started out.
When did I say my dad was bad? I literally started by saying. I literally started by saying like. No, I literally started by explaining.
I can answer that.
Hold on, but all right. We're gonna pass it. JB, I think Zero is right on that. If you go back and listen and just pretend like you don't know how the story ends, just listen with fresh ears, like it's somebody else talking. The way you started off did sound like your dad was on some bullshit. Go all the way back to when you first started out by talking about the ass whooping cane industry in Haiti. And then you moved.
That's Haiti. That's not my dad. I even specifically said my dad only used the belt. I specifically said my dad only used the belt.
Man,
you did
you
say
need
that.
some more ass
all right,
whoopings,
cool. All
JB.
right. We going to Little Big Nate. All right, going to Little Big Nate, then Queen Q, and then then Obsidian, then Judge Zilla. All right, go.
All right, real quick. JB, he was your father. He wasn't God. It sounds like you had a great father, and considering the times, considering all the problems in Haiti, and then coming to America as new immigrants, getting acclimated to American culture and all the things that are coming at you, it sounds like he probably did a really good job. And what you've accomplished in life is a testament to that. You didn't become a programmer and have all these things you do with the women and all this in a vacuum. I'm sure a lot of that is because of how you were raised. He's not supposed to be perfect. He's supposed to be your father. And you allude to him having done something wrong when you suggest how you weren't able to come to him with this and come to him with that. It's a series of trade-offs, bro. You're healthy. There's no obvious mental issues. You're successful. You get along well with the ladies. I mean, come on. Just give the man his credit. And anything that was a deficiency, you make sure you don't do it in your relationship with your children. You know, that's
no. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with everything you just said.
Cool.
I agree with everything you just said. That's why I'm so confused right now. I agree with everything you just said. Literally everything. I think my
JB, you know, we've talked about this. You have a way of communicating sometimes. Even though you did real good when you was on Jessica X, you stayed focused and got right to the point. But sometimes you take a long way to get to the point and it get jumbled up what point you're trying to make. And it was coming off like, you know, like you was kicking some dirt on your dad. But I'm glad the plane got landed and we have a clear understanding of the picture. And I think everybody is agreeing now. Shout out to Shaka Nulu. He says we see. Okay, I didn't even read that, but okay. But I gotta read stuff when I put it up there. Shaka Nulu, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. KD came through the super chat. He don't never say nothing. He just always drop $50 on me, man. I greatly appreciate that. I'm sure. Yeah, I wrenched you up. You got a wrench, but shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Queen Q. You got.
Well, I got one more thing. All right,
go ahead.
Yeah. Also, and I'm not taking shots at any of the gentlemen on the panel, but especially to JB, you won't develop your full understanding of fatherhood just based on the way your father raised you. You also have to include the way you'll raise your children. It's great to have all these academic musings about how to raise a child and what to do with a child, what not to do with a child. You really don't know unless you're in the situation. Changes everything. It's more than just I'm not knocking nobody that doesn't have children, but I am saying to the gentlemen that don't, it's a completely different story when you're in these situations and having to face it.
So Bernard, let me just respond. Let me just respond to Little Big Nate real quick.
Very briefly.
Yeah. So I think I probably would agree with you. I don't have children, so I don't know what it's like. I think my overall point when I came up essentially was to say it wasn't to. I can see the point that you guys are making. It wasn't to say that my dad was like. I explicitly think that my dad was a great father, amazing father, and still is. I mean, that's why we work. Like we do business together. I mean, I love my father.
Wow.
Awesome. So my point was though, when I look at it now and I'm thinking, damn, like there's so many things I could have capitalized on even as a teenager when I was excelling. Hold up. When I was excelling as a, in computer science and all that, like, I mean, I took AP computer science, for example, and I basically didn't even have to take any of the classes, right? And like, it was just, I pretty much just passed that, like, just off rip, right?
You're riding your own dick again.
Fine, sure. But my point is that when I have my own children, I'm looking at when I'm saying this, what I'm saying is that I would not want to have kids and then not be able to know like that they're excelling at all these things because they only see me as. So I'm looking at it from that perspective in my future. I'm not saying it to at my father. I'm saying in my future, when I have children, I want to make sure I can see all the ways they're excelling, all the ways that all the other things beyond if they're getting in trouble. So that
there's always going to be trade-offs, JB. Always.
Absolutely.
Always.
Absolutely. We was going to go to Queen Q again. Shout out to KD Zero on the panel, but dropping in a comment. He says, "Stream hijacking is still a move I see. I remember a long time ago, chicks would get on a panel and redirect the discussion from the general point of discourse into solipsism. Now the men are doing it. Wait, don't even respond. Let's just take the chin shot, the little jab. Take the little jab. I don't think that's what he did, but
I don't see it either.
But Max City Limits, appreciate your $5 super chat, appreciate you very much. Also, Uneducated Lame in the building on general purpose. I don't know what that means. Shout out to you. Also, number 16 in the building says somebody got some clicking in the background. Mute up if you can. Is this JB? Is this the JB was abused panel?
Number 16 is just a weirdo. He's just a weirdo.
Right, shout out to number 16. Appreciate the super chat.
Imagine dropping a super chat every show that Jonathan is on to say something bad about Jonathan that you don't know. To me, that's a weirdo.
All right. I think we were going to Queen Q. Oh, well, let me just say this real quick before I pass it. I recently thanked my stepdad when his Father's Day rolled around. It was a lot of stuff that he did. Like him and my mom got together when I was 12-ish. There was a lot of stuff that he did where I still to this analyzing it as an adult who actually raised a stepchild. So I did everything he did. And I've gotten to the point where I'm older now than what he was when him and my mom got together. Because I'm 39 now. I think he was 37. So I can give a real good analysis of that. And there was some stuff that he did where I just felt like he was just an overbearing, pretentious, just jackass who just got his rocks off from some of that shit. But at the same time, him being on me the way he was, it did. And keep in mind, he wouldn't whooping my ass. I was 13. I was probably might have been taller than him at 13. You wouldn't whooping my ass, but he was on me to the. I had to thank him as a grown ass man. I had to get to a point where I realized that, you know what, he was on point. He did a good job, and it took me a while to fully realize it and do like what Lil Big Nate was talking about. It was trade-off. Yes, he was an asshole. Yes, he was. He absolutely was an asshole. But the overall trade-off was good. The overall trade-off was good and had an overall good effect on me.
Net positive.
Yes, as men, we have to realize that when we get older, it just is what it is. We ain't gonna understand everything our dad do, but when we get older, we gotta come to that conclusion. Got to give them their flowers. All right, we going.
Bernard, you was a Jody. Bernard, you were Jody.
No. I was 12, motherfucker. That wasn't no baby boy situation. I was in the 7th grade. I don't know if I was 12 or 13. I just know I was in the 7th grade. That wasn't Jody. And because of him, because I couldn't stand him, I made sure I got the hell up out of there as soon as possible, though.
Hey, you never had to come to the kitchen with him cooking eggs butt naked?
When'd you leave home, Bernard?
It was right after. It was probably. It wasn't too long after I graduated. It wasn't like I know you left even sooner, but it was probably, I would say 6 months after I graduated.
I was out there by July.
You want some grits? You want some grits and bacon, little nigga?
No, it was probably 6 months after, roughly, probably maybe 6 months after I graduated high school. I got out of there.
So you and I both left home. Well, I left home. I don't know how old you are. I was 18. I left home.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I left home at 18. I got the hell out of there.
Yeah, my 19th
it wasn't because
birthday.
of my dad or anything.
It wasn't. I know. Yeah, we know your story. It was because of your mom and your sisters why you got the hell out of there. But yeah, no, my 19th birthday had passed, but I was out of there. I didn't like them, but overall, it was a net positive. We have to understand that with men that we got to look at the net positive. Okay, all right, Queen Q, you got the floor. You got the mic. And
I'm here.
there she goes. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. One thing I wanted to say, I was listening to everybody speak, and I understand where everybody's coming from. However, I do want to point out that not every child is bad that gets whoopings. Like from the story that JB said, and I forgot the other gentleman that mentioned what was going on in their life. It seems like the discipline was the correct measure. However, that's not the overall case for everybody. Every child that's getting whooped is not a bad child. And I think that's where we tend to lose the concept is we try to justify beating children and saying or giving them whooping saying they had to have done something to deserve it, which to me is it's a bit wild. Like listening to JB's story, once he broke it down, yeah, I'm like, yeah, you are a bad kid. And I can see why your father gave you whooping, but that's just not the overall case.
You think most children who are being disciplined haven't done something to deserve it?
I don't
Wait,
think
hold on. Go ahead, Q.
I don't think that they've done something to deserve it, but what I do feel like is that sometimes the punishment is not equal in level to what happened. Okay. That's what I'm getting at.
Give that little rugrat a suplex.
But hold on, but little big Nate, this is my question for you before I go to Judge Zilla.
Yes, sir.
We talked about single mothers abusing kids or not giving a tempered, good temperament discipline. Like, so we understand that if we frame it that way, we understand that it's some kids just getting whooped just because the mother doesn't even know any better methods of parenting.
And those instances have more to do with a deficient mother than it does the child's behavior.
That's what I'm getting at. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. Not everything warrants a whooping, and that's where the parent has to have the discernment to decide: does this really deserve a whooping, or can this punishment be handed out in different ways to where it gets the point across? I absolutely agree with you on that one.
If a woman
apply a flying elbow off the top rope.
If a woman is with a competent man, she will never have to raise her hand at her
that's
children.
Exactly what I was about to say. Leave discipline in the hands of the father. Period. And the father has to be in the house in order to do that. That's a caveat to that. So, lady.
Yeah. Competent is the major word
here. It's
a
competent though. Yes, competent is the major word.
That's the major word here.
You know all your knots.
Why are you having children with a man that's not competent?
When you know all your knots, it's easy. Get a rope.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt a city over there.
Hey, Bernard, can I tell the prophet of thought, Xavier, something real quick?
Hold on, wait. Judge been waiting a minute. Judge been waiting a minute. Go ahead, Judge. You got it.
Hey, thank you, Bernard. Am I sound all right?
Yeah, I just by the tone, you sound like you got a lot of ass whoopings coming up. I just got a feeling. I got a feeling we about to hear a real dark story. But just go.
No, not actually. The first point, which is actually my second point that I wanted to make, I didn't get until he said something about it. I just have to address this because it's alluding to something inconsistent. Little Big Nate, you alluded to something earlier, right? Understand, most of those academicians are parents. They have children.
Well, no, I was talking about
it's not just pure theory. It's theory that they're actually applying into their own situations as well, based on the data and information that they're gleaning from what they do.
Well, I have no
psychologists, psychiatrists, right?
I have no problem accepting that, but I also know many academics, they lean towards a certain political stripe also, and it clouds and informs a lot of the information they put out. That's just my opinion.
That's all I was going to say with that. And the okay, even when it's being placed in its quote unquote proper perspective of utilization of whoopings in the parameter that's socially acceptable, unquote. The efficacy has still yet to be placed. A part of that was what Game Changer was saying. It's all these is all the, and I saw it in the chat as well. Somebody said the post hoc rationalizations of these things, right? Because if this was actually as effective as what you guys are saying it, then why are there subsequent infractions? Right? Why isn't it? Why would there be the same things being committed over and over and over again?
I can answer that.
That result in needing the exact same disciplinary factor in that. That's not, given that, even as JB said, given that we understand for the last 40 to 50 odd years at least, we've come up with much more better methodologies and even older methodologies because not everybody has always beaten their kids. Not everybody, like this isn't everybody has always been doing this for the last thousands of years. No, many people do not beat their children, and many cultures, even in cultures where they do beat them, it doesn't mean it's not even saying that most or all of them beat their children.
I think we're focused on American society, though, and it's always existed in American society.
Right, but it's not always begin because you have plenty of people who are dedicated to nonviolent or first principles in which if it's right, like why is it right? Why is it wrong to beat your wife, to beat your spouse, to beat your significant other, to beat a stranger? It's wrong when we see somebody hitched to a whipping post.
It didn't used
but it's
to be
okay to do this to your child.
Hold on. You're not disciplining your child with corporal punishment is not the same as walking up on a guy and punching him in the face. A lot of times, walking up to a guy and punching him in the face, did what he do warrant you punching him in the face? If he didn't put his hands on you, chances are the answer is no. But with a child, you are completely responsible for that child's outcome. Totally.
That means you gotta give him a Dusty Rhodes elbow.
That means, yes, depending on the offense, yes, physical correction can be utilized. Absolutely.
And you left something out.
He also conflated societal physical correction to fucking parental physical correction. Kids have been getting their ass whooped throughout history, period, in every society in the world. Like I said earlier, some of the best mathematicians come on the planet come from ass whooping countries. It doesn't matter whether or not you wait. Hold on. If you do, it's just a form of discipline. If you overdo it, like we can't talk about this shit like robots. If you overdo it, and we all know what overdoing it is. If you go outside and cut off half of a fucking boat oar and whoop kids' ass with it, that's abuse.
You got to use the whole boat oar over in Haiti, though.
Right, but
I was just about to say, hold on,
the efficacy. Go, please. Sorry.
We just established that Haiti is very quietly the king of ass whoopings of children. So, and you said, Zero, that when was the last time they produced some brilliant mathematician Nobel laureate? It's been a while.
1700s, and those mathematicians were just okay.
Yeah. So I mean, so right now, hold on. Okay, so the ass whooping capital of the world have not produced a whole lot. Because if you fucking whooping kids' ass with twined up cow skin, I mean, I don't know how effective that's going to be. So again, I don't know, but
you got to use alligator hide.
Some of the smartest brains have come out of ass whooping countries. That doesn't mean abuse countries. It means ass whooping countries.
And for a long time,
where discipline is a thing and is a standard. Haiti, I don't know.
And for thousands of years, we used bloodletting.
That's a straw man.
And for thousands of years, we used leeches and bloodletting, right? And continued to use it because they'd used it, right? And then we realized its efficacy was not as robust as we would thought it was, and there became new things to come in line to create to resolve the situation in a more positive fashion, right?
Well,
just because they've been doing it forever doesn't mean it's the best thing that's been done.
Horses and cars, that's the same thing. Horses and cars are more efficient than horses, and horses shit all over the place. Yeah, it's not the same thing. Human behavior is human behavior. People are going to keep trying shit and see what they can get away with until they can't anymore. Typically, the way to stop that from happening is either you're going to have a strong method of either oral or physical discipline. One of those two things are going to have to happen.
Well, in the United States, as of 2018, corporal punishment is still legal in private schools in every state except New Jersey and Iowa.
Again, even in the best even for those who are advocating for the position of corporal punishment, right? There are still it's not a resolution, right?
Let's look at the correlation, Judge. Can I say something real quick?
Kid.
So let's look at the correlation. Back when corporal punishment was in that 80% black family rate, you know what? The black families were looking quite good. These last 50 or 60 years, minus the father, things ain't looking so good. I'm just saying. It looks quite obvious to me.
Also, Judge Zilla, you haven't taken into account when you asked, why aren't the whoopings changing the children? Well, in today's environment, there is a deluge of negative influence from social media, the music, everything else works against whatever proper parents are trying to instill in their children. That wasn't present 60 years ago.
Sure was.
Okay, but that's
today.
I don't know. To my understanding, when we're instituting variables in it, those are variables against the continuation of something that had a questionable efficacy in the past.
It worked, though.
It wasn't questionable to me. It worked.
No, because I've heard you both. You and Trey both. You and Trey both say, because it'll keep them out of prison. Well, I'm here to tell you that I've spoken to tens of thousands of prisoners, and 99% of them got their asses whooped.
Hold up, 83% of offenders come from single moms.
It's not
up. Hold up. Most prisoners come from single moms. That's
exactly what I said when I came up on the panel talking to Xavier. I said it's not ass whooping that keeps them out of jail. It's two-parent households that, for the most part, keep them out of jail. Neither
one of you have ever said that.
I'll say this and I'm done.
It's two-parent household plus a pipe.
When you remove the variable of single motherhood from black crime, black and white crime is almost identical.
That's not, again,
almost identical.
So you're saying that neither one of you have ever said that they needed more ass whoopings. That's why they're in there.
You will not pull a clip of me saying they need more ass whoopings. No, sir. No
structure. No, you just pull a clip of little Big Nate saying they just need.
I mean, I can't. There's no further I can go.
If you say so, pull the clip. You
don't have to whoop your kid's ass, but if you do, then you do.
I told you I had to put my hands on my son twice in his life. He's 23. I take pride in that. 2 times I had to put my hands on him. I had to put my hands on my daughter 7 times. You know why I counted? Because I grew up in a household where I was beaten a lot. And I wanted to make sure my children didn't grow up in that kind of household. So I can tell you the exact number of times I had to put my hands on my children. Both of them. I raised them. Their mother didn't.
How old was your son the 2 times you had to do that?
5 and 16. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Okay, that's 16. That wasn't a whooping. That was a fight. I mean, he got
no. I had to hit him once for no. My son's not gonna put his hands on me. My son's an MMA, almost a professional level MMA artist. He still ain't gonna put his hands on me. He knows not to do that.
Dad's strength.
But
you bring him into this world, you have the power to take him out. I had to tell my 16-year-old daughter actually tried to put hands on Mrs. MBD. And I was like, you know what?
Shit.
I brought you into this world. I will take you out of that. And that came from spending a year under this freaking damn pandemic under the guidance of her mom. And she came, I don't know what the hell came out of that. Spending every single week a day with her mom.
Can we agree, though, that statement, I brought you into this world, I'll take you out of it, in the hands of the wrong person, that is a horrible fucking statement.
Yeah,
in the hands of these 2 hypocrites who are anti-abortion, that's a hell of a fucking statement.
How is that? Oh, really? Hell yeah, man.
Judge. Why you get so emotional, Judge?
What?
I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy. I'm just pointing out how you guys stay on one side of something and say all of this fucking shit.
Tell me how
if you make me angry, enough, I'll kill you.
All right.
Well, when have I ever advocated for killing children? Go ahead and tell me, Judge Zilla. Since you want to open up this can of worms.
God,
you want to open up a can of worms, homie? Then tell me when I've done that.
All right,
Little Big Nate. There's a thing called hyperbole in the statement that was just given.
That sounded very genuine to me.
There's a
We were just talking about a hyperbolic statement.
Here's the deal, Judge. Guess what? I am a parent, and guess what? I'm responsible for everything my daughter does and doesn't. Now, if she'd have picked up a knife and went after, Mrs. MBD, at that point, I have to make a choice on what I'm going to do at that point. You get what I'm saying, Judge? As a parent, you're fully responsible. You got to take accountability for your child's actions. And yes, letting her come up under the tutelage of a crazy ass mom is on me. So guess what? If she does something crazy, it's on me to handle it.
If it goes to the realm of having to get physical, so be it.
Hold on, wait, Lil Big Nate, what'd you say? I couldn't hear you.
No, I was saying if with Trey's case,
wait a minute, isn't your daughter an adult?
Threat, it may have to get physical. It is what it is.
You might have to take it down to the ground.
But your daughter's I didn't bring your daughter into this, right? Understand that. I didn't bring your daughter into this, Trey. You did. But
yeah,
isn't your daughter an adult?
My daughter is 16 and she's damn bigger than Mrs. MBD. She's very strong.
Oh no! My mistake.
Yeah,
because of the things that you said about you. Because the things that you had said previous about what your daughter was doing, I assumed she was an adult.
You might be thinking about my oldest daughter.
Didn't realize you had more than one. My apologies.
Yeah, I have 3 daughters.
All right, real quick, since there's a pause in the action, it looks like everybody took a breath at the same time. Shout out to David Johnson. Oh, wait, no, that one is actually up on the board, even though I don't got the board up. I can't see it. But he said, and why do police and governments do physical discipline? I can't see the rest of it. Okay, now I can. Why do they do physical discipline if it doesn't work? Would you say that the government and especially the police, in another discussion, you will make it quite clear that you don't agree with the police's form of physical discipline. And it's not even physical discipline. It's more so, I couldn't call that discipline.
It's isolation.
I was looking at during an arrest when somebody is resisting and he get belly to back suplex. I don't know if that would qualify as discipline or just stopping him from resisting arrest. I mean, anyway, that's a whole nother discussion. And shout out to Zodiac Fun. That's a very weird name, but shout out to Zodiac Fun for the $4 super chat. Gabe A sent one. Shout out to Gabe A, even though I be hating on Gabe A. But anyway, he said, shut up, JB. I guess this was way back when JB was talking. He said, shut up, JB. He don't want to hear JB talk. And SKC says real men leave home at 12 when teen had what? When teen had meaning. Okay, anyway. All right, shout out to everybody who super chatted, and I think somebody else just came through with one. Smooth in the building. Shout out to Smooth. He said, I'm so happy to see you back, homie Judge.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Now,
hey, Bernard, can I just say one thing, man? I just want to tell everybody this. Judge, you brought up my oldest daughter thinking, but I just want to tell everybody I'm fixing to be a grandfather in April, first grandchild.
Oh, shit. Congrats.
So, yeah, I'm going to be like Xavier now. All those good stories Xavier tells about his grandkids, I can't wait. So.
Yeah, it's great, man. It's a great thing, man. I hope this is a good thing for you, at least.
It's a great thing, man.
Grandkids are magnificent. You can always give them back.
Does anyone have an idea or a proposed method of organizing groups of people numbering in the hundreds of thousands to millions without any form of physical consequence, violence, or whatever? Because our laws are basically backed up by bullets from the military.
Right.
Is that a response to what David Johnson said about
and a point.
Okay, in that context, I was looking at it more as police. I don't think what police do is a form of discipline, but I understand if you make the argument, if you make the argument that way, and I always looked at prisons as people doing bad stuff.
But police are just the extension of the military arm. That's all they are.
Gotcha.
So all I'm saying is when we can't do this thing where we start conflating societal physical discipline to parental physical discipline. I agree. That was where I probably didn't expand that shit all the way up there, and that's just not the way to go with this discussion.
Right. I probably didn't land the plane properly, but what I was trying to do is disagree with his point that wait a minute, what they're doing is I argued that is not discipline. I should have said, okay, it's discipline, but it's different from parental discipline. So
that's probably the belly flop for Bernard.
What about drawing a correlation between when you don't listen to your parent, depending on what number time it is, you might be dealt with physically. And if you don't listen to Officer McGillicuddy, depending on what time it is, he may get physical with you.
What you have to do in order to make that point and to have it really, stick, you would have to show that the people who are out there not listening to cops and not respecting authority wherever that authority is. You have to show that those were also the kids who were raised in households that didn't spank. I don't think that's the case.
Right.
But if people,
there's a level.
Well, if I could just one real quick, it's not just not spanking.
Exactly.
It's not giving the right type of physical consequence. A lot of those boys were whooped on and all that crazy shit by their mama, but it was improper. That's what I'm saying.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. And that's why when you say
apply the right technique,
that's when you say when you whoop your child your son when he was 5, and then once when he was 16, where I don't even think it was a whooping. Probably was a left hook, right hook, uppercut.
It was right in his belly. Boom.
Oh, in the gut.
Yes.
He ain't
feel that. You know that guy in John Wick.
So I respect that. Hitting your kid was your last resort, and I have no doubt that you were, even though he grew up technically without whoopings, you were still a firm, stern disciplinarian.
Absolutely.
So
right,
like
all he did was impose consequence. But that's what we're talking about, imposing consequence. Now, let's just say you raising your kids and you talk to your kids, they understand what to do because you're telling them what to do, how to do things, and then the consequence is, okay, you don't get this anymore, you don't get that anymore, and you raise your kids, you're around them 24/7, so you know who they are, and your child is pushing to the point where your only other recourse is, okay, I know you understand this, I know you know what I know you heard me, I know you understand me, I know that you understand what I have taught you over time. So you're pushing this to see what you can get away with. You impose the consequence of, I'm gonna take this shit away, and that doesn't work. And then you lay hands on them, not in an abusive way, but to just show them like these are the consequences. And then they understand, well, I'm not going this far with my dad or my mom or my parents. All you're doing is imposing consequences. A lot of times, we like, all I've heard on this very panel and panels before when they talk about this shit is basically the line between abuse and discipline, and people don't know what that fucking line is, as if it's like a robotic 0-1 binary thing. It's not, and everybody knows it.
But here's the deal: when does a kid take it too far? If we look at the example from Jungle Fever with Gator, Samuel Jackson's character, how far was he going to go before that dad shot and killed him? And we can look at a real example: Marvin Gaye and his father in 1984, April Fool's Day. Marvin Gaye's father had to shoot him.
Marvin Gaye was an adult.
I was just about to say, everybody in those two examples was over 30.
Yeah, how far does it go?
Trey, that's what I'm saying. The same thing with your same example. With your example of using your own example of yourself as a kid.
But I'm saying,
whoopings weren't effective.
Zero, wait. I want to take it this route, because Zero did make a really good point, and I can apply my situation with my son on that, the one that I never spanked. There is a how do I say it's like a unspoken looming threat of violence, even though I've never had to hit him. So I do understand what Zero is talking about. It's how do I explain this? When you talk about, you're taking privileges away, and then you haven't spanked them, but okay, you've had to grab them up. You don't, like when I had to get firm and stern and yell at him, and like I said, he might, I could see it in his eyes. Sometimes he might get like some tears in his eyes or something, and it don't happen that much, but I can see it. It's because he understands that in his mind, at least, an ass whooping is possible. So that's an element in the game. I forgot exactly how Zero worded it, because he worded it in a way like we're talking about, whether or not the parent goes too far or to what extent. But I forgot the point.
Yeah, and it's not binary. It's just like the difference between, you can look at your daughter with a menacing look, like, and she'll just instantly burst into tears because she knows she's on some fuck shit.
But see, then that goes back to my original point. This was back many moons ago when me and Queen Q was having a one-on-one. once you start spanking that child, especially when you spank them really young, that menacing look ain't shit. It's like the only thing you can do now going forward is spank them. So that's why I like you got to hold back on that damn spanking. Like,
Right.
It's really it's subjective though, Bernard. It depends on the situation and actually the child. Some children are just going to be more rambunctious.
But again, even like the examples that they use when they use their own selves as examples, right? When they use their own selves as examples, JB and Trey here. I'm not trying to pick on you, Trey, here, but you used yourself as the example.
Yeah,
it was completely ineffective. So given
it was effective.
given
Judge, look at my life now. Judge, it worked. Look how I am now. It worked.
It didn't work because you continued to offend.
Judge, I'm when I was 40 6 years ago, I went to my father and apologized. 100. Now look at me now, Judge. You can't, bro.
It's not a look at me now. When in its application,
look at my kids, Judge.
You're proving game changers points, the post hoc rationalization. You're saying basically, I got all those ass whoopings, and wow, look at me now. But what if you would have went the route of the other cosplay pookies as you described them, and would have ended up locked up? Then the ass whoopings wouldn't have worked.
Here's the deal.
Okay.
Here's the deal, Judge.
Let me visualize it.
Okay, but let me tell you one thing, Judge. I don't think you heard what I said, Judge.
Yeah, I did. Like, and this is what I'm saying is, you got a broken pipe, right? You put duct tape on the pipe. Eventually, that duct tape's going to fail, and you're going to have to reapply that same solution, right? So that's not fixing it. It's addressing it, but it's not effectively finding a solution for that problem.
Well, Judge, the pipe wasn't broken, bro.
Given the testimony that you brought forth, given the testimony that you brought forth, at the time, you received 10, 20, 30 ass whoopings, and after each ass whooping, you continued to offend.
Yeah, I did.
Therefore,
no excuses.
Even in your argument in support of it, you're proving how ineffective it was in retarding your behavior.
Battle of will.
But here's the deal, Judge. I didn't go to prison. I didn't go to jail like that. I got my life straight. I did. I woke up 21 years in the military, and I prayed. But here's the deal. Let me respond. Let me respond to the judge.
Okay. You sound like a black woman. My baby turned out just fine.
I don't think so, Bernard. I don't think so. Ain't no, Bernard. Don't bring that strag shit up in here, Bernard. Here's the deal. Here's the deal, Judge. No. Here's the deal. When you're under the tutelage of a proper man, that's the difference. 2-parent household. I rebelled. I'm not making any excuses for it whatsoever. A scrag will be making excuse after excuse. I'm not. I owned up to it. When I had kids, I changed their environment, and I didn't have those problems. I never had to put my hands on my son. My 26-year-old son, I've never put my hands on him. Never had to. His environment is perfect. Obsidian. He went to the same kindergarten as you in Philly and Lingelbach. Didn't have any issues out of him when he was living in Philly with my mom. None. And all through, his Army brat upbringing, no problems because I changed his environment. I learned the lesson of my father. That's it. That's what, y'all. You can harp all day long, Judge, on but no, bro. You got to change eventually in life. Go ahead.
Are we saying that if you're in a household where there's a decent, competent man, the beatings aren't as they don't have as much of an effect on your life, your success or your lack thereof, if the beatings take place in a household where there's a man, as opposed to a household where it's just some old mama in there. Is that what we're trying to say here?
Yes, that or the beatings aren't necessary at all. Because Trey just said that his 26-year-old son never had to spank him. I got a 13-year-old that thus far never had to spank. So yes, if the environment is right, you will end up not having to spank a kid.
Exactly. The lack of physical discipline is a testament usually to a father being in the house. And again, fathers usually just have to raise their voices and all the shit comes to an end. I know that's how it was in my house. I raise my voice a little and give them that look. And dude, it's a wrap. Shit stops.
Sometimes from every so often, you got to get one of them out there and make an example. I'm going to break them on the wheel. And,
I did twice. I did twice with my boy. Yes, I did.
But I don't understand the juxtapositioning then, Nate.
Of what?
Why advocate for corporal punishment?
I am advocating
by
for
using by
right.
if you've seen the efficacy of not needing it.
Because all of it is post
I want it there as
just
an
because you
option
don't
for a parent.
There are kids that don't get their ass whooped that turn out like shit people. That's why. And there are
I
kids
want
that
it
get their
there
ass
as an
whooped and turn out
option
shit
for a
people.
parent. I'm not saying it must be instituted
Right.
at
But
every
we agree
turn.
that corporal punishment is the lazy method, right?
No.
I don't think it's the lazy method.
So
I think
if
it
you-
should be
if
one
you-
of the
I thought that
final
was
methods.
consensus upon the panel.
If you don't whoop your kid's ass and they turn out great, okay, whoop-de-doo. If you whoop your kid's ass and they turn out great, whoop-de-doo. And if you don't and they conversely turn out shit people, either way,
kid's ass and they
it's
turn
the
out
same
poor.
thing. All of this shit is post hoc rationalization. I didn't get my ass whooped and I turned out great. I got my ass whooped and I turned out great. That's the same thing. You're establishing
those cancel
baseline
each other
consequences
out.
in your household.
Right, but there's
However
another
that
one.
works is however that works. If your kids turn out great, great. If they don't, then they fucking don't. And typically it's their decisions when they get old enough to start making those decisions.
So beatings work and they don't work.
But on first principles, meaning, again, keep your hands to yourself. Treat others as if you wish to be treated. We're not, like, children aren't possessions; they're small people.
They are
authority figures will put their hands on you throughout society.
Okay, they're either your children, they're your possessions. Because think about it. In a lot of countries, when your kids do things, you go to jail for what your kids do.
Right.
And I'm a firm believer in the kid in Cleveland that got shot. It was
Children
playing with
are
a
your
toy gun.
wards. They're not your possessions.
Here's the deal: the kid that got shot in Cleveland, I forgot his name. That 7-year-old boy that was playing with the toy gun. I believe his mom should have went to jail.
Tamir
Rice.
Rice.
His mama should be locked up. Fuck the cop. His mama should be locked up.
Because he was playing with a toy gun.
See, that's where we have it twisted. That's where we have it twisted. Children are your wards. You are responsible for them. They are not your possessions.
Right. That's under
difference of opinion.
Anyway, your kids are your possessions. So yeah, you on some technical shit. Again, this is robot shit. So your kids are wards of the state when you're married because the fucking state owns your kids. So that's why you have a baby. Your kids are yours. That's why you raise your children. As far as this ass whooping beating shit, again, everyone knows the line between abuse and discipline. You establish a baseline position of consequences in your household, and your kids cross that, you have to use discipline. If you don't, okay, that's fine. If your kids turn out great, then great. It doesn't matter. Like when people say, well, I got whooped with switches and look at me. And then there's people like, I didn't get whoopings at all and look at me. Who's fucking determined which one is better?
Yeah, but brother Zero though, isn't that the thing though? Isn't that the thing though, brother Zero, that people may not necessarily be able to distinguish between discipline and whooping? They think it's all the same thing. I think that's the problem.
But wait a minute.
They think it's all the same.
Zero, you look at data all the time. I don't know. I mean, the study that I was looking at earlier on, you pointed out some potential problems with it, but there's been plenty of studies that show that there's a correlation with a lot of different problems that's correlated with getting your ass whooped. So even if we take some people don't get their ass whooped when they're a kid and they turn out fine. Some people get their ass whooped when they're a kid and they don't. Yeah. So we can look at that. We can look at that. We can look at that and say that, okay, we can look at some data and see correlations. And we can also say, okay, if people are turning out fine either way, then we should bare minimum err on the side of not whooping ass if people are turning out fine. If people are turning out the same either way, that coupled with the fact that it's data that shows that they're not turning out any better from getting their ass whooped, I think overall it should be error on the side of no ass whoopings. I will reference a little bit. Hold on,
because the discipline is a consequence.
Real quick, I'll reference Little Big Nate again. He only had to do it twice with his son.
But there you go, father, son. You got to throw that in there, Bernard.
Yes. Go ahead, Zero.
The discipline is a consequence. A consequence always takes place after something has been, in violation. So of course you shouldn't just automatically run to this. Yes. So yeah, agreed. So yeah, if the studies are going to, of course, start from that. You start from a position of nonviolence because that's the position. That's the default position. As far as like the criteria done in those studies, the factors, the groups, whatever blind groupings they did or control groupings they did, I have no idea. But all I'm saying is, yes, you start from a position of not disciplining, because you don't. Discipline can even be as simple as you saying what is to be done. Like, you assign your child a task to teach them some type of value. That's a form of discipline.
I'm not anti-discipline.
Establishing baseline levels of consequence in your household. That's all you're doing.
Right. Mm-hmm. I'm not against discipline, but I am against violating another person's fault.
When I'm responsible for somebody's outcomes in totality, I'm going to have certain liberties that I can exercise with them. And children, that's the type of situation that is for a parent. And if I need to enact some physical correction, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And a testament to how well you're doing is how infrequent you need to do it. And I needed to do it rather infrequently.
And here's the deal, Judge. Your kids, your significant other needs to know that as a man, you will rip the throat out of any person, man, woman, it, them, thereof, that will come through those doors and attack your family. They have to know that. So that violent stuff goes out the window. As a man, they have to know that you are violent.
No, I don't think you understand what first principles are, Trey. See, first principles are this, Trey, that you don't initiate violence against another.
I didn't say initiate. They have to know that you will protect them.
Self-defense isn't initiating violence against another.
Yeah,
nobody said self-defense. I'm saying violence. They have to know that you have the potential to be violent. How does that woman know you can protect her? How do those kids know you can protect them?
Right, yeah, and there are instances where you can initiate violence against someone. Somebody puts their hands on your wife.
How the hell do y'all let a fake Bernard Riley profile come in there and drop 3 comments without getting hidden? I didn't say that shit.
we thought that was you.
No.
Oh my God.
Oh,
you have alluded in the past to liking a little junk in the trunk.
Theo, you're a hot dog.
You made it, Bernard. You made it.
Y'all let this fool get like 3 comments in.
Walk with his head, Bernard.
Congratulations, bro. You big time now.
I'm not, guys, I'm not anti-discipline. I'm not anti-parenting. I'm not anti-structure. But I am anti-violence, unprovoked violence against somebody. Even if those somebodies are 3, 4, 5 feet tall.
Judge, you making you hold on, wait, real quick, little big Nate. Judge, you are making some good points, but I don't know if you know this. Some of the way that you're wording it, I don't know if you know this. You speak fluent social justice warrior, so you be sounding. It's like the way you wording some of it. It do sound kind of, he's a
friendly giant.
Would you say?
Well, I'm a libertarian, so
he's a friendly giant. Libertarians, no. I'm libertarian. Libertarian is this simple.
I'm an anarcho-capitalist
libertarian. To match authority. If you have all the responsibility for something and no authority, you are a slave. Conversely, if you have all of the authority over something and no responsibility, you're a woman.
You're a woman.
No, I understand. Understandably,
you're a woman.
Again, right? With libertarian or anarcho-capitalist or narco rulings in first principles, right? It's again starting from the position of non-violence towards one another. That again, this child who had no control over coming into this world, right, should not be physically violated just because you're bigger and you have authority over them.
Well, why do you say that about the police?
Is super crazy and has nothing to do with libertarian. Anarcho-capitalism, these fuckers believe that people can just mind their own business and have an economy at the same time, which is impossible.
No, that's the pipe.
Libertarians do not believe
you say that about police.
You understand what a government is for. A government is baseline protection of your civilization. You cannot even have a society without a military.
Again, we're going off into the weeds here.
You have to have a
off of
monopoly
the
on
spanking
violence. That's what the whole Leviathan was all about.
Exactly. Should the police have the right to exercise violence over somebody not complying? I'm curious, Judge Zoe.
Yes. They have the
I'm
right,
asking
they have
Judge
the
Zoe.
right to administer the almighty pimp hand in the
What
order.
does that have to do with
name of the
spanking
state.
children?
Yes, because that's how
It has
laws are
everything to
enforced
do
in
with
the
it. You're
first place.
you're not abiding by authority.
Yeah, laws in the society.
Your thing
are
is
enforced by
authority.
fucking bullets.
Why should the cops have the right? Why should the cops have the right to slam somebody to the ground and subdue them 5 officers strong if they don't listen? Thank you.
You're asking me to take up for law enforcement and
No, I'm asking.
World Star.
Do you also, we were talking about hypocrisy earlier. Is that okay? Is it okay for police to exercise physical restraints on people that are not in compliance?
And employ the Pookie maneuver. Yes.
I'm not in favor of that.
Oh shit!
Now what if that dude
hold on, wait, time out.
Time out. An 80-year-old woman.
Time out. No. Let's make it quite. Let's make it simpler. Okay, you say you're not in favor of that. I understand where you're going, but see, here's the thing. Okay, what if they're attempting to arrest this person and he says, "Man, I don't want to get arrested," and just start walking the other way? Are you seriously saying that they're not
right? Government has monopoly on use of force. I've got no control over that.
Yeah. And that's how you establish your society. Laws are enforced at gunpoint. That's how all laws work. All of them.
Well, you got all these dudes that like to kill kids in the community, Judge. If that dude kills a kid and then the cops, hey, we're just going to go arrest you. We're going to take you to jail. And that dude decides, you know what? I don't want to be arrested today. I want to be able to go kill more kids.
I'm going to respond. I'm going to respond to an irrational position with another irrational position. I'm going to ask you, well, was he spanked or not?
It don't matter. Here's the deal.
Your position doesn't matter. You're making an illogical, irrational position.
I'm standing by society's right to exercise physical control over somebody that's not complying with rules. The house is a microcosm of the larger society. A child learns to follow orders and laws in the house. There is a good substantial chance they'll follow laws and orders out in society.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I think Judge is okay. Again, Judge is okay with discipline and order in a household. It's the physical.
Got no problem with that at all.
No. There's a physical component if you don't comply.
I understand. I understand where you go.
That's what I'm saying.
We're in the situation we're in now in these inner cities because of the lack of discipline from masculine role models and figures in the home. And now we're paying the price for it.
Okay, Trey. Okay, Trey. You just took it to the place that everybody agree on. All right, everybody.
Well, not quite with Judge. But
no,
what
I
happened?
think he agrees.
I agree with it. I agree with it, with the exception that the position that how he's walking into framing it is that the man in the position is in that authority due purely and exclusively due to the threat of his physical position instead of the objectivity of his rational mind.
As a man,
and
both
his ability
to
apply solutions correctly to the proper solutions to correct problems.
As a man, both have to be there.
Operate with rational minds.
I think it's more agreement than what it sounds like, because one side isn't saying just some completely weak, soft-ass parenting, absolutely no spanking or no discipline or structure. And the other side, I don't believe the other side is saying you got full creative control to beat the shit out your kids. No questions asked. I don't think
most police I notice will ask, and of course they're on video, so of course they're gonna keep things by the book. But I would venture to say most police will ask someone several times to comply, to please put your arms behind your back, to please step out of the car, please may I have your license. Ultimately, if you don't comply, they have the option of force. And I think a parent should have the same option with their child. The objective of the policeman is not to kill the assailant or the alleged criminal, but to subdue them so they can go off to whatever corrective measures need to be taken with them. And it's the same thing with the child.
Okay, understand. Given the current landscape, given the current landscape as it stands and as it stood for what, maybe 30 years, Little Big Nate, right?
Yeah.
Who now has the monopoly of the use of force in the household?
The mother.
Depends on the household. Because guess what?
No, it doesn't. Not by the numbers. It doesn't.
Are we only talking about black folks? Let's parse out the numbers all the way, and let's see. Okay, we've had this. It's been a week-long discussion around the manosphere. It's who should y'all women listen to? And here's the deal: the women aren't listening to the good advice. So that's the choice on the men. Obsidian, should these men take the Taliban option? If we don't want to take it that far, but should the men take it to the option of, you know what, I'm going to get with a woman who believes in strict disciplinary and order in order to help me facilitate that for my kids who will follow my structure.
What I'm asking you to see, Trey, here is who now in the household, who right now has the monopoly on the usage of force specifically in the black community, but in the community at large?
The person that's not supposed to have it, the woman.
Yes.
So why would we want to encourage that further?
We're not. We're encouraging men to take charge.
That didn't happen because of corporal punishment in the home. It happened because of a breakdown.
I didn't say it happened because of corporal punishment. What I'm saying is corporal punishment.
The answer is to ostracize women that have children out of wedlock and get back to actually having two-parent households.
And those are pipe dreams.
You can believe that. Back. I'm going to take a small group of people and encourage them to do that.
All right, Judge, hold on, wait, real quick, Judge. So your current position, if I understand it right, given the circumstances that we have, more specifically in the black community, where a lot of women are raising children and there's no man in the house, we need to discourage corporal punishment in that situation, because she would essentially be a very erratic dictator, she's like a 3-year-old with a loaded gun.
That is the established position on the panel, right? That she utilizes her monopoly on the use of force incorrectly. So why give her that tool?
Yeah, we Bernard and the brother Xavier did streams on that this week. We agree with you on that, Judge. Yes. But what we want is men to get back to, especially black men, to get back to the traditional nuclear family and don't settle for anything less.
All right. Let me ask this question. So, Judge, do you move your position on corporal punishment, spanking, or whatever the hell we're going to call it, if traditional families were more prevalent? Let's just say if the man was in charge of that family and he's making decisions on when this will be enacted and when it won't be enacted, versus does that change your position on it?
No.
Okay, so you think even the man running his family, got a wife, 3 kids in there, you think absolutely he should not be able to spank a kid under any circumstance?
No, I think there are definitely more options that have proven their efficacy greater than the physical violence.
Can I ask you a question, Judge?
I disagree, and I'm kind of disappointed. I like that Judge is back, but I'm disappointed, man, because in all of this, if we follow the science, we see where animals, they use corporal punishment all the time to discipline their young. What is the problem? And often the mothers are the ones that are using the force on the children in nature. Just follow the science.
Human flourishing and well-being matters.
Yeah, Bernard, to answer your question, the way that you phrase it, I believe it's bad in the case that you're in the second scenario that you put it in, right? I don't believe it's ideal, right? I believe it's horrific given the circumstance of where we're at with households today.
I agree with that part. Where we're at with households right now, I do think that it is horrible. It is horrible, and it does not. It needs to be discouraged given the current situation. That's where I'm at with it. It's one.
So we just blow past the science. Then I get it.
What do you mean? Wait, stop. Everybody stop. SKC, what science is being blown by?
Bernard, do not
that
fall
it's
for
a
this.
natural thing for corporal punishment to be used in the disciplining of young ones.
Bernard, you're falling for
Walk
it.
right
No,
into that one.
SKC, difference. Animals don't have emotion. Animals only use instinct.
Why y'all falling for this?
All right, yeah, SKC told
We
us.
are animals.
Don't walk into it.
We are animals.
All right.
Our primate brothers and sisters use corporal punishment on their young.
Does Judge Zilla have any children?
SKC, I'm gonna punt on this one, even though I know where you're going. I knew you was going. You was trying to go there at the beginning of the show.
You converted me. You converted me, Bernard.
No.
I'm just saying, let's stay consistent.
I'm not having that debate with you right now.
No, I don't have any children, but I've been stepfather to 5 children.
Well, brother,
hold on, wait, real quick. Son is Hot Rod did super chat something that he wanted me to throw this question out there for Trey. If you could briefly answer Trey. He says, question for Trey: did you wise up because of the whooping you received, or I should say the whoopings you received, or was it through your own rationale that this path is no good?
Well, the whoopings, here's the deal. I was just quite rebellious, and I just decided, you know what, I'm not going to listen to my dad. You know what? Everything he said rationally made sense. You know, it's just like, nope, I don't want to listen to you. It's just natural, male rebellion. I just don't want this man telling me what to do. I don't like people telling me what to do. Even when I was in the Army, I was, a hard head when it came to that. But as a man, as you get older, rationale kicks in. And here's the deal. When I was 19 and had 2 kids, that's when it really sunk in. So when you got to protect and provide for others, your line of thinking changes, and just life changes in order. And those decisions, that those things my dad said, those long walks, like JB said, it all started to make more sense.
And also taking it to the physical realm is a way to establish dominance, which is something you have to do with a child, especially a rebellious one, and establishing order. Who's in charge here? Talking to someone, granted, that going physical should not be the first option, but ultimately, if that's necessary to demonstrate your dominance over this child and your dominance over the environment in this house, go ahead and do it.
We're evolutionarily wired to do so.
And if you don't have to do that, hooray.
Absolutely. You don't have to. Awesome. That's terrific.
Well, what are we not addressing here? What are we not addressing here? When you talk about, because let's be clear, we talk about these old mamas who do most of the beating and abusing, right? Mm-hmm. I think we're not addressing why. Why are they doing this, right?
They're supposed to do that, Ed.
Because they themselves were probably whooped, right? I don't think they just jumped up one day. They came out of this solid 2-parent home, and everything was fine, and now they just whoop their kids. So it's part of a cycle. All right, we have to look at it like that. It is part of some type of cycle when you're talking about the women who abuse their kids. And I go back to my point earlier where these kids that are getting beat, man, aren't just getting like a paddle on their behinds, man. We can't believe that that's what's going on in these households.
Nobody agrees with that kind of. That's abuse, bro.
Exactly.
Xavier, have you ever seen a silverback gorilla handle its young? Have you ever seen that?
Hey,
yeah, brother, I have. I was raised by one.
There is fear.
Brother Xavier.
There's no question of I am bigger than you. I can rip your head from your body at will. Hey, this is where we come from. Why are we denying this?
Brother Xavier, one thing you left out there was that the discipline for these young girls and the women, these young boys is different. These young boys. And I'm going to put this out there before I got to go, because I got to dip. But I truly will just surmise that these young women that are taking it out on these young boys because they're looking at these boys as that baby daddy that left them. That man that hurt them, and they see it in them kids.
If you don't think these little girls are getting slapped up just as much as these little boys, come on, man.
No, I'm saying it's different. The amount of punishment is different because we're seeing some serious abuse being put on these boys by the moms. The girls are, it happens, but I'm just focused on the boys right now. Why are these young women just doing these horrific things to these boys?
Trey, it's called survival of the fittest.
And the abuse of the girls comes a little later in life after they begin to develop and the envy and the jealousy sets in.
Oh yeah,
They beat their kids. End of. Yes, they beat the kids with penises, but they also beat the kids with vagina. They don't just magically stop because she has a vagina. Come on, man.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I mean, I think they pretty much abuse the boys and the girls probably pretty much at the same rate, depending on if you want to call them mothers. They probably beat them at the same rate. If they beat up on their son, they probably beat up on their daughter too. It's probably that when their son gets to be 13, he's 6'2". Okay, so there's not a lot you can do with him, but the daughter, she get to be 13, 14, 15. She's now competition. So now
they're best friends. They're best friends. They go to the mall together. They wear the same clothes and they fuck the same dudes.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Bye. Hey, salute, Bedard. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Trey. Hey, Trey, don't come on my panel again and say that Tamir Rice's mama should have got locked up. Don't do that shit.
Why? Why?
All right, bye.
Why not?
Peace. Don't do me like that again, man.
No, cop in the Tamir Rice case should have gone to jail. I'm sorry.
You said the cop should have went to jail?
Yes.
He
shot Tamir Rice within 2 seconds of getting out.
The car didn't stop moving.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, he literally got out, and in less than 2 seconds, the boy was dead. No, he should be in jail.
All right, yeah, exactly. Theo Waff in the building. Thank you for the super chat. He says, I was spanked as a child. My IQ was 156. I probably would have been 159 had you not been spanked. So
it would have been 159 if he was beat more.
Right. Shout out to E Taylor 704. He says the reality is we already see the outcome of these kids getting physical discipline. It's time for us to go the other way, especially single mothers. I agree with that. I stand by that statement, even though I do understand that everything Lil Big Nate and Zero has said does make sense. That yes, you listen. You need every tool in the tool belt. I get it. But that's the one that you don't want to have to use, and you should try to do everything to avoid having to use that. But if it come down to it, it should come down to it. I mean, if you come down to it, then you got to do it. I cringe at the moments where I hear black people that don't even got kids just triumphantly saying, "Oh, I'm spanking my kids. I can't wait." Like niggas.
How come the ignorant ass whoop generation has like the best nickname for their generation? They literally named the greatest generation.
And we got to stop conflating a father disciplining his children with some completely stressed out mom beating the shit out of her children for Instagram.
It's natural.
Different thing.
It's natural. And I'm not trying to do that.
But in a culture that just if it over encourages butt whoopings and there's no pushback, that's what ends up happening. That people feel that damn comfortable to where they can.
That's where we're at. That's exactly where we're at. As carefully as Bernard crafted, right, his utilization of said tool. Okay, look at how it's being employed. Look at currently as it's being employed. Do we want that in the toolkit for the people who have access and control of the toolkit?
It's baked into the cake.
Well,
what are you talking about? It is literally baked into the cake. This millions upon millions of years.
This might be a strange analogy, but if you're an American citizen,
history and can't see the fact that when all the fuck shit started is when the coddle generation niggas was coming up. Like we're gonna act like we don't see that. We're gonna act like history don't even exist. But we can do that.
With that argument,
that's what I'm talking about.
What fuck shit and what coddle? I mean, not what fuck shit. I understand
the fucking coddle trophy generation, crack baby, the generation.
Wait a minute.
All of the people that exist right now. The helicopter parenting, the fucking participation trophy niggas.
Wait a minute. The people who were selling that crack in the 80s was born in the 60s.
Yeah, sure. All I'm saying is all the generations that were sans ass whooping. This is what we got right now. All these niggas, all the sensitive motherfuckers that don't like brought up in the trophy generation, brought up to be nice. to everybody. But these motherfuckers,
they went against
their very nature.
Brother Zero, is that because of lack of beatings, or
No,
is it the change of societal norms?
Right, and part of that change of societal norm is the normal, the normal application of discipline.
And just because some people misuse the tool doesn't mean the tool should be taken away from all of us. Some people misuse firearms. We should still have access to purchase and own firearms.
I get it. I agree. I agree with that.
Nate, where you going with it, Nate?
This is ridiculous.
How the tool? Hold on, wait, real quick, Nate. If you saying the tool shouldn't be taken away, now it sounds like you're getting on the territory of them trying to make some very liberalized laws that basically a parent going to lose.
Godzilla saying we shouldn't utilize this tool because some people misuse
You're
it.
Conflating. You're conflating poorly.
It's the difference between saying that this tool is being used improperly. It needs to be not.
That's literally what he just said.
No, my argument is giving the tool of the freedom to inflict violence upon another unwilling participant.
That's just our nature.
You mean spanking a child?
Yeah, that's just our nature.
Or do you mean spanking a child, Jazilla?
I meant exactly the words that I said.
Okay.
Well, doesn't this stuff escalate though? If you're spanking a child, he's 2 years old, right? He's not going to be 2 forever. So
I wouldn't spank a 2-year-old.
But what I'm saying is he's not going to be 2, 3, 4 years old forever. Eventually, he's going to be 12, 13, 14. So when does it start? When does the discipline escalate? Do you go from spanking him to whooping him with a belt, or do you go from spanking him and now talking to him? Or does it work in the reverse?
This is what you do.
Observable in nature, X. Every mammal uses the show and force of violence against its young to let it know at a very young age.
I'm going to take one shot at SKC here. SKC, 90% of mushrooms occur. 90% of mushrooms can kill us, but they do occur in nature. Just because it's natural.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying we are already programmed to discipline our young.
There are a lot of things that we're hardwired to do.
Mammals do this.
There's a lot.
All mammals do this.
SKC, I'm going to have this debate with you for 30 seconds. There are a lot of things that we are hardwired to do through evolution that we have found out that those things are bad, and we ought not do them if we care about human well-being. So
right, but they're natural. But they're natural.
I'm going to conflate poorly.
That we care about human well-being and flourishing, we should pull back on some of the things that we are naturally hardwired to do for an overall better human society.
I'm going to conflate poorly here. SKC, when's your next trip to San Francisco?
We're not interested in taking away negative activities from our mammal upbringing throughout the evolutionary chain.
I don't see.
We're not interested in doing that.
No, zero. I wanted to. Sometimes you got to feed the troll for like 30 seconds.
It's like just following where it's going.
All right, I just muted him. I had to feed the troll for 30 seconds. All right.
So first off, if you're having to whoop your 2-year-old, there's some bigger problems in your household.
But see, I was guilty of that because, like I was saying, I was the parent when he reached for something, I smacked the hand. You know,
I don't consider that a whooping. Even though I never had to do that. I never had to pop my son or anything. When I tell you I had to put my hands on him twice, it was literally twice. Because what I did was I sat down, I talked with them. They had their homework time, they had play time, they had TV time. They were in all of the also extracurricular activities also get children accustomed to following orders and authority, being on teams, having responsibilities to play this position and that position. These are all things children should be exposed to when they're very young. It all helps. So again, the option of spanking a child should not be removed from the parent, but it should be infrequently that it is used.
But do you see how subjective each individual person places those parameters?
Everything, it's all going to be subjective. You're going to be in everybody's house telling them what to do. It's all going to be subjective.
No, and again, the point.
It's
I don't see how we're missing each other so widely, Nate.
There's a chasm between us.
Judge. I don't understand this.
Would you pass a law? Would you pass a law right now, Judge, that says Little Big Nate can't spank his child?
That's not libertarian.
No, not even close.
I can't answer that. The way you structured that question, again,
would you vote for a law saying that an American citizen adult cannot spank his children?
No, I'm not gonna pass any laws that way.
All right, cool.
Okay.
I'm not going to pass any laws that way. All I can do is hope that people operate on first principles and find means and ways to not inflict violence upon another person who is not attempting to inflict violence upon them.
See, I think what Little Big Nate is hearing, even though you're not saying it, the reason I asked those questions that I asked, I think Little Big Nate is hearing you saying that you would take you would take the option away from him. And Little Big Nate blow a gasket whenever somebody try to, take any type of right away.
Don't fuck with Big Nate.
You don't. So I think he was hearing that, even though you weren't saying that. That's why I wanted to make that part clear. I wouldn't support I wouldn't vote to take the option away. However, I do want us to try to educate society as best we possibly can to reduce the overall comfort level of whooping kids' ass to the point to where we don't just get out of hand to the point where they camming up on the gram. They doing it for the gram. When we get there, there's clearly a problem and we've gone too far.
They're doing it for the gram. They're doing it for CBS and NBC.
The pendulum has swung too damn far, and we got to pull that shit back. And I do think that there are negative outcomes that come with it. But look, Lil Big Nate, Zero, Trader, MBD, I trust their wisdom in their home. I do. But I can't say that about every damn house. So it's a tough one. It's a tough one. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, and ultimately, we got to look at the children produced by people that want to put their children out there. And, make people aware of what methods you use to raise your children. And if your children turned out great, tell folks what you did. If your children didn't, tell them what you did. And, let people make their own decisions. But in some top-down political solution, no. There are already laws against child abuse on the books. All sorts of laws against it.
Right. Yeah, I don't think laws need to be passed. That's not the conversation I was trying to have. That's something actually I haven't even thought about. But I could tell I know your energy when you think that that some potential laws might get passed. The Luciferian left may do some shit.
Yeah, man.
I can tell you had up your shield against the Luciferian left in this conversation, and I don't think the Luciferian left was coming at you here, but you was on guard. You was ready.
So many elements in our society want to take more and more control away from the parents. Now, granted, we got some terrible fucking parents out here. These women they're not mature. Where did the idea that women mature faster than guys come from? When I look at this current generation of women, where did all these mature women go? Like a mature woman knows, not to cross the line into abuse. A mature woman knows, look, I am not equipped to handle all the pressures and the issues that are going to come into my life trying to be a single parent and a full-time employee to somebody. Like, where's the maturity of these women?
Maturity you're talking about is not, those are two different things. The maturity that they're talking about women have over men is the social maturity of sexuality. They are more mature than men sexually because and there's reasons for that. The reason why is because the second they're able to go outside unattended, grown ass men are looking at them. Also,
because they grow titties faster than men do.
their value is being determined by society, and society lets them know what their value is right away. And they only have the genetic card to play in the world. That is their only card. And because of that, they understand that card right away and very well. It's a fucking joker. Men do not have one card to play. If men only had a genetic card to play, we'd be in the same boat as women. But since we can do all this other shit like make more money, be more productive, or whatever the fuck, we try to be, then we try all of these other methods to outmaneuver women when all they have to do is recognize what their value is in society. And that's how they manipulate it. They manipulate everything using one card. That's why they're more mature than us.
Bernard.
Real quick. Queen Q, you down there. I know back many moons ago, this was a one-on-one between me and you. I'm going to drop the link so you can come up. You can come up and get your last words if you want to. I'm about to shut it down soon. But you can come up and give your last words. I give you that. I do
Bernard, if I may.
Coming on short notice and doing this one-on-one. You can come up and get your last words on it. Go ahead, Judge.
I believe part of that chasm was my fault. I thought we were playing horror. I thought we were playing what do you call it? God damn it. A hyperbolic grandstanding early when I first came on. And so I was fucking with Nate and Trey. So that may be a large part of why we had the chasm there too.
When Trey on the panel, that is like the modus operandi.
That's what I thought the game we were playing with, and it wasn't that point. I didn't realize I would trigger Nate that way. It was intentional, but I intended to do it, but I didn't intend it for it to be personal. If that makes sense.
That's how you got to argue with Trey sometimes.
No problem. So that way I get so I take responsibility for most of that. So because I did that.
I do have a question for you, Judge.
Oh shit!
A serious question.
Question.
Okay, you were saying that you don't want people to enact violence upon a person who didn't ask to be in the world, who that would, in a nutshell, I think that's your position, right?
Well, children are innately not responsible for their presence here. And on top of that, so much of what they need, love, caring, guidance, discipline, food, comes right. They're so dependent upon their parent that the addition of violence into that, I don't think is a place for that.
So my question to you is, when does that act of violence occur? When they are born or before? When does it count? Does the act of violence only count as violence after they're born or before?
Oh shit!
If you're asking if I'm anti-abortion, I can't say anti or pro, but I'm anti calling it abortion. I am pro calling it murder.
Okay,
interesting.
Because I can't stop somebody from committing it, but I don't think we should nice up the term with abortion when we obviously all know what it is.
Semantic.
If that child, if that zygote, if that clusters of cells left alone to its own devices is going to turn into a I won't say fully developed human being because they're a baby or they're a child, right? But like why we're getting pedantic when we try to come up with or semantical when we try to come up with different names for it. It's the killing. It's euthanasia.
So you were just saying that consistently that would be an act of violence as well?
In my estimation, yes.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right. Snuggles in the building with the super chat. Always shout out to Snuggles.
Hi, I'm Snuggles.
Shout out to Snuggles. When you all spank your children, what do you do after and how long? I don't know what that means. What do you do after? Like
smoke a cigarette?
We gotta do a cool down, gotta have a glass of water and
steak.
Sit on the patio and reflect. Like, what do you mean? What do you do after?
Go into the lotus position afterwards.
I go watch the game.
I typically parade around the house with a WWF championship belt.
Yeah, like that's how I'm understanding the question. But anyway, I'll let whoever want to. And I'm not passing that to everybody, but if somebody want to answer that, what do you do after, and how long does it take? This is actually the second part of the question is actually good. How long does it take you to see the change in the child for that particular infraction? Anybody can take that one.
Immediately. The cattle prod is instant change of emotion and attitude.
Well, the change has already actually happened, right? Because they're no longer committing. Right, even before you whoop them, they're still no longer committing the action.
I don't whoop them.
The behavior.
I don't whoop them. I use a cattle prod.
I think the better question is,
what
does the child do, and how long does it take the child to act a different way, or what does the child do after a spanking or a whipping or a whatever, because there's a cooling down period, then a build up period, right? Because after you spank the kid runs off and cries and goes to its room or whatever, and then after that you have to get back to normal life, right? It doesn't stay that way. The kid doesn't cry for the next 3 weeks, right?
Right.
So the crying period's over. You're not angry anymore. So you guys have a make-up period, so to speak, if you will, if I could use that term. You and the child have a make-up period after you fight, so to speak, right?
And
that's what happens.
And hopefully the child will reflect that. They'll associate whatever they did with that level of consequence and won't do it again. Hopefully.
And they're not here anymore, but according to JB and or Trey, I would say somewhere in the realm of 10 to 25 years.
What?
Because they didn't respond to the ass whoopings that they got.
Got you. Yeah, I got you. It took a while, but I got you.
Mine responded. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you gave him a Mike Tyson left hook to the gut.
He responded. I didn't go. Y'all make all the jokes you want. I literally had to put my hands on the board twice. Never had to pop him, do anything to him. He follows my directives. The daughter, I told you I had to put my hands on her like 7 times because she.
What was the oldest? What was the oldest that she was when you did it?
16. She said okay. I come home, right? And I had been taking her out driving, getting ready for her driver's license. So I come in, lay down, and I got a company car, I do insurance claims and shit. And she says, I'm going across the street to my friend's house. I said, okay, go to your friend's house. So my charger was still in my car, my company car.
I'm slowly regretting asking you to tell the story.
I'm gonna tell you. It's the last thing I'll say. And so
I think it's going to end bad.
I go outside to get my charger. My fucking company car is gone.
Ooh.
It's gone. I run back in the house. My phone's dead. I don't have a house phone, so I'm changing so I can run over across the street to get my daughter's phone. By the time I get dressed, run outside, who's pulling up in my goddamn driveway? And I cussed her out.
Wait, hold on. So it sounds like she just took it around the corner.
But this is my company car.
I know. I get it. I'm just. But what the hell? That was just okay. All right. I'm not gonna question the mind of a 16-year-old girl, but that make no damn sense. She just jumped in your company car.
But you got her mind right, though, didn't you, Nate?
Okay, tell us how you got her mind right. I hate to ask this.
I had to get her right, though.
This might send this instantly to Patreon. Okay, so if your son got a Mike Tyson left hook to the gut,
get his mind right.
Pretty bad. He did something pretty bad, though.
What did you? I mean, what
do you want to know? I'll tell you if you want to know.
Okay, yeah. What did you do to her?
No, what I do to the daughter? I cussed her out and I popped her upside her head a few times.
Get a mind right.
I mean, at maybe
20%
strength, just popped her in her head a few times.
Okay,
get her mind right.
All right, you said 40%. All right, you said 30. I mean, 40% strength. You said
no, 20, like 20, 30. I'm not trying to.
Damn, Nate, 60% strength. Come on, man. I'm
just bumping 20-30% strength. I'm bumping in the head a few times.
That doesn't qualify for World Star.
Teenage girls are
that doesn't
incredibly
qualify for many of the
deceitful,
women
man.
I've seen on
dude,
World
they're
Star.
terrible.
They're
Oh my
incredibly
God.
deceitful. They lie like a motherfucker. I know. I have
I'm
two
telling
daughters.
you,
They're
man.
We
teenage
don't
girls are
drag our children anymore, Bernard.
they
We've
are
evolved beyond that.
incredibly deceitful, lie, scheming, all that shit.
150% strength, really? No, sir.
I love you
No,
too,
sir.
Freedman's Journal. Apparently, I don't know.
They
what the fuck is
said
going on.
120. I tried to bump them up to the truth at about 40, 60.
Dog,
somewhere.
dude, I'm very measured if I have to put my hands, especially on my daughter. I'm very measured.
All right,
I ain't trying to leave no marks or nothing. No.
All right, so just like a little 20% pop upside the head.
20% pop in the head, and I took her phone from her for 2 weeks, which was worse than anything.
All right.
And nigga, when I told her to bring me her phone, this is after I popped her in the head a few times. She comes in the house, she goes upstairs. I say, she comes downstairs. I'm thinking of how else I can punish her. I say, give me your phone. You're gonna lose your phone for 2 weeks. Nigga, she told me no.
Yeah.
Oh, so her mind still wasn't right.
She told me no. I said, you can either give me the phone and in 2 weeks you'll get it back the way it looks now, or I can take the phone and you'll get it back in about 30 pieces. It's up to you.
Did you give her that silverback growl?
Hey.
Yay, gentlemen,
right.
y'all handle y'all.
Hey, listen,
your way.
I've seen worse treatment for dropping peanut butter cracker on the carpet. So
Yeah. All right. I was a little nervous. I was a little nervous how that story was going.
Nah, bro.
If it would have ended with a bus driver uppercut, I would have had to instantly make this private and delete.
I'm not doing that.
All right, Queen Q, I do want to thank you. You came on relatively short notice. I emailed you yesterday, and you was like, anytime, anywhere. I do appreciate you coming through to do this one-on-one. It was definitely some good information, and I said, well, listen, everybody came through and came with it with their opinions, perspective. I like everything everybody said. I think some good necessary layers was added to the conversation. Shout out to Judge, Lil Big Nate, Trey, even though he said something that I thought about dropping him down after he said that shit about Tamir Rice, but I let it ride. But thank you to everybody, even SKC trolling. Hell, Obsidian been trolling all day. Shout out to everybody. TPOT, man, I appreciate all of y'all. Game Changer, I forgot who else. Hood Conservative, thank you.
I did want to just jump in real quick on offer one thing though. This discussion is fantastic. I want to say, sometimes we can be a little overcritical of ourselves. Excuse me, in terms of do we have this, do we have that to do things right? And there's something to be said for that. I'm a bit of a stickler myself for doing things right, but where we are, this is a win. I can't think of a time where I've heard a bunch of brothers and one notable sister get together and discuss something that's really serious in Black American life, especially now at the point where we are right now in the 21st century moving forward. This is a very good conversation. I think it's an excellent companion piece to the earlier discussion we had earlier this week. I want to thank you, Bernard, and everybody for participating. I want to thank you, Bernard, for pulling it all together. And I think this is something that we can build on moving forward, to be continued. And one last thing I would say, what is so wrong? We need to talk about this. Why is it so wrong for a Black man to toot his own horn? I mean, when Black women toot their own horn, do we say that they're hung up on their clitoris?
Are you referring to when Trey said that JB was riding his own Johnson?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't say that about Black women. Are they riding their own clitoris when they tout their own horn? Of course not. We need more Black men touting their achievements. That's what we desperately need. We need more Black men touting what they've done to show their work. Shout out to St. Kevin. Yeah, I said it. We need more Black men to talk about that. That's a good thing. So yeah, I'm proud of JB for being able to do what he does. Good. We need more Black men like him. We need more Black men like Brother Xavier. We need more Black men like Ramil.
You don't think there's a time and place for that? Like, I mean,
the time is always right for a brother to tout what he's done in his life.
So just walk around with your dick in your hand.
Yeah.
Because
Black women walk around with their clitoris out. Black women walk around with their clitoris out.
Yikes!
Got it.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Can I just say this? Because I'm going to hop off too, man. I appreciate everybody. And I appreciate you, Brother Bernard, as always, and everybody else, the brothers on the panel, and Lady Q. I just want to say this, man. If you had horrible, abusive parents and you became a horrible, abusive person, your parents probably had a lot to do with it. Likewise, if you had horrible, abusive parents and you came out to be a decent person, your parents probably had nothing to do with it. And also, if you had decent parents and you became a decent person, your parents probably had a lot to do with it. Likewise, if you had decent parents and you came out to be a miscreant idiot, your parents probably didn't have much to do with it. With that, I will say peace, salute to all the brothers. I will see y'all on the other side. Peace.
Right on.
And real
All
quick,
right. I'm gonna
if I
bail out
could,
of here,
Bernard,
too.
I just want to say before
All
I
right.
drop
Peace,
down,
Zero.
I'll be continuing this conversation tonight on my channel.
Good.
We'll talk about men and the importance of men being in charge of the discipline of their households, the different things that happen when, overworked, stressed out, unprepared women are in charge of discipline, and how men take those same situations and are just better. They're just wired to handle these things better. So I'll do a continuation of this on my stream. Be there tonight at about 7:45.
Right on. Right on.
And then for my final saying, I'm gonna do a stream on the importance of beating Haitians. If you're a Haitian, beat your children if you're a Haitian, because it's the only way they're gonna turn out like JB. If you're not a Haitian, keep giving up those participation trophies until we end up getting taken over by other countries that do beat their children. So that's all.
Sponsored by Yacht Makers of America. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Yacht Makers of America. We use premium teak wood to make all of our maritime seafaring wear, and we have excellent accoutrements for rowing your boat. And we found that quite a few of our Haitian brothers and sisters have found an alternate use for our premium boat oars made out of teak wood. They use them to discipline their children.
Queen Q, I don't know how you're gonna follow that, but
I'm sorry, I had to mute myself. I have no way to follow that. But I will say this: fucking obsidian. Oh my god, he said teak wood.
All right, go. You got the last one. And thank you once again. Go ahead, you got it.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And I just want to say thank you for the opportunity for me to be able to come up and speak. I do understand that this is a men's platform, and I am gracious for the hand that you extended to me to allow me to be able to speak on a men's platform and about this subject. But other than that, I would like to thank the gentleman that came up. I was sitting off. I know I wasn't proactive when the men came up because I really just wanted to sit back and listen to what the men said. And I wanted the men to speak unhinged, and I didn't want to interject. I didn't want to come in or do anything like that. And I really honestly and truly enjoyed the conversation that was had today. And I do feel like these are conversations that do need to be had. But thank you, Bernard, for having me. And once again, thank you for the men to the panel for coming up. And you all have yourself a lovely and amazing day.
All right, thank you, and thank you everybody who was in here. Thank you, Theo Watt, dropped that $150 super chat on me. Thank you everybody who supported the stream today. Y'all came through hard and heavy, and I do greatly appreciate it. And with that said, we are out of here. Peace.